of course, it seems that after what the minor had said just a few days ago, what her father had said to our own cameras on India Today, it seemed that their case, at least as far as the POCSO allegations are concerned, had been severely weakened. And today, of course, with the police filing this cancellation report, we'll have to see what the wrestlers have to say about this now. Of course, our colleagues are waiting to get an update from the wrestlers' side as well. But clearly, Nabila, what we need to look at is the way this entire issue has been handled. The questions, of course, will be asked on the 1st of July when the relevant judge, the POCSO designated court, takes up this closure report, this cancellation report, I beg your pardon. In the cancellation report, the court will have to take a look at what exactly has the police said, specifically with regard to what the minor has said, specifically with regard to why the minor has made the statements that she's made, whether the police conducted any investigations regarding allegations of pressure or allegations of vendetta. All of that will come out now on July 1st as far as the POCSO case is concerned. As far as the case regarding the adult women wrestlers is concerned, remember, Nabila, that is one, a separate F.I.R. and two, will be a separate charge sheet, and we are still waiting to see what happens in the Rouse Avenue court, where my colleagues are waiting to get an update, because in the morning when the police officials are also there at the Rouse Avenue court with the documentation, with the charge sheet copy, which is likely being filed today itself. Now, what has happened today, what we can see is that the sports minister had given an assurance to the wrestlers that something will happen by the 15th of June, and that something has happened. But will the wrestlers be satisfied with what has happened? Will the wrestlers accept the investigation that the police has done? We'll have to see whether the court will also accept what the police has done, because as Shreya and I have been explaining to our viewers, filing the cancellation report does not mean that the court will blindly accept that cancellation report. It is now for the court also to see all of the evidence that the police has brought before it, whether it justifies the cancellation of these allegations or
it's
not.
For the court
and secondly,
now to
as far as the adults are concerned, the Rouse Avenue court will take a...
Right, it's all for the court now to take a call, but the deadline, as what the government had promised, is what they've achieved. The police have now already filed a charge sheet and a 500-page report on dropping the POCSO case against Brij Bhushan. Shreya, you've also been interacting with the police there, and as you're at court, the court premises, what's the mood that you sense on ground? Have you had a word with the council of the wrestlers there, who probably is following up on this case? What exactly were the wrestlers expecting when the government promised that by 15th of June, we promise the charge sheet on this case will be filed?
First and foremost, Nabila, we need to understand that in this case, there were two different FIRs. One against where the complainants were the 6 major wrestlers, and one was the alleged minor. Now, in the case of the FIR which substantiated with the alleged minor, the Delhi police has moved a cancellation of FIR on the basis of the evidence that they have gathered, and also the statements that the minor has changed in the course of the investigation. It is obviously on the on the court right now to decide whether or not they will cancel the FIR or further ask the Delhi police to investigate the matter. Now, when we move to the charge sheet that will now be filed in the Rouse Avenue court, from what I have gathered from my source, this charge sheet will largely be a compilation of the witness statements, the 164 statements, and the evidence that the Delhi police has collected till now. So somewhere down the line, what we have seen in both the cases is the Delhi police moving the ball in the court. It will now be the courts who will decide whether or not what the wrestlers have been saying is right, or what Brij Bhushan is saying is right. Now, when we talk about the minor's case, remember when the minor's father also spoke to India Today, saying that he had changed the statement because earlier statement was filed out of anger. We have heard from the wrestlers saying that there was a pressure on the minor's father to do the same. Now, that is something we have to wait and watch whether the court will be taking into consideration, or from today we will see Brij Bhushan see a walkout. Is something that we will have to wait for the July to now get a clarity on.
All right, so give us the timeline now, Shreya, how long, or if Anisha could bring me that detail on the dates now. When would the last, or when is the date that the court will actually take up the matter? You're saying that the court is right now on break, and when they return, they'll take up the case. Is it likely that this case could prolong? Your observation on this, Anisha?
Well, Nabila, to answer your question very clearly, as I said, in the Patiala House Court, where the cancellation report has been filed, since the court is currently on summer vacation, the POCSO designated court will resume on 1st of July, which is at this point the date of hearing that has been given by the court. So clearly on the 1st of July, this cancellation report that has been filed by the police will again be submitted before the designated POCSO court. At that point of time, it is for the judge sitting in the POCSO court to look at all the documents that have been submitted, to look at the evidence and report that has been filed by the police. And then it is for the judge to decide whether or not they want to accept the cancellation report as is, or they want to ask the police to go ahead and conduct some other aspect of investigation. It is entirely, and I'm repeating this again for the sake of our viewers to understand, cancellation report does not mean that the case is completely closed. Under the CRPC provisions, the magistrate will have to take a very clear look at the documents that have been filed by the police, at the report that has been filed by the police, and then decide whether they are accepting it or they want the police to investigate any further aspect of the allegations, counter allegations, or anything related to that particular report. So as of right now, Nabila, the question that you'd asked regarding whether there was any pressure on the girl, whether there was any vendetta by the girl, all of those issues, it is now for the court to ask these exact questions if the police has not already answered them in this cancellation report. And once again, I will repeat the fact that these reports are in sealed cover till the time the magistrate takes a look at them. So on July 1st, we will get further updates on what is actually the content of this particular cancellation report, on what basis the police has made this kind of a cancellation report. But I can reiterate for our viewers that the public prosecutor, while speaking to our cameras, has very clearly said that this is a cancellation report because they were not able to find any corroborative evidence in this particular case. So on July 1st, we'll find out where the case will now go, whether the court will simply accept it or will ask for anything further. All of that will happen now on the 1st of July. So as far as the timeline of the case is concerned, we will find that out on the 1st as far as the minors case is concerned. But as far as the charge sheet in the Rouse Avenue court is concerned, today itself, as I said, my colleagues are at the Rouse Avenue court waiting to get us an update on what the police is saying in that particular charge sheet. But since the ACP as well as the SHO are currently at Rouse Avenue court, according to the information sent by my colleague Srishti Ojha, it is likely that the Delhi police is filing a charge sheet in the molestation case that has been filed by the adult wrestlers. Now, in the case, and at the moment, it is purely speculative what is actually the content of that document, which is in the hands of the police officials at Rouse Avenue Court.
Yes, Anisha,
but I can
we have
give you
Brij Bhushan's prosecutors' reaction coming in on that. Let me quickly cut across to the prosecutor speaking.
फाइनल रिपोर्ट कोर्ट में फाइल करी है क्योंकि मामला पोक्सो 1 से है। इस वजह से जज साहब ने पोक्सो के कोर्ट में के लिए 4 तारीख के लिए फिक्स कर फाइनल रिपोर्ट कोर्ट में फाइल करी है क्योंकि मामला पोक्सो 1 से है। इस वजह से जज साहब ने पोक्सो के कोर्ट में के लिए 4 तारीख के लिए फिक्स कर फाइनल रिपोर्ट कोर्ट में फाइल करी है क्योंकि मामला पोक्सो 1 से है। इस वजह से जज साहब ने पोक्सो के कोर्ट में के लिए 4 तारीख के लिए फिक्स कर फाइनल रिपोर्ट कोर्ट में फाइल करी है क्योंकि मामला पोक्सो 1 से है। इस वजह से जज साहब ने पोक्सो के कोर्ट में के लिए 4 तारीख के लिए फिक्स
All right, 4 तारीख के लिए फिक्स किया है. This is the 4th of July, I'm assuming, right after the court resumes after summer break. This case will be taken up, and it's now for the court to decide on whether or not they will let go of the POCSO case as appealed by the police. The police has filed a whole report, a 500-page report, where they've claimed the POCSO case does not stand. The minor victim who had filed a case against Brij Bhushan on sexual harassment, she had done it only out of anger. Her father and her decided to teach Brij Bhushan a lesson because she was dropped out of a tournament. These are words of the victim, and it's recorded by the police, and that's what's in that 500-page document extensively, with a lot more on how there's no evidence also to corroborate any kind of sexual harassment that has been done by Brij Bhushan on that minor. Now, that's one case. Anisha, to bring us a little more on the other. Anisha, while that is one FIR, the other FIR, please break that down for us and the severity of it. If you could tell us, that's the FIR now that possibly the entire case will lean on?
Well, yes, Nabila, clearly the second FIR for which the charge sheet is being filed at the Rouse Avenue Court, where my colleagues Arvind Ojha and Srishti Ojha are bringing us updates from the courtroom there. Now, remember, that particular charge sheet is with regard to allegations by the adult victims, the adult wrestlers. That includes charges under Section 354 of the IPC. That also includes 354D of the IPC, which is regarding allegations of molestation as well as stalking, which are there in this particular charge sheet. 354A, 354 and 354D, which is sexual harassment, molestation, outraging of modesty and stalking, which are the three charges in the filed by the adult wrestlers. Now, we will have to wait to see what exactly is the content of that particular charge sheet, but at this moment we are being told by our colleagues at the Rouse Avenue Court that the FIR, the police is filing a charge sheet for the offences of 354, 354A and 354D against Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh, as well as sections 109, 354 and 354A against Vinod Tomar, who is a co-accused in the case. So that is the information sent by our colleague Arvind Ojha from the Rouse Avenue Court, that the police has filed a detailed charge sheet against Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh and Vinod Tomar for outraging modesty of a woman, for intimidation of a woman, as well as sexual harassment. This charge sheet that is being filed before the Rouse Avenue Court is about 1,500 pages long, according to the information that we've received from our colleagues. But at the moment, as I said, we are waiting for the judge at the Rouse Avenue Court to take up these proceedings. They will then, the judge who is on duty today during the vacation, will then inform the police of what date they can bring the charge sheet before the concerned court, which is handling the MP MLA's cases on that particular day. And this is me explaining the procedure and the timeline now in the Rouse Avenue Court case. Since the 6 adult women have filed charges, and the charge sheet has been filed against Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh and Vinod Tomar for sexual harassment, outraging modesty and stalking, as well as intimidation. Now, on the next date of hearing, the court is going to take up the charge sheet. They will then decide whether they will take cognizance of the charge sheet. Once cognizance of the charge sheet is taken, then summons are issued to the accused to remain present in the court, unless the police, of course, decides to arrest Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh in the meantime. Now, but since these allegations are under Section 354, which carries about a 6-month to 3-year sentence, usually what happens in cases like these is that before charge sheet, if someone has not been arrested, it is unlikely that they will be arrested after filing of the charge sheet either. But then once the court takes cognizance of the case, summons the accused to face the charges, that is when the court can then decide whether they want to send the accused to custody during the trial period, or they want to grant them bail and let them be outside of jail. So all of that will now happen after the court at Rouse Avenue takes up the charge sheet that has been filed by the Delhi police, and that charge sheet is for offences of sexual harassment, outraging modesty and stalking. Back to you.
All right, this is, so it entirely leans on one FIR at this moment. The Delhi police now has filed a 500-page report at the Patiala House Court, where they've dropped the POCSO case that's been filed by the minor victim with this regard, and that very clearly says that they have no proof to corroborate her evidence, and the minor herself has testified that she was angry with Brij Bhushan, and so she and her father decided to teach him a lesson. Heavy security in the meanwhile has been deployed outside Brij Bhushan's residence right when this charge sheet has been filed, and this report of 500 page at the Patiala House Court. We see that Aishwarya Paliwal is in fact joining us live right from the spot. Aishwarya, if you're with us. All right, we're going to try and patch her. But for now, Anisha, the wrestlers, you saw them. You were at Haridwar when they reached that river Ganga to throw away their medals, their Olympic medals. They were distressed then. They suppose, I'm assuming that they're still distressed and hoping that strict action will be taken based on the allegations of sexual harassment that they've also filed. Now, with this case, with this development coming in, with the Delhi police itself dropping the POCSO Act, I wonder how the wrestlers itself would receive this piece of news.
Well, Nabila, we are still waiting for a response from the wrestlers. Our colleagues are trying to get in touch with the wrestlers. At this moment, at least, the wrestlers have not made any public statement so far, at least as far as I'm aware. But at this moment, remember, we were closely following what the wrestlers were saying, even at when the wrestlers had gone to Haridwar to drop their medals in the Ganga, saying that they are very, very upset at the way this entire situation is being handled. At that time also, their one demand so far has been the arrest of Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh. It has been that some strict action must be taken against him. Now, and discussing this particular case from a legal point of view. Now, as long as the POCSO charges were standing, the chances of the accused being arrested were much higher, because under the POCSO Act, the question of arrest of an accused, especially when a minor, the case of a minor is concerned, is much higher. Of course, once again, I will reiterate for our viewers that it is for the police to consider the evidence, it is for the police to consider the possibility of the accused influencing a victim. It is for the police to consider if the accused in a particular case could tamper with the evidence or affect the witnesses in a manner that could affect the outcome of the case. And that is where it is the responsibility of a police to arrest or choose to not arrest a person. And here in this particular case, we've seen that despite multiple demands by the wrestlers, the police chose again and again not to arrest Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh. And the police has chosen also to file a cancellation report here at the Patiala House Court in the case.
At this point, we see that the charge sheet has nearly 150 witnesses. So that's really a long list of witnesses that have been included in that charge sheet, which has been filed in court. 150 witnesses. I wonder how many of them have actually corroborated the adult's allegations of sexual harassment. At least the minor now. Her accusation of sexual harassment, she herself has withdrawn, and therefore the cops have dropped that POCSO case itself. This is surely weakened the case against Brij Bhushan. Let me cut across to Milan Sharma, who's right outside Brij Bhushan's residence. Milan, take us through the barricading. There's high security, we believe, right outside Brij Bhushan's residence. Is he inside? Any commotion that you see, people around?
Well, Nabila, at the moment we are outside Brij Bhushan Saran's Delhi residence, where he has been camping out for a few days, before going to Gonda. And there are barricades erected, yes, but of course there has been extreme amount of commotion in the area. There is security deployed since the beginning of the Jantar Mantar protest that the wrestlers started in this particular area. But for now, of course, as my colleague Anisha was also mentioning, there has been this understanding that despite there being a offence that was registered under the POCSO cases as well, the investigating officers perhaps did not find enough evidences to have put this in to perspective and gone ahead, because the statements were also changed by the minor. And as opposed to what you were discussing right now, you were saying there are 150 witnesses. Well, the Delhi police has actually interviewed more than 200 witnesses for the second F.I.R. that was filed under complaint of the 6 wrestlers, and that is when they have come to the 150 number. So more than 200 people were actually interviewed and questioned, and on the basis of this, there's a 1,500-page charge sheet that has been filed today by the Delhi police in the court. And when it comes to the arresting of Brij Bhushan, at the moment in the POCSO case, at least we are looking at a little relief. But even in the sections that have been put forward in the other F.I.R., which are very much cognizable and non-bailable, the idea is that there are multiple judgments in the Supreme Court that also put in place that if the punishment for these offences is less than 7 years, then the arrest and immediate arrest is not mandatory of the accused. And that is why legal experts or whether keep saying that for such cognizable offences that are non-bailable, especially in case of sexual assault where 354, 354A, 354D of stalking have been added, there should be an arresting which should become a norm. But there are multiple judgments, as my colleague Anisha also mentioned, wherein these arrests do not happen because the Supreme Court does not mandate for a fact that there should be an immediate arrest, and that is why Brij Bhushan Saran has still not been arrested. He has been travelling between Gonda and Delhi, and even yesterday in an interview to India Today, he has said that he is actually suffering due to a political conspiracy. But of course, all this is in court right now, all this in front of the Delhi police. And on the other hand, you know, they are also waiting for, we are also waiting for information of what actually details in the F.I.R. of the 1500-pager charge sheet that has been filed, and all the allegations that have been levelled of Brij Bhushan Saran, and whether the investigating officer actually feels that there is enough corroboration at that point to arrest him immediately. But at the moment, Nabila, where I am, outside his house, we don't see that happening today.
All right. So clearly the BJP MP Brij Bhushan, all the clout that he usually holds, it seems like there's absolute silence right outside his house with huge security deployment. Clearly with the POCSO case that's been dropped on Brij Bhushan, the case has certainly now become weaker. Milind, that's the question I've been asking on the wrestlers who have been promised by the government that on the 15th of June, that's the deadline that they'd given, there will be a charge sheet that will be filed. That was projected in a way that they will get justice. But now with the POCSO case being dropped, of course, it's got to be as per facts. One can't make up stories or make up a case. If there isn't a case, then the police has gone with that. It appears they've dropped the POCSO case because the minor victim has withdrawn the complaint. Now, considering that, the whole case itself becomes weaker. So the possibility of an arrest of Brij Bhushan is again a big question.
Absolutely, Nabila. We've been discussing the possibilities of his arrest, but as I just mentioned, and as Anisha, our colleague, has also been talking about the specific judgments that have been mentioned in the Supreme Court that don't mandate arrests for such sort of sections that have been put as well. And if we detail in sections 354A, D, and these are sections of sexual assault, these are sections of stalking that have been put. But when we talk about the POCSO as well, in section 10 of POCSO that was put on Brij Bhushan Saran by the Delhi police, there was, an alteration or change in statement and taking back of statement by the minor, where the wrestlers also alleged that the father and the family was being put under immense pressure and duress to take back those statements. And this is something that the wrestlers have said to us on record as well. And therefore, at this moment, Delhi police also does not have it easy right now, because they had to submit a 500-pager cancellation report for the F.I.R. of POCSO to be cancelled. Now, the court also has to take cognizance of this entire report, and it is up to the Delhi police also to prove why and how they are going forward with this cancellation at the moment. And as our colleague Sanjay Sharma has also been pointing out, it's not just the POCSO Section 10 offences, but also offences under 350.
Right. Stay with us, Milind. Public Prosecutor Atul speaking. Let's cut across.
जज साहब ने इसे सीएमएम साहब के लिए रख दिया है जी। अब सीएमएम साहब क्या ये 22 जून को आगे अग्रिम सुनवाई के लिए रखा सीएमएम राव जेवेन्यू सर।
कौन से सेक्शन में
सर व्हाट चार्जेस हैव बीन मेंशन्ड इन द
चार्जशीट हैज बीन फाइल्ड अंडर सेक्शन 354, 354D, 354A and 506 पार्ट 1 ऑफ द आईपीसी।
ये अवेलेबल ऑफेंसेस सब सर इन सेक्शंस सजा कितने एक्यूज बनाए गए हैं सर कितने एक्यूज बनाए गए हैं। अच्छा सर एक और चीज बता दीजिए, पटियाला
आज यहाँ पे हमने चार्जशीट फाइल करी है जी, और जज साहब ने इसे सीएमएम साहब के लिए रख दिया है जी। अब सीएमएम साहब क्या ये 22 जून को आगे अग्रिम सुनवाई के लिए रखा सीएमएम राव जेवेन्यू सर। कौन से सेक्शन में
सर व्हाट चार्जेस हैव बीन मेंशन्ड इन द
चार्जशीट हैज बीन फाइल्ड अंडर सेक्शन 354, 354D, 354A and 506 पार्ट 1 ऑफ द आईपीसी।
ये अवेलेबल ऑफेंसेस सब इन सेक्शंस कितने एक्यूज बनाए गए हैं सर कितने एक्यूज बनाए गए हैं। अच्छा सर एक और चीज बता दीजिए, पटियाला
All right, Shreya joins us for more. Shreya, as we see that the court is now in summer break, and by the time they open up, we believe that the wrestlers have no other choice but to hold on to their protests. They have promised that they will not begin their protests until the 15th of June. Is there any likelihood now, with the fact that the police have dropped the POCSO case, now the matter is in court, do you believe that the wrestlers possibly might just come back and hit the streets and protest yet again? They had said until 15 June, they too will not protest.
Well, first and foremost, Nabila, we need to understand the severity of the charges that's been filed against Brij Bhushan in the case where the 6 wrestlers had been complainants. Now, in the POCSO, indeed, the Delhi police has moved for a cancellation of the F.I.R. But when we talk about the other charge sheet, the Delhi police has filed a charge sheet against Brij Bhushan and Vinay Tomar under 3 sections. That is 354, which is assault, physical assault to outrage the modesty of a woman. 354A, which is intending of making colored sexual remarks, and 506, which intends to intimidation. So these are the 3 sections against which the Delhi police has filed a charge sheet against Brij Bhushan and Vinay Tomar. So that is at least one charge sheet where the Delhi police is corroboratory, saying that they have some evidence which they have found against Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh, maybe in the form of statements or any other corroboratory evidence. So one charge sheet, somewhere down the line, probably the wrestlers might respond in a positive manner. When we talk about the POCSO case, here the Delhi police has said that they are not finding any evidence after completion of investigation, and under section 173 CRPC, they have sought a cancellation of report. Now, in both the cases, Nabila, it will be the court which will now decide the fate of Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh. In Patiala House Court on the 4th of July, when the cancellation of report will be taken up, it will be interesting to see whether the court believes the second statement that was given by the minor's father and the minor, or the initial statement that was recorded by the Delhi police. To substantiate these statements, remember, the Delhi police has also attached some evidence in seal cover in the Patiala House Court. So we will have to wait till the court reopens and what the court decides on that cancellation report. And on the other hand, when it comes to the charge sheet in the Rouse Avenue Court, the Delhi police will go ahead, the court will go ahead, take a cognizance on the charge sheet, and subsequently we will now hear, the matter be heard in that same case again. So one thing for sure, the Delhi police is somewhere down the line put the ball in the court, and the court will now be the main factor deciding the fate of Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh. We can't really say that it's a complete win for Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh, because there is at least one charge sheet where he has been named as an accused under 3 sections.
All right, so Milind, for a little more on that. Milind, tell us more on the wrestlers and their sentiment at this point. Of course, we believe that they have not spoken to the media as yet. We're going to try and reach out to them. But this must have come as a setback in their nearly 4-month-long protest. That the protest actually began. They went to Jantar Mantar 2 months after January. In fact, sat in Jantar Mantar for nearly a month and a half. All right, stay with us. I'm cutting across to the Delhi police speaking, the PRO of the Delhi police speaking on this case.
फाइल कर दी है. इसमें सेक्शन 354, 354A और D इनके तहत हमने ब्रिज भूषण है उनके खिलाफ, और मिस्टर विनोद तोमर हैं उनके खिलाफ भी 109, 354A, 354 एंड 506 IPC में चार्जशीट दाखिल कर दी है.
और मैम जो पॉक्सो वाला मैटर था उसमें
पॉक्सको में हमने कैंसिलेशन के लिए फ़ाइल किया है. ये हमने बेस किया है जो कंप्लेनेंट हैं उनकी स्टेटमेंट पर और जो एलिज्ड विक्टिम हैं उनकी स्टेटमेंट के ऊपर. तो बेस्ड ऑन दैट कैंसिलेशन रिपोर्ट हैज़ बीन फाइल्ड. We had registered the F.I.R. on the complaint of wrestlers who were alleging harassment against WFI president. In that case, today we have filed a charge sheet in the concerned court under section 354, 354A and D, and the court proceedings will start shortly. And there was another case under POCSCO in which we have filed the cancellation report based on the statement given by the complainant, who was the father of the alleged victim, as well as on the statement of the victim itself.
All right, the Delhi police PRO. In fact, this is, of course, what was expected. It's not really come as a surprise, considering that the victim itself, the minor victim, had withdrawn the case or the complaint itself, saying that she had done it out of anger. Now, the Delhi police dropping the POCSO case and filing this 500-page report, saying there's no evidence to corroborate the allegations of sexual harassment by the minor, and considering she herself has testified the case of POCSO does not stand, has not come as a surprise. This was expected. Shreya, for a little more on that. Shreya, this was certainly expected, right? India Today spoke to the father of the victim as well, and he clearly said that this was done out of anger. But one would have assumed that the Delhi police would have taken slightly longer from the time that the father actually withdrew the case and he spoke to India Today. That was the time he also testified with the Delhi police. The Delhi police should have ideally taken longer. I'm not too sure if they've been super effective in coming out with every investigation. They've really fast-tracked in such a way that they've managed to file this 500-page report in barely a week's time. But really, one would assume that this would have taken a little longer, considering the POCSO Act very clearly says even if the victim withdraws the complaint, it's on the onus of the police to really investigate whether this was done on coercion or not, whether this was by force or not. But clearly, the police have managed to wrap it up in 7 days.
Well, first and foremost, Nabila, we just really need to understand that the statement that was changed by the minor and the minor's father was on the 1st of June. So if we go on the timeline, the Delhi police has taken at least 15 days from the statements being changed to obviously collect corroboratory evidence which can actually verify that the second statement was right and the first statement was done in a fit of anger, and probably that's why the police as a law enforcement agency has chosen to believe the second statement. However, that does not mean that already the POCSO case has been dropped against Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh. What it means that the Delhi police has not found any evidence in the POCSO case, and they have chosen to believe the second statement that has been given by the minor's father and the minor. What happens from now is the court. The court will now be deciding that which statement they will rely upon. Whether it will be the initial two statements, that is the 161 statement before the police and the 164 statement before the magistrate, or the second 164 statement before the magistrate that was recorded on the 1st of June. So we have to understand that the Delhi police did not immediately file for a closure report. They investigated the case and they waited for at least 2 weeks after the statement was changed, and then they have now filed a cancellation report of the cancellation of F.I.R, something that is upon the court to decide whether or not they will cancel the F.I.R or they will ask the Delhi police to further investigate the case.
Right. So about 2 weeks, that's 15 days is how long that the police has taken. If I could cut across to Anisha. Anisha, if you're still with us, give us a sense on how far can the police go ahead to arrest Brij Bhushan now that the POCSO case is dropped? How severe is this case? Does it still remain serious? Of course, one knows when an F.I.R has been filed against someone on sexual harassment charges, the case is serious. The police will have to take this up immediately and adequately. But the fact that this is not a POCSO case, could that mean that he could escape arrest? Anisha, if you're with us. Lost her connection there. I'm going to cut back to Shreya. Shreya, over to you on that. As we see at this point, the POCSO case has been dropped by the Delhi police. Of course, we're going to wait for the court to decide whether this stands, whether they are willing to drop it as per the appeal of the police in that report, or whether this stays, whether direction is going out to the police to investigate further. That we'll know only on the 4th of July. We believe that's the date been given. But for now, will Brij Bhushan or can Brij Bhushan be arrested by the police based on the F.I.R filed by the adults, the sexual harassment charges that the adults have made? That's another F.I.R. On that too, a charge sheet has been filed. Close to 150 witnesses have been recorded and presented as part of that report. Based on that, do you believe the police can arrest Brij Bhushan? And how far is, if at all, he is convicted of sexual harassment on the adults, what is the likely punishment for Brij Bhushan here?
Well, first and foremost, the sections that have been filed against Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh are bailable sections. So even if we see an arrest, it will be interesting to see what the courts decide. But remember, there are, the court will actually now be the deciding factor on whether or not they will also be commenting on the investigation done by the Delhi police. Because if we talk about the entire case, Delhi police has received a lot of flack ever since the complaint was filed before the Connaught Place police station. Delhi police did not immediately file an FIR. The wrestlers had to move the court. It was then the direction from the Supreme Court on the basis of which Delhi police registered the FIR. There was a delay in registering 164 statements. Again, the wrestlers chose to move the court, and then 164 statements were recorded. So somewhere down the line, as we talk about what will be the fate of Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh, it's important to point out that while the course of investigation or the trial in the court begins, it will be interesting to see the observations the court will make on the investigation that the Delhi police has also done into the case. As of now, in one case, the Delhi police has found Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh accused under sexual harassment, stalking and making coloured sexual remarks, and they have also found Vinay Tomar, who is a WFI official and accused in the case. So two of them have been mentioned as an accused in the complaint that was lodged by 6 of the major complainants. When we come to the POXO matter, there the Delhi police hasn't found any evidence that POXO charges should be attracted against Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh, is why they have moved for a cancellation report based on the statements that have been changed by the father of the minor and the minor. Now, we spoke with the minor's father exactly a week back. Last Thursday is when the minor's father spoke to India Today and Aaj Tak and very categorically mentioned that the reason he changed the statement was the first statement was given in a fit of anger. As per what he said, that during the 2022 Asian Championship, he felt that his daughter was actually discriminated during the selection procedure, and he felt that the reason or the person who was behind that was Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh. That is why they went against and filed a false case against Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh. So that was the change of statement that the minor's father also corroborated to India Today.
Right, stay with us. Shreya, I'm going to quickly cut across to Atul, who's the public prosecutor speaking to the media. Listen in.
इस वाले प्लीज सर ब्रिज भूषण शरण के अलावा किसी का नाम है? दूसरा कौन है सर?
2 persons are there. That much I can say.
Mr. Srivastava, is there sufficient evidence for the trial in this case?
How many accused? Court who has to see from our side, yes.
इस वाले प्लीज सर ब्रिज भूषण शरण के अलावा किसी का नाम है? दूसरा कौन है सर?
2 persons are there. That much I can say.
All right, well, there you have Atul, who's in fact speaking. There's a lot more information that is awaited, but as of now, the court is shut as they are currently on summer holiday break. They're going to resume on the 1st of July. The case will be taken up on the 4th. India Today is on top of the story. Thank you very much, our reporters, for joining us. I'm going to slip into a short break at the moment. Coming up next, on the other side, 5 hours away from Biparjoy, the cyclone to have its landfall. 9 states on cyclone Biparjoy's alert. We're going to take you through every detail on this cyclone storm that's coming up on the other side of a short break. Stay tuned to India Today.
Pranav Salkar saw his mother struggle to get water after coming back from work every day. The nearest source of water was half a kilometer away. Pained by this sight, the 14-year-old took matters into his own hands. He started digging a well, and in 4 days, he struck gold.
त्याला मी एक सूचना दिली होती काही ते खून कण थोडंसा पाणी लागतो का आपण बघूया. नंतर आम्ही मग कामावर जायची सुरुवात केली. मग त्यांनी मनापासून सुरुवात केली खोदायला. त्याच्याकरता त्यांनी खोदता 3-4 दिवस त्यांनी लावले आणि पाणी लागलं.
Pranav's parents speak fondly of their son's efforts. They recount how he had made a ladder to dig out soil from the pit.
आम्ही मजुरी करतो आणि संध्याकाळी येतो काम करून. मग मला त्रास होतो म्हणून माझ्या मुलाने विहीर खोदली 4 दिवसात. मला आनंद वाटतो.
ते पाणी तुम्ही वापरता का?
त्या पाणी आम्ही वापरतो.
Kelve village in Palghar gets piped water thrice a week. To Pranav's parents, who work as labourers, the well is a relief. And it goes without saying, Pranav is now a hero in his village. Bureau Report, India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 42 and minimum 29 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 31 and minimum 28 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 45 and minimum 31 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 33 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 36 and minimum 30 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 39 and minimum 27 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode. Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 42 and minimum 29 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 31 and minimum 28 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 45 and minimum 31 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 33 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 36 and minimum 30 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 39 and minimum 27 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling talking from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Co-powered by
The world comes together at Sharda University.
All right, well, Cyclone Biparjoy right now in about an hour or two. It's going to hit. The landfall is going to be occurring with 9 states largely affected. A high alert has been issued. And what are the do's and don'ts? India Today currently on that story. We're going to take you through every detail and every image coming from across India, the area especially that are affected by the cyclone. The headlines first. Now, less than 2 hours, Cyclone Biparjoy all set to make landfall. Gujarat coast on high alert. NDRF and SDRF teams currently on standby. India Today at cyclone epicenter. India Today reports amid heavy rains and gusty winds. Cops recommend cancellation of POCSO case against Brij Bhushan. Says no proof in the minor's case. Brij was charged with sexual harassment, stalking and outraging women's modesty. The minor has pulled out the charges. The adult's complaint against him still stays. AIADMK files a complaint with the ED to take action against Udayanithi Stalin based on Minister P. Tyagarajan's audio clip. Right, here the cyclone in about 2 hours' time is going to make landfall. India Today very into this story at this point, bringing all the images. I'm going to cut across to the defining moments as the cyclone is all now set to hit the Kutch region of Gujarat. We're seeing alerts that has been sounded. Gujarat braces for the cyclone Biparjoy. India Today continues to report from the cyclone epicenter. Reporters on ground currently to continue bringing us updates from Mandvi, Dwarka, Mumbai as well. Heavy rains, gusty winds, high tides. India Today reporters currently in the eye of the storm continues to bring all the fearless factual ground reports, all the images of this deadly cyclone. India Today also to track Biparjoy, the maximum reporters as we've deployed all on the west coast. Cyclone Biparjoy, classified as a severe cyclonic storm, will cross Saurashtra and Kutch, as well as the adjoining Pakistan coast between Mandvi and Karachi near Gujarat's Jakau port today. Mandvi witnessed high tide triggered by cyclone Biparjoy as Mandvi coast. At the Mandvi coast, in fact, cyclone is expected to make landfall in Gujarat a little later today. Strong winds were seen in the coast town of Mandvi as Biparjoy approaches Gujarat's coast to make a landfall this evening. Mandvi is witnessing extremely heavy rainfall today due to the cyclone. All right, now barely a few hours away for the cyclone to make its landfall. Cyclone Biparjoy is all set to hit the Gujarat region today. Severe cyclonic storm is expected to cause massive damage. NDRF as well as the SDRF teams currently on standby. The army is also prepared to assist in relief efforts. Gujarat government has shifted about 74,000 people from the coastal areas to makeshift shelters in anticipation of powerful cyclone. Strong winds, heavy rains, turbulent sea conditions that has been witnessed in beach town Mandvi as Biparjoy approaches fast along the Gujarat coast to make its landfall this evening. Red alert has also been issued for Saurashtra, Dwarka, Porbandar and Kutch coasts. Jamnagar, Rajkot, Junagadh and Morbi are all areas that are likely to be witnessing some severe impact of this cyclone. Those are the images coming in from 3 different regions. Mandvi in Gujarat, that's currently on high alert. 3 angles showing you the kind of strong winds as our reporters braving all those weather conditions are on ground to bring you every element and the image of this cyclone. Let's cut across to our ground reporters braving this. Take a look.
And it's a pre-impact of cyclone Biparjoy, which has hit the coastal line of West Gujarat in West Kutch, and this is Mandvi port, and it just started 5 minutes ago. Now literally standing against this current, massive wind speed is next to impossible. And you see the creek right behind me. Just an hour ago almost there was a clear surface visible. The water level is barely more than 5 to 6 feet, but all you see now totally a rough ocean with a high current. And all of a sudden this started barely 5 to 10 minutes ago. All of a sudden like someone pushed you. So literally, you know, it requires really a resistance to face this kind of wind speed. Though there is a prediction by the Met Department, the cyclone will slow down up to around 10 km per hour. So even in that case, the maximum speed will be 130 to 140 kmph. But you see, this kind of situation, almost the village across this creek of Mandvi, everything is now invisible. So that is how the impact of a pre-cyclone landfall is quite seen here in Mandvi, the part of Kutch, which is going to be the epicenter of this tragedy, as the eye of the storm will be passing through at far distance from here. But the radius of the ice storm is literally bringing havoc. At Mandvi with Sanjay, I'm Brij Bhushan for India Today. And the pre-impact of this landfall of cyclone Biparjoy is already visible in parts of Kutch and Mandvi. Almost everything goes invisible now. The creeks, very rough ocean, and the wind speed. This is literally going to create havoc in this region of Kutch. In fact, even standing at this place is next to impossible now. I can see literally the weather has deteriorated. All machineries are on standby. Quick response team will be at its station. In fact, look at the wind speed. It is very difficult to even face this. In Kutch, Mandvi with Sanjay Kumar, I'm Brij Bhushan for India Today. जहाँ मैं खड़ा था, यहाँ ये लगभग तटीय इलाका है, ये क्रीक है, दरिया का पानी यहाँ से होके गुजरता है, यहाँ नाव खड़ी होती हैं और यहाँ काफ़ी कुछ देखने के लिए होता है, लेकिन अब यहाँ सब कुछ इनविजिबल है और ऊपर से पानी जो है इस क्रीक में, इसका करंट है वो बहुत ज़्यादा है। 5-10 मिनट में पहले ही ये शुरू हुआ और ऐसा लगा जैसे किसी ने धक्का दे दिया हो, लोग खड़े और पूरी ताकत से कोई आपको धकेल रहा है। इस हवा के सामने इंसान का भी खड़ा रहना मुश्किल है। आप ये समझ सकते हैं कि जब इसकी रफ्तार 130-140 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे के हिसाब से आगे बढ़ेगी तो स्थिति क्या होगी। अभी तो सिर्फ समझिए कि 3 बजने में काफ़ी समय है, उसके पहले जो शुरुआत हुई है अगर वो इतनी भीषण है तो जब ये लैंडफॉल होगा, ये तूफान इस इलाके से गुजरेगा तो अपने साथ किस तरह का प्रकोप लेकर के आएगा। ये जो तस्वीरें देखने वो बेहद भयावह है और इसी के लिए आप समझिए कि सरकार की ओर से, प्रशासन की ओर से वो तैयारियां की गई थी। बरसात की थपेड़ी ये जो बूंदें गिर रही हैं, ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे पीठ पर कोई हंटर मार रहा हो। ये मोटी जैकेट के बाद ये हवा जो है, ये जो इसके साथ जो बूंदें आ रही हैं वो चोट पहुंचा रही हैं। तो अभी तो सिर्फ ये प्री पैक्ड है, हालांकि अचानक से फिर बरसात बंद हुई है, लेकिन हवा काफ़ी तेज़ है और ये जब जैसे जैसे अपनी इंटेंसिटी आगे बढ़ाएगा लैंडफॉल के करीब जाते जाते, तब हालात और असामान्य होते जाएंगे। मानवी पोर्ट से संजय कुमार के साथ मैं आशुतोष।
जिस तरीके से हवा की रफ्तार यहाँ पे चल रही है, हम खड़े नहीं रह पा रहे हैं। लगातार आप एक बिल्डिंग के सामने आ गए हैं, लेकिन यहाँ पे खड़े रह पाना, आंखें खोल पाना भी मुश्किल हो रहा है। और आपको दिखा दूँ, जिस तरीके से यहाँ पे कुछ भी दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है। आप 100 मीटर को देखेंगे तो 100 मीटर, 100 मीटर तक का भी विजिबिलिटी नहीं है। यानी जिस तरीके से हवा और बारिश ये दोनों हो रहा है और चक्रवात का जो असर है वो अब धीरे धीरे दिखना शुरू हो चुका है। ये मांडवी का जो पॉट इलाका है वहाँ पे हम इस वक्त मौजूद है, लेकिन सामने कुछ भी दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है। पूरी तरीके से इमारत तक को देख पाना मुश्किल साबित हो रहा है। देखिए, ये अब साइक्लोन का जो असर है वो धीरे धीरे शुरू हो गया है और 12 बजे हाई टाइड होगी। अंदाज़ा लगाया जा रहा है कि जहाँ पे इस वक्त हम मौजूद है, पॉट का इलाका, वहाँ पे समुंदर का पानी आ जाएगा। कम से कम 7 से 8 फीट ऊपर हम लोग खड़े हुए हैं। तो यहाँ पे जब समुंदर का पानी आ जाएगा तो हम लोगों को भी बोल दिया गया है कि मीडिया उस साइड नहीं जाएगी जिस साइड समंदर है। लेकिन ये सामने का इलाका आपको दिखा रहे हैं जहाँ पे इस वक्त तेज़ हवाएं चल रही है। देखिए, ये हवाएं इतनी ज़्यादा है कि बिल्कुल खड़े नहीं रह पा रहे हैं। लगातार यहाँ पे सब कुछ हिल रहा है और पूरी तरीके से आपको ये एहसास हो जाएगा कि किस तरीके से चक्रवात जो है वो मांडवी के आसपास के इलाके में यहाँ पे पहुँच चुका है। उसका जो इम्पैक्ट है वो देखना शुरू हो चुका है।
आज सुबह साइक्लोन विपर्जय नॉर्थ ईस्टवर्ड गति करते हुए सौराष्ट्र कच्छ कोस्ट की तरफ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और जखाओ से लगभग 180 किलोमीटर दूरी पे साउथ वेस्ट दिशा पे नॉर्थ ईस्ट अरेबियन सी में केंद्रीभूत है। अभी इसका जो विंड स्पीड है वो भी 125 to 135 गोस्टिंग टू 150 किलोमीटर पर आवर चल रहा है और आज शाम तक ये तट के पास पहुंचेगा और जखाओ के आसपास सौराष्ट्र कच्छ और पाकिस्तान कोस्ट को हिट करेगा और तब इसका विंड स्पीड 115 to 125 kmph गोस्टिंग टू 140 kmph होने का पूर्वानुमान किया गया है, जो कि एक वेरी सीवियर साइक्लोन स्टॉर्म है।
जो मेरे पास संख्या है, जो तटीय इलाके हैं उसमें 0 से 5 किलोमीटर वाले, 5 से 10 किलोमीटर वाले गांव को आइडेंटिफाई किया है और लो लाइन गांव को आइडेंटिफाई किया है। कुल 1 लाख जितने लोग आज की तारीख में इवैक्यूएट कर लिए गए हैं। सुबह 9 बजे की स्थिति है। हैवी रेनफॉल से, वेरी हैवी रेनफॉल से फ्लडिंग होती है, उसमें ड्राउनिंग हो सकती है और प्रॉपर्टी का नुकसान हो सकता है। इस तरह की दिक्कतों के लिए नॉर्मल लाइफ डिसरप्ट होती है क्योंकि पेड़ उखड़ेंगे और बिजली के पोल गिरते हैं तो जो साधारण जनजीवन है डिस्टर्ब होता है। तो इसको जितना जल्दी हम रिस्टोर कर पाएँ और मिनिमम लॉस ऑफ लाइफ इंश्योर कर पाएँ, हमारा टारगेट हमेशा 0 लॉस ऑफ लाइफ रहता है, तो वो बिगेस्ट चैलेंज होगा।
We have 23 disaster relief teams which are there. The next course of action is that the process continues. We have been again and again warning the oil handling agencies because with the storm being heavy, there are oil handling agencies in the Gulf of Kutch which might be affected. The state admin authorities, the NDRF, the SDRF are doing the necessary evacuations. Out at sea, we had warned all the fishermen, we have warned all the merchant mariners to be clear of.
All right, that's the Kutch region of Gujarat where we're seeing huge, strong winds, at least 60 to 70 kilometers per hour right now, the wind speed. And we believe teams have already reviewed conditions in the coastal areas, the low-lying areas. People have been evacuated. A whopping 74,000 people have been evacuated from these low-lying areas, with security forces, the NDRF, SDRF teams that have been deployed on ground for any kind of eventuality. In fact, this is an appeal that's going out by the security forces, asking people to stay indoors as far as possible and step out only and only if it's an emergency. Guidelines has been issued by the government. In fact, in Gujarat itself, the Gujarat Home Minister Harsh Sanghvi there reviewing the situation himself. The Gujarat government there has sent out a clear direction for people not to venture out into any part or any area of the coastline. I'm going to quickly cut across to Ashutosh, who's been really brave to stand along those windy conditions. Ashutosh, we saw those reports that you brought us from on ground. The wind speed seems quite severe. There was some talk a little earlier whether the cyclone's intensity has weakened, but clearly from the visuals that we see here on ground, it looks as intense.
Well, Nabila, Met Department has said that it is going to weakening further, but even in that case, the winds, the velocity is going to be above 130 kmph, and because of this, we have always seen the first kind of wave that literally triggered, and that was very severe, and that has resulted to these kind of situation, and which was also always a prediction, and always happens in a case of a storm or a cyclonic situation, that in the coastal lines, what we see, already the uprooting of these trees have begun, and these are the members from the QRT, Quick Response Team. The first priority was to evacuate, and later when the storm hits, the cyclone hits the coastal areas, due to a result of these falling of the trees or street lights or the internet connections, mobile towers, so all these are going to be significant infrastructure, and restoring is going to be really challenging, and particularly people from the low-lying areas where they potentially would require supply of food, supplies of essential medicines, passage of ambulances. So these are the biggest roadblock that would possibly happen as and when the cyclone, landfalls. But clearly, even before that, it all has started in certain parts of Mandvi, and that's what you see. We are bringing these pictures that how the quick response team from the administration, from the local authorities are really very active, and because of this proactiveness, all these steps were already taken in advance. It's just a matter of a couple of hours, we'll see the landfall, and gradually the radius will widen further, and when the landfall hits the coastal line, gradually the wind speed, and of course we are already seeing the rough ocean with high tide, so that is going to really affect particularly this part of Mandvi really worse. But we are only hopeful, and of course people are praying from the safe passage from these cyclonic activities.
From what we hear, Ashutosh, we believe that nearly 74,000 people from low-lying areas have already been evacuated by the security forces. Tell us a little more. Where have they been placed? Are they makeshift camps that the governments have set up? And what are the areas that we're talking about where people have been evacuated? Were they homes, where legit concrete homes are along those low-lying areas?
Yes. And remember, the 5-kilometer radius that was set, that was a perimeter that was set by the administration. The impact once it hits due to the cyclone, even the ocean, even the high tide, that would potentially affect the 5-kilometer radius of the population. So that density from the low-lying areas, or even those who will potentially hit by the storm, by the cyclone, they all shifted to such concrete structures, including Swaminarayan Temple, including the local schools, and all other vacated premises which were available for the administration. So the people were taken to those places. There are adequate arrangements of genset for the power restoring, and of course the food and medicines all along with the ambulances. As far as NDRF is concerned, they are patrolling along with the local police, local agencies, because if there is a flood-like situation, for example, in the low-lying areas, water when it recedes goes down to the ocean. But when there is a high tide situation, it will throw back the water in the low-lying area. So that will trigger a flood-like situation. Then the rescue operation would be, first priority of the NDRF. But because the people have already been evacuated, that situation may not arrive here in Mandvi or any part of this Kutch region. So that remains really going to be a breather for the agencies, because the proactive steps were already taken. All are now bracing only for the impact. When the impact takes place, eventually these kind of images will be very common all along the coastal line. So uprooting of the trees, falling of the mobile tower, communication tower, everything. That will disrupt the light, and restoring and bringing back to the normalcy, that will remain a major challenge for the entire government, for the entire machinery here.
All right, there's, as we see there, the wind speed is at least 70 kilometers per hour. That's what's reported. In fact, the intensity, as one would have expected for it to weaken, we believe that it has worsened. This is the cyclone-affected area where we're seeing the most affected areas around the Kutch region. That's precisely the map of Gujarat. As we see here, there is the cyclone that's currently going to be falling along the Kutch and Dwarka region. This is precisely through our graphical representation, showing you exactly where the landfall will happen and what are the areas that will be most affected. So Kutch, Dwarka, as we see here, Porbandar, these are areas where the cyclone landfall will hit. At this point, all the low-lying areas around here are all evacuated. Nearly 74,000 people, that's the estimate here, 74,000 people who have already been evacuated from these areas of also Junagadh, as we see, Jamnagar areas. We see this exact region here of Gujarat is where the landfall will be affecting the most. It's going to have the most devastating effects. But of course, the team, security personnel who are on ground are going to ensure that the impact in terms of damage is minimal. As we see the area here, this is precisely area where it's going to be most affected, including Morbi, Jamnagar, Rajkot, Junagadh, Porbandar, Dwarka and Kutch. This is precisely the zone where the landfill will hit, and we're only hoping that people will take the word of the government and the security officials when it comes to not venturing out, basically obeying the orders of not venturing out into these areas because of strong winds and the high tides. It's very likely, you never know what kind of conditions this could pose, whether this could lead to flooding. The storm could be such where anyone caught in that storm could be, dragged by the winds. It's very likely the scenario is complex and dynamic. One does not know. Even the Met Department cannot really gauge on the kind of damage and the extent of it that this cyclone could pose. Our reporters, of course, on ground, bringing us every update as the cyclone is now fast approaching. In fact, I'm going to quickly cut across our reporters as they're on ground. I'm going to say this again, kudos to them for braving this kind of wind and weather conditions. Paras Dhama, who's right now also joining us. We have Ashutosh Mishra. We also have Gopi Manyar. These are our really brave reporters who are weathering these conditions. And those are the images that we bring to you all the way from Manvi, Kutch, Dwarka, also Mumbai. Mumbai has also been put on high alert, especially the coastal areas. They've been asked not to venture out to the ocean. No tourists at the beach. Unfortunately, 4 young boys died just about 3 days ago due to high tides. And despite a warning, despite the beach being closed for tourists, those young boys there ventured in. And out of 7, 4 of them lost their lives. They drowned out of high tides. So this is a warning that we at India Today also giving out as per the rules and notifications issued by the government and the Met Department, the NDRF, SDRF teams. Do not, we make ourselves clear, do not venture out into the ocean at this point. The tides are really high, not wanting to take a chance. This is of course for the safety of yourself. Those are images coming in from Mumbai itself. The Mumbai beach is fully cordoned off. Tourists are not allowed. One would see otherwise people there in hordes enjoying the beach, but none of those areas are allowed for people to venture into. Paras Dhama, who joins us. Paras, go on, please give us more. What's the preparedness coming in from Mumbai's Juhu beach? Is that where you are?
Yes, Nabila, the preparation has been already done before 3-4 days, because this is a very situational thing and very important thing to do when this type of cyclone was passing through the Mumbai area. This is the Juhu beach where all the precautionary measures has been taken. Not only the Juhu area, all 6 chowpatis of Mumbai has been closed for common peoples. Plus, there are many agencies which are posted over here. There are Mumbai police which are patrolling every 5 minutes to see if no one is entering this area, Juhu beach area. Barricading has been done by Mumbai police, plus lifeguard teams has been posted over here. There are more than 12-13 lifeguard which are posted in shifts to help people if anything happens. Weather department has also cleared one thing: there is no major threat of cyclone Biparjoy in Mumbai and Maharashtra, because it has passed on to Jakhau now. So when it will hit to Jakhau, it can put little impact in Mumbai, but right now the situation is under control. But there are many agencies which are on alert. Coast Guard is on alert, Navy is on alert, Mumbai Police is on alert. So there are precautionary measures which has been taken by the local administration if anything happens.
Okay, so precautionary measures been taken, but Paris, tell us about the winds there. Is it as severe? What we saw in Gujarat, though, was certainly something that we've got to worry about. But we see a slightly more calm atmosphere right behind you.
It's a little bit calm right now because in the morning there were high tides, there were 4-5 meter waves which were there, but right now situation is under control. Sea is not that much rough. That was in the morning time when it was 10:40 a.m. where there was a high tide, but right now there is no major things to worry about. Weather department has also cleared that, but still people have to take care. Local administration have told local people not to come nearby the sea area because anything can happen, because it's a natural calamity, anything can happen. So right now we can see the sea is not that much rough. We can see waves because a few hours ago the height has been gone. So there are not major stuff which is happening over here in Mumbai right now, but people has been told to take care of themselves, not to come nearby the sea. Local fishermen has told not to go inside the sea.
All right, so they've been asked very clearly not to venture into the sea. Do not be fooled by the calm conditions there in Mumbai. As Paris Dama tells us, a little earlier in the day, there were really strong winds and high tides at that point. Situation may have calmed slightly in Mumbai at this point and right in the afternoon, but about 2 hours time we are hoping that that cyclone will make landfall, and we're really hoping at this point that the impact of it is bare minimum. Of course, India has taken all precautionary measures. We see the government has already ensured security forces are adequately deployed. 74,000, that's a large number. Those are the numbers who have been evacuated from all kinds of low-lying areas along the Kutch region. That's visuals showing in of our reporters right in the center of your screens of Ashutosh really trying to brave the strong winds that's currently hitting the region of Kutch right about 1 hour, 45 minutes away from the landfall. Cyclone Biparjoy, the cyclone's name itself means disaster. That's a name given by, in fact, we know that this is what the meaning of this word Biparjoy is disaster. That's the real interpretation to it. As we see this cyclone fast approaching, we see people have already moved out of all kinds of low-lying areas around the vicinity. Ashutosh, I'm going to cut across again, bringing us that report from ground. These are only reports that show you the conditions on ground, so it's also a warning of sorts that you've got to take to ensure not to venture out into these zones.
And it's a pre-impact of Cyclone Biparjoy, which has hit the coastal line of West Gujarat in West Kutch. And this is Mandavi Port. And it just started 5 minutes ago. Now, literally, standing against this current, massive wind speed is next to impossible. And you see the creek right behind me. Just an hour ago, almost, there was a clear surface visible. The water level is barely more than 5 to 6 feet. But all you see now, totally a rough ocean with a high current. And all of a sudden, this just started barely 5 to 10 minutes ago. All of a sudden, like someone pushed you. So literally, you know, it requires really a resistance to face this kind of wind speed. Though there is a prediction by the Met Department, the cyclone will slow down up to around 10 km per hour. So even in that case, the maximum speed will be 130 to 140 kmph. But you see, this kind of situation, almost the village across this creek of Mandavi, everything is now invisible. So that is how the impact of a pre-cyclone landfall is quite seen here in Mandavi, the part of Kutch, which is going to be the epicenter of this tragedy, as the eye of the storm will be passing through at far distance from here. But the radius of the ice storm is literally bringing havoc. At Mandavi with Sanjay, I'm Ashutosh Mishra for India Today. And the pre-impact of this landfall of Cyclone Biparjoy is already visible in parts of Kutch and Mandavi. Almost everything goes invisible now. The creeks, very rough ocean, and the wind speed This is literally going to create havoc in this region of Kutch. In fact, even standing at this place is next to impossible now. I can see literally the weather has deteriorated. All machineries are on standby. Quick response team will be at its issue. In fact, look at the wind speed. It is very difficult to even face this. In Kutch Mandvi with Sanjay Kumar, I'm Ashutosh Mishra for India Today. जहाँ मैं खड़ा था यहाँ ये लगभग तटीय इलाका है, ये क्रीक है, दरिया का पानी यहाँ से होकर गुजरता है, यहाँ नाव खड़ी होती हैं और यहाँ काफ़ी कुछ देखने के लिए होता है, लेकिन अब यहाँ सब कुछ इनविजिबल है और ऊपर से पानी जो है इस क्रीक में इसका करंट है वो बहुत ज़्यादा है। 5-10 मिनट पहले ही ये शुरू हुआ और ऐसा लगा जैसे किसी ने धक्का दे दिया हो, लोग खड़े और पूरी ताकत से कोई आपको धकेल रहा है। इस हवा के सामने इंसान का भी खड़ा रहना मुश्किल है। आप ये समझ सकते हैं कि जब इसकी रफ्तार 130-140 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे के हिसाब से आगे बढ़ेगी तो स्थिति क्या होगी। अभी तो सिर्फ समझिए कि 3 बजने में काफ़ी समय है, उसके पहले जो शुरुआत हुई है अगर वो इतनी भीषण है तो जब ये लैंडफॉल होगा, ये तूफान इस इलाके से गुजरेगा तो अपने साथ किस तरह का प्रकोप लेकर के आएगा। ये जो तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं वो बेहद भयावह है और इसी के लिए आप समझिए कि सरकार की ओर से, प्रशासन की ओर से वो तैयारियां की गई थी। बरसात की थपेड़ी ये जो बूंदें गिर रही हैं ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे पीठ पर कोई हंटर मार रहा हो। ये मोटी जैकेट के बाद भी ये हवा जो है, ये जो इसके साथ जो बूंदें आ रही हैं वो चोट पहुंचा रही हैं। तो अभी तो सिर्फ ये प्री पैक्ट है, हालांकि जब अचानक से फिर बरसात बंद हुई है, लेकिन हवा काफ़ी तेज़ है और ये जब जैसे जैसे अपनी इंटेंसिटी आगे बढ़ाएगा लैंडफॉल के करीब जाते जाते तब हालात और असामान्य होते जाएंगे। मांडवी पोर्ट से संजय कुमार के साथ मैं आशुतोष मिश्रा।
All right, Cyclone Biparjoy, there you have it. The kind of winds that our reporters are showing to you on our cameras, that itself should suggest the severity of those conditions there. It's advised not to venture out into these areas. At this point, schools, colleges have all been shut for the day. I'm going to cut across to a short break. We'll be right back with a lot more details and updates and images of this cyclone fast approaching. Stay tuned.
भी मुश्किल हो रहा है। मांडवी में अब साइक्लोन का जो असर है वो यहाँ पे हो गया है।
And the pre-impact of this landfall of cyclone Biparjoy is already visible.
लगातार इसी तरीके की तेज हवाएं जो है वो अगले 8 से 9 घंटों तक यहाँ पे रहेगी।
It is very difficult to even face this.
Bangalore-based EV startup Simple Energy has launched its first e-scooter. Simple One joins an increasingly populous market which includes players like Ola, Ather, Vida, Hero Electric and Bajaj among others. The company does not currently have any showrooms. The e-scooters have been priced at nearly 1.5 lakh rupees.
Strategy was very clear. We wanted to build a scooter which is super. And I think we have built that. It's in true sense of superior super EV, which does range better, performance better, safety parameters better, riding statistics. Everything is mentored and checked upon. So I think our strategy was very clear on building a great product and the consumers will take care of it. I think we have solved that piece of it. The second piece, I think we are focused on scaling our dealership, our manufacturing capacity, and I think that will resolve most of the issues going forward. I think there are two things about it. One is, of course, reducing subsidies might deter the growth, but that's very short term. I don't think that will impact much further on it. But also it will push the OEMs to become self-sustained and will build products which are more viable.
Quality today. In Delhi, 156. In Mumbai, 55. In Kolkata, 88. In Bangalore, 36. In Chennai, 101. In Hyderabad, 45.
Some big news coming in. Dramatic rescue after a building catches fire in Delhi. The Delhi building, as it catches fire, the rescue operations caught on cameras. We're bringing that on our television screens here. Coaching center that catches fire. Students there climbing down using a rope. A total of 11 fire tenders have been rushed to the spot as rescue operations continue even as I speak. The fire out in Delhi's coaching center, students escaping from the window. Of course, it's quite a terrifying moment as the fire tenders are on duty there, rushed to the spot. 11 of them who are pressed into action, trying to douse the fire. We see students in the meanwhile who are in classes, attending classes at that coaching center, trying hard to escape from that building. A rope has been suspended right from the top of the building. Students holding on to that rope and climbing down. Cutting across to Himanshu, joining us more on that. Himanshu, please give us an understanding how bad is the fire? Are more students trapped inside?
12:27 पर दिल्ली फायर को कॉल मिली थी और जो जानकारी है उसके मुताबिक आग जो सेकेंड फ्लोर पे एक मीटर था, मीटर के अंदर की आग लगी थी बिजली के मीटर में और उसकी वजह से बहुत ज्यादा धुआं हो गया और धुआं होने की वजह से जो स्टूडेंट जो कोचिंग सेंटर के थे उसमें पैनिक फैल गया स्टूडेंट के अंदर क्योंकि धुआं बहुत ज्यादा फैल रहा था और इसी बीच जो स्टूडेंट हैं उन्होंने फौरन जो अंदर जो उन्हें रस्सी मिली उसके सहारे वो बैक साइड जो बिल्डिंग का पिछला हिस्सा है वहां से वो एक एक कर क्योंकि वहां पर कई सारी एसीज और जो विंडोज थी उसके सहारे रस्सी के सहारे वो नीचे की तरफ उतरने लगे और ये पूरे घटनाक्रम में नबीला 4 छात्रों को चोट भी आई है। फायर टीम मौके पे पहुंची, 11 फायर टीम मौके पे पहुंची और जो सूत्रों का कहना है कि आग बहुत ज्यादा बड़ी नहीं थी क्योंकि वो मीटर में थी लेकिन धुआं बहुत ज्यादा था। तो फिलहाल जो फायर सर्विस है वो पूरी बिल्डिंग की अंदर से वो छानबीन कर रही है, पता लगाने की कोशिश कर रही है कि अंदर कोई और ट्रैप्ड है या नहीं। नबीला,
कितने लोग थे? कोई आइडिया अभी तक हमें मिला है कि कितने लोग थे वहां पर अंदर? और ये जो विजुअल आ रहा है क्या ये अभी भी रेस्क्यू एफर्ट्स चल रहा है और वो आग को उन्होंने बुझाया है अभी तक?
देखिए ये 12:27 की ये कॉल है और आग लगने के मुश्किल से 3 से 4 मिनट के अंदर उस पूरे जो फ्लोर में वहां पर धुआं फैल गया और धुआं फैलने की वजह से समस्या ये हुई कि जो छात्र हैं वो घबरा गए और सीढ़ी की तरफ वो नहीं जा रहे थे क्योंकि जो बिजली के मीटर थे
और एम्बुलेंस उनको हॉस्पिटल ले गई है लेकिन ऐसा सच कोई जानी मानी नुकसान नहीं है। फायर पर कंट्रोल पा लिया गया है और कोई भी उसमें ट्रैप या कुछ इस टाइप का नहीं है।
विजुअल्स में काफ़ी पैनिक वाले
बिल्कुल आप सही कह रहे हैं, तो बहुत ही पैनिक वाले हैं लेकिन मैं आपके प्लेटफॉर्म से बताना चाहूँगी कि सब ठीक हैं, कोई भी किसी भी गलत घटना का होने का कोई वो नहीं है। 1 मीटर में आग थी और वो धुएं के कारण जो ऊपर गया है उसके कारण पैनिक फैला है।
कितने बच्चे इसमें इंजर्ड हुए हैं कि वो ऊपर से कूदते हुए जो नजर आए हैं? फायर में कोई हुआ या फिर सिर्फ पैनिक में जो नीचे कूदे उसकी?
अभी तक जो इन्फॉर्मेशन हमें लगी है ग्राउंड से तो उसमें पैनिक के कारण जो बच्चे खिड़कियों से नीचे आने की कोशिश कर रहे थे उन्हीं को थोड़ी बहुत इंजरीज है। फायर से किसी को अभी तक नहीं है लेकिन अभी क्योंकि बहुत सारी टीम्स थी, बहुत सारी एम्बुलेंस थी, पुलिस भी थी, तो अभी एग्जैक्ट नंबर हमारे पास आया नहीं है, तो वो जैसे ही आएगा हम अपडेट करेंगे।
All right. There you have the Delhi building. It's a coaching center that's caught fire. As the Delhi police PRO says, nothing to worry. The fire was not as serious. It's now under control. That's what she says, giving an assurance, but not too sure, clarity yet to come in on if there are more students trapped in that building. For now, we see a bunch of them, a good bunch of them. In fact, if I could count what is on our screens itself, we could see at least a good 7 to 8 students who are trapped on a rope, basically trying to climb down. They're all hanging on the rope there, one after the other, exiting that building through that rope, because clearly it appears that the class and the stairs, possibly the stairway, and I'm not too sure if there's an elevator, all of that has been blocked off with that raging fire inside that building. This is the Delhi coaching center. We're yet to establish what the name of the coaching center is, but this is information coming in from Delhi. At this point, I'm trying to get you the area, exact area where this incident has taken place. Mukherjee Nagar, that's where the fire has broken out. That's the coaching center of Delhi in Mukherjee Nagar, where the fire broken out in a classroom has led to students now being rescued through the windows. Ropes have been suspended. They're all hanging onto those ropes and climbing down to safety. We see a bunch of those students there desperately trying to exit the building as the fire rages on. Though we spoke to the Delhi PRO, in fact, she's spoken to the media, and while she assures that everything is under control, she says the fire is also now being largely in control. That's been dealt with. It's coming under control. Again, no clarity whether it's fully doused, but these visuals have come in from about half an hour earlier. 12:15 to 12:30 is when the fire broke out at this Delhi coaching center. Students desperately trying to escape. All right, we have Himanshu, our reporter, joining us on the phone line. Himanshu जी, यहाँ पर दिल्ली PRO कह रही है कि उतनी बड़ी नहीं है आग, मगर फिर भी बच्चे यहाँ पर डर चुके हैं. बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स रोप के साथ बिल्डिंग से बाहर निकल रहे हैं. ये रोप भी क्या फायर टेंडर्स ने दिया है, या वो लोग खुद से ही एस्केप कर रहे हैं बिल्डिंग से?
देखिए, हुआ क्या कि जहाँ पर ये मीटर है, वो मीटर जो एग्जिट जो रास्ता होता है जहाँ पे सीढ़ियाँ थी, उस तरफ वहाँ पर मीटर था, और आग लगने की वजह से पूरे इलाके में बहुत ज्यादा धुआं फैल गया, और धुआं भरने की वजह से जब छात्रों के अंदर एकदम से घबराहट हो गई और वो बैक साइड पे गए, और शुरुआत खुद ही जो स्टूडेंट वहाँ पर थे उन्होंने जब शोर मचाया तो नीचे से लोग जुटे, जो आसपास के बिल्डिंग के लोग थे, और सबने मदद की. इस दौरान फायर की 11 गाड़ियां वहाँ मौके पर पहुंची, और उन्होंने, चूंकि आग बहुत ज्यादा बड़ी नहीं थी, इसलिए आग पर काबू पाने में फायर को ज्यादा वक्त नहीं लगा, लेकिन चूंकि घबराहट थी, छात्रों में धुआं बहुत ज्यादा था, इसलिए उन लोगों ने फौरन ही जो रस्सी थी, जो आस पड़ोस के लोगों की मदद से, वो फौरन वहां से उतरना शुरू कर दिए. और इस दौरान 4 छात्रों को मामूली चोट लगी है, और आग को पूरी तरीके से काबू पा लिया गया है. और अब जो अधिकारियों से हमारी बात हो रही है, उनका कहना है कि कोई भी छात्र अब अंदर नहीं है. इसको इंश्योर किया जा रहा है, हालांकि बार बार इंश्योर किया जा रहा है दिल्ली पुलिस की तरफ से भी और फायर सर्विस की तरफ से भी, क्योंकि दोनों तरफ के अधिकारी मौके पे मौजूद है. बिल्डिंग को अच्छी तरीके से खंगाला जा रहा है, और जो छात्र वहां पर मौजूद थे उनसे इसके पहले कि किसी को दिक्कत हो, तमाम जो आप कहते कि एम्बुलेंसेज वहां मौके पे पहुंचे, और एम्बुलेंसेज की मदद से जिन छात्रों को मामूली चोट आई थी या किसी ने किसी भी तरीके की शिकायत की, तो उसे फौरन पास के लिए जो हॉस्पिटल है वहां पर उसे भेजा गया. अधिकारीगण मौजूद है, और चूंकि आग बड़ी नहीं थी, लेकिन आग की वजह से जो धुआं फैल गया, इसकी वजह से छात्रों में पैनिक हुआ. नबीला
जी, तो ये धुएं की वजह से पैनिक हुआ है, मगर अभी आप कह रहे हो कि जो आग है वो पूरा कंट्रोल में है?
बिल्कुल. देखिए, चूंकि आग बड़ी नहीं थी, मीटर में थी, 11 गाड़ियां मौके पे पहुंची दिल्ली फायर की, क्योंकि ये जानकारी थी कि जहां पर ये जिस बिल्डिंग में आग लगी है वहां पर कोचिंग सेंटर है, बहुत सारे लोग ट्रैप हैं, इसलिए प्रिकॉशन के तहत ज्यादा गाड़ियां मौके पर भेजी गई, और आप देखिए जिस रास्ते हम वहाँ पर अभी पहुंचे नहीं है, लेकिन लगातार यहाँ पर जो आसपास से एम्बुलेंस है, क्योंकि जब कॉल होती है तो जो एम्बुलेंसेज हैं वो मौके पर पहुंचती हैं, तो फौरन गाड़ियां पहुंची। सबसे पहले जो फायर सर्विस था उसने जो किया, आग को पूरी तरीके से काबू पाया, उसको बुझाया। इस दौरान जो भी छात्र पीछे से रोप के सहारे उतरे थे, उससे ये चीज इस्टेब्लिश किया कि कितने छात्र होंगे और क्या कोई अंदर है कि नहीं है। फिर दिल्ली फायर सर्विस पुलिस के लोगों ने उस बिल्डिंग को सैनिटाइज किया, ये देखा कि कोई छूट तो नहीं गया है, और उसके बाद अब दिल्ली पुलिस का ये कहना है साफ तौर पे कि कोई भी अंदर नहीं है, कोई छात्र अंदर नहीं है। और गनीमत ये रही कि जिस तरीके से पीछे से छात्र उतर रहे थे, उसमें भी कोई जो छात्र है उनमें से 3 से 4 छात्रों को मामूली चोट लगी है। सभी छात्र जो है वो सुरक्षित, पीछे से भी वो नीचे की तरफ उतर गए, क्योंकि मदद के लिए आसपास की बिल्डिंग के लोग फौरन मौके पर पहुंच गए थे और उन सब ने लगातार हेल्प की। और नीचे चाहे कवर करने की बात हो या रोप की बात हो, हर तरीके से मौके पर लोगों ने मदद की। दिल्ली फायर सर्विस के लोग पहुंच गए और आप विजुअल में नबीला देख सकती हैं कि जो छोटी सीढ़ियां हैं उससे इस्टेब्लिश होता है। ये आसपास जो लोग मौजूद थे वो किसी के पास थी जो फर्स्ट फ्लोर तक पहुंचती है, और जो खिड़कियां हैं जहाँ AC लगा हुआ है उसकी मदद से जो छात्र हैं वो सीढ़ी रस्सी के सहारे धीरे धीरे करके नीचे उतर रहे हैं, और पहली मंजिल तक जो सीढ़ी पहुंची हुई है उस सीढ़ी से फिर वो नीचे की तरफ उतर रहे हैं। ये जो पूरी कवायद है तकरीबन ये 15 से 20 मिनट तक नबीला चलता रहा, जब तक जो छात्र हैं वो बाहर की तरफ नहीं आए। हालांकि इस दौरान आग को पूरी तरीके से बुझा दिया गया, और धुएं को जब धुआं वहां से हटा तो उसके बाद जो छात्र हैं जो थे जो अंदर जो रोप के सहारे नहीं उतरे, वो बाहर फायर कर्मियों की मदद से उन्हें बाहर ले आया गया। नबीला
जी, यहाँ पर प्रश्न जो है वो कैसे आग लगी, वहाँ पर आग का रीज़न क्या है, आप कुछ बता सकते हैं कि और एक और बात, जो फायर सेफ्टी है, बहुत सारी बिल्डिंग्स जो दिल्ली में है, पुरानी बिल्डिंग्स पे हमें पता है कि फायर सेफ्टी उन्होंने फॉलो नहीं किया है। बहुत सारे ऐसे इंसिडेंट्स हुए हैं हाल ही में ही, तो इस वजह से शायद बच्चे वहाँ पर डर चुके हैं और वो खुद ही जो विंडो से है वो निकल के नीचे आ रहे हैं रोप से। मगर फायर सेफ्टी मेजर्स क्या बिल्डिंग ने उनका पालन किया है, और ये आग लगी कैसे?
देखिए, ये अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बाद क्लियर होगा कि आग लगी कैसे मीटर में, क्योंकि देखिए जिस तरीके का मौसम चल रहा है, गर्मी के मौसम में हम देखते हैं कि जो फायर आग के इंसिडेंट होते हैं वो बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ जाते हैं। तो उसकी एग्जैक्ट कॉज क्या है, क्या वजह है, ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बाद पता लगेगा। जो कि हमने अधिकारियों से बात की, उनका कहना है कि इसकी पूरी अच्छे से पड़ताल की जाएगी, और साथ ही साथ जो दिल्ली फायर के जो ऑफिसर मौके पे पहुंचे हैं वो इस बात की भी जांच करेंगे कि क्या जिस बिल्डिंग में कोचिंग सेंटर चलाया जा रहा था, जहां पर इतने छात्र मौजूद थे, तो क्या वहां पर जो तमाम फायर सेफ्टी नॉर्म्स हैं उसका लागू किया गया था, उसका पालन किया जा रहा था या नहीं किया जा रहा था। ये सारी चीजें इन्वेस्टिगेशन की है। अभी जो हमने अधिकारियों से बात की, उन्होंने कहा कि उनकी जो पहली प्रायोरिटी थी वो ये थी कि जो तमाम स्टूडेंट हैं उन्हें सही तरीके से बाहर निकाला जाए और कि किसी को चोट न लगे, इसलिए सुरक्षित बाहर निकालना जरूरी था। फिलहाल पुलिस और फायर के अधिकारियों का कहना है कि इस काम को लगभग पूरा कर लिया गया है। तमाम जो छात्र अंदर फंसे हुए थे वो बाहर निकल गए हैं या उन्हें निकाल दिया गया है। अंदर किसी के फंसे होने की जानकारी नहीं है। जिन छात्रों को बाहर निकाला गया है या वो अपने से निकले हैं, उनमें से 4 को मामूली चोटें आई हैं। इसलिए आगे इस पूरे मामले में पुलिस और जो फायर के अधिकारी हैं वो एक
यहाँ जो जानकारी मिली है कि एक इलेक्ट्रिक बोर्ड जो इंस्टॉल्ड है ग्राउंड फ्लोर पे, वो 4 स्टोरी बिल्डिंग जो है उसका एक पूरा यूनिट है जो सब इलेक्ट्रिसिटी कनेक्ट करता है, और वो इलेक्ट्रिक बोर्ड जो नीचे है उस पे आग लगी। क्या ये सच है हिमांशु?
बिल्कुल, देखिए जो आग लगी वो मीटर में लगी, और मीटर जहाँ पे होता है पूरी बिल्डिंग का मीटर एक ही इलेक्ट्रिक बोर्ड बनाया गया है जो जानकारी मिल रही है, और वहीं पर सारे मीटर एक साथ इंस्टॉल थे और उन्हीं में से एक मीटर में सबसे पहले आग लगी। तो क्या ये आग ओवरलोड की वजह से लगी, क्योंकि गर्मी का टाइम है, AC बहुत ज्यादा चल रहे हैं, तो आखिर उसकी वजह क्या है ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बाद पता लगेगा। लेकिन आग जो लगी वो मीटर में लगी, ये स्टैब्लिश हो चुका है। और वहीं से ये आग इसके पहले की बहुत ज्यादा फैल पाती गनीमत ये रही कि फायर के कर्मी जो है वो मौके पे पहुंच गए और इस आग को बहुत ज्यादा फैलने से पहले ही उन्होंने काबू कर लिया, लेकिन आग से धुआं इतना
Himanshu,
ज्यादा
I'm going to quickly cut across to Harshit Mishra, in fact, our reporter on ground, bringing us that report from right at the spot of this fire.
फायर से भी ज्यादा हमारे एसएचओ साहब और दिल्ली पुलिस।
कैसे हुआ ये पूरा हादसा?
ये पूरा हादसा ये हुआ कि सुबह के टाइम पे अभी यहाँ पर जब कोचिंग चल रही थी तो हॉल है 50 आदमियों का, उसमें जब 2000 बच्चे पढ़ेंगे बिल्डिंग बाइलॉज को तोड़ के तो एकदम शॉर्ट सर्किट हुआ। क्या हुआ, पूरा अफरा तफरी मच गई, पूरी आग लग गई और उसके अंदर मेरे हिसाब से बहुत 100 से 150 लोग कम से कम इंजर्ड हुए होंगे। लड़कियां भगवान ना करे 3 से 4 फेटल हैं, जिनकी हालत,
कुछ लोग कूद भी रहे थे।
सब लोगों ने कूद के जान बचाई है, कोई आदमी सीढ़ी से नहीं।
देखिए यहाँ जो बताया जा रहा है कि लोगों ने जो फर्स्ट फ्लोर और सेकंड फ्लोर है उससे कूद करके अपनी जान बचाई है। जो लोग अंदर पड़ रहे थे, अफरा तफरी का माहौल हुआ, मीटर पे आग लगी थी और उसके बाद से ही लगातार जो दमकल कर्मी, कैट्स एम्बुलेंस और दिल्ली पुलिस की जो टीम है वो यहाँ पर है। बताया जा रहा है 11 से 12 गाड़ियाँ मौके पर पहुंची और घनी आबादी वाला ये पूरा इलाका है जहाँ पर फिलहाल जो लोग हैं वो स्टूडेंट्स को और स्थानीय लोगों को यहाँ से पीछे करने की कोशिशें लगातार कर रहे हैं। तमाम विभाग के अधिकारी मौके पर हैं और इस तरीके को नियंत्रण करने की कोशिश लगातार की जा रही है। हर्षित मिश्रा, आज तक के कोचिंग सेंटर में आज मीटर में आग लगी और उसके बाद जो बच्चे अंदर पढ़ रहे थे उनके बीच अफरा तफरी हुई, जिसमें बताया जा रहा है कि कई बच्चे घायल हो चुके हैं। जो लोग अंदर पढ़ रहे थे वो लोग घायल हुए। आप देखिए किस तरीके से दिल्ली पुलिस और दमकल के जो अधिकारी हैं, साथ ही साथ जो कैट्स एम्बुलेंस के अधिकारी हैं, उन्होंने पूरे मोर्चे को संभाला है। जो घायल हैं उनको नजदीकी अस्पताल में यहाँ से ले जाया गया है और फिलहाल जो लगातार यहाँ से लोगों को हटाने का सिलसिला जारी है। हमारे साथ में कुछ लोग हैं, उनसे बातचीत करने की कोशिश करेंगे। सर, हुआ क्या था, ये कैसे पूरा मामला हुआ?
सर, पहले तो दिल्ली पुलिस का हम बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं। सबसे ज्यादा मुस्तैद, फायर से भी ज्यादा हमारे एसएचओ साहब और दिल्ली पुलिस।
कैसे हुआ ये पूरा हादसा?
ये पूरा हादसा ये हुआ कि सुबह के टाइम पे अभी यहाँ पर जब कोचिंग चल रही थी तो हॉल है 50 आदमियों का, उसमें जब 2000 बच्चे पढ़ेंगे बिल्डिंग बाइलॉज को तोड़ के तो एकदम शॉर्ट सर्किट हुआ। क्या हुआ, पूरा अफरा तफरी मच गई, पूरी आग लग गई और उसके अंदर मेरे हिसाब से बहुत 100 से 150 लोग कम से कम इंजर्ड हुए होंगे। लड़कियां भगवान ना करे।
All right, that's the fire that's broken out at a coaching center in Delhi with a bunch of students who were inside classrooms had to forcefully jump out of windows using ropes, climb down to safety. As the fire has now been brought under control, we still see thick smoke billowing from that building. We're taking you through this a lot more on the other side of a short break. Do stay tuned to India Today.
Two advertisements within a space of 2 days reveal the tension within the BJP Shiv Sena coalition in Maharashtra. This ad that appeared on Tuesday featured Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. It said, Modi in Rashtra, Shinde in Maharashtra. There was no mention of Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis. It also claimed that Shinde was more popular than his deputy, based on a recent survey by a private agency. The advertisement caused much resentment in the BJP. Shiv Sena soon got into damage control mode, clarifying the ad was issued by a supporter of Shinde. A day later, a new advertisement appeared, this time featuring photos of all leaders including Shinde and Fadnavis.
शिंदे जे उत्कृष्ट आहेत त्यांनी देवेंद्रजी त्या ॲडव्हर्टाईजमध्ये कंपॅरिझन करणे हे ज्यांनी कोणी केलं असं मला वाटतं. एकनाथजी काही एवढ्या लहान मनाचे नाही आहेत. एकनाथजी काही लहान मनाचे नाही आहेत. एक मोठ्या विचाराचा, मोठ्या मनाचा माणूस आहे. एकनाथ शिंदेला जे बघतो ते कधी अशा लहान विचारात वावरत नाही. पण ज्यांनी कोणी केली आहे त्यांनी देवेंद्रशी कंपॅरिझन एकनाथजी सोबत करणे हे थोडंसं त्या ठिकाणी अचंबित करणारं होतं.
The damage control, however, has not yet ironed out the differences between the two leaders. The Deputy Chief Minister has skipped events where he was supposed to share dais with Chief Minister, citing health reasons. Fadnavis, however, continued with his regular meetings at the Shahayadri Guest House in South Mumbai. With Ritvik Bhalekar, Bureau Report, India Today. The WHO has put the spotlight on fake sugars, but artificial sweeteners has only been an ever-growing market in India, and outside increase in cases of diabetes and the growing burden of obesity world over has ensured that people turn to alternatives. The demand for low-calorie food and beverages have contributed to the market's expansion in India. For example, sugar-free Zydus Wellness's artificial sweetener brand witnessed double-digit growth last year in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic as consumers opted for a healthier lifestyle, shows data from 2021. The Indian artificial sweetener market is projected to reach a value of Indian rupee 12.23 billion by 2023, growing at a CAGR of 3.4% during the forecast period. Think about it. Stevia and other sweeteners are found in 1 million products. Colas, juices, chewing gum, chocolates, and everything that is being sold as sugar-free. It clearly has grown way beyond just tabletop sweeteners. In India, the artificial sweetener market has witnessed significant growth over the past decade. On a global scale, the market for artificial sweeteners has also experienced substantial growth. The global artificial sweetener market was valued at approximately $19 billion in 2020 and is expected to reach $28.9 billion by 2028. The Food Safety and Standards Authority of India said it's evaluating the new guideline issued last week by the World Health Organization, but strong advisories against them is unlikely. With Brij Bhushan, Bureau Report, India Today.
Absolutely right. We're picking up from our finance ministry sources that disinvestment of Container Corporation, that is Concor, has hit a roadblock. In fact, this was in the offing because the government was expected to launch the expression of interest by January, that is of 2024, but as per finance ministry sources, the government may not be able to go ahead with the process in this fiscal year of 2023-2024 because of certain issues that they are facing from the railway department in terms of bringing a new investor on board. The cabinet had given a nod for 30.8% of government stake to be sold in Concor. Government holds about close to 55% stake, and this definitely puts on a lot of plans of government's disinvestment target, which is close to 51,000 crore for this year, because Concord was contributing about close to 20 to 22% in order to fetch about 12,000 crore with its 30.8% saving.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 42 and minimum 29 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 31 and minimum 28 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 45 and minimum 31 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 33 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 36 and minimum 30 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 39 and minimum 27 degrees.
By. The world comes together at Sharda University.
खड़े रह पाना, आंखें खोल पाना भी मुश्किल हो रहा है। मांडवी में अब साइक्लोन का जो असर है वो यहाँ पे दिखना शुरू हो गया है।
And the pre-impact of this landfall of cyclone Biparjoy is already visible.
लगातार इसी तरीके की तेज हवाएं जो है वो अगले 8 से 9 घंटों तक यहाँ पे रहेगी।
It is very difficult to even face this.
Well, surely this might be easy for me to be standing here while we represent the cyclone Biparjoy, but not so for our reporters who are on ground, who are really braving the strong winds and the weather conditions. India Today is on the ball, bringing you every latest development coming in on that cyclone Biparjoy that's really reaching its time of landfall. I'm going to cut across to all that news and updates. The headlines first. Cyclone Biparjoy likely to make a landfall in an hour's time. Gujarat coast on high alert. NDRF and SDRF teams on standby. India Today at the cyclone epicenter. India Today reports right amid the heavy winds and rains that's currently lashing the areas where cyclone Biparjoy will hit.
In fact, look at the wind speed. It is very difficult to even face this. In touch Mandvi with Sanjay Kumar, I'm Ashutosh Mishra for India Today.
Recommended cancellation of POCSO against Brij Bhushan Singh. The WFI chief says no proof in the minor's case. Brij was charged with sexual harassment, stalking, outraging women's modesty. The complaints filed by the adults, though, still remain. Dramatic fire rescue operations that's caught on cameras in Delhi. Students from a Delhi coaching center seen climbing down to safety using a rope as fire has now finally come under control. No casualties reported. AIADMK files complaint with ED to take action against Udayanidhi Stalin based on Minister P. Tyagarajan's audio clip. All right, you're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. This is our graphical representation of Cyclone Biparjoy as it makes its way barely 2 hours away to the region of Kutch, where it's going to be having its landfall. The intensity could be quite severe. The impact of it, we're really hoping and praying, is bare minimum. Our teams, NDRF teams, as well as the government, has given out notifications, directions for people not to venture out into the coastline. I'm going to cut across to all those developments and images coming in right from the start of the day of this cyclone. Cyclone Biparjoy is now barely less than 200 meters away from the Gujarat coast, and its impending landfall, the anticipated heavy rains and storms surge that's led to evacuation of nearly 74,000 people, all living in vulnerable, low-lying areas. The administration has now shifted people from nearly 120 villages located along the coastal regions. As per the latest update from the IMD, landfall process of Cyclone Biparjoy will start from this evening in fact, will continue late until night. Wind speed will be about 115 to 125 kilometers per hour. That's expected when it crosses the Jakau port between Mandvi and Karachi. And in the wake of the severe cyclonic storm, Biparjoy is all set to make landfall in Gujarat. The IMD has issued an alert for heavy rainfall in the coastal region of Karnataka as well as the southern interior parts. The department has also warned of high waves in the wake of this cyclone. Currently, what we know is that the wind speed is at around 60 to 70 kilometers per hour. IMD is continuously reviewing the coastal areas and low-lying areas. Forces have already been deployed there. Rescue department has now appealed to people of the state to stay indoors and follow all guidelines that have been issued by the government. 18 teams of the NDRF, 12 teams of the SDRF have all been deployed across Gujarat, in which maximum teams are present in Kutch. That's the worst affected area. Pregnant women have been identified, shifted to hospitals already. Reserve NDRF teams at 15 more places have been deployed across the state to minimize the loss of life and property. All right, now hours to go. Cyclone Biparjoy is all set to make landfall in Gujarat today. Severe cyclonic storm is expected to cause massive damage. NDRF, SDRF teams currently on standby. The army is also prepared to assist in relief efforts. Gujarat government has shifted nearly 74,000 people from coastal areas to makeshift shelters in anticipation of powerful cyclone. Strong winds, heavy rains, turbulent seas witnessed in beach towns. Mandvi, that's mostly the affected area, Mandvi in Gujarat, as Biparjoy fast approaches Gujarat's coast as it makes its landfall this evening. That's what's expected, about 2 hours away. That's around 4 to 7 or 8 p.m. That's the time in between which the cyclone will make its landfall. Red alert has now been issued for Saurashtra, Dwarka, Porbandar, Kutch coasts, Jamnagar, Rajkot, Junagadh and Morbi, all among these areas that are going to be witnessing a really high impact of this cyclone. Images coming in from Daman, where we see the waves so high, the tides are so high, people are being strictly asked not to venture out into those areas. It may look stunning in the visuals here. Believe me, our reporters who are on ground there really trying really hard to stay still in the force against the winds. That force of the winds there is so harsh. Any of our reporters there barely being able to stand and report, but yet India Today is bringing you really the most accurate updates and images of the cyclone, as it's just moments before it lands along the Kutch region. That's the area where we are reported to see the landfall of that cyclone. Severe storms now heading towards Gujarat. Those are images coming in from Daman. In fact, the Saurashtra Kutch region, that's where it's going to be the worst affected. About 8 states and union territories are set to be on high alert as Cyclone Biparjoy makes its landfall in about 2 hours' time. To list that out for you, for now, for the moment, 60 to 70 kilometers per hour is the wind speed, but it might just intensify to a very severe cyclonic storm with maximum sustained speed of 125 to 135 kilometers per hour. Then we cut across to Brijesh Joshi, who's on ground for us, bringing us those images. Brijesh, go right away. Tell us the kind of preparedness that has been put in place at where you are.
Navila, right now I'm at Dwarka. From last 3 days I'm reporting from the Dwarka about the preparedness done by the government, and right now the rough sea, I would like to show you the roughness of the sea, and the wind speed is almost 70 kilometers per hour. It's more than 70 kilometers per hour, and that's why it's difficult to stand here. But still, this is a situation which gives the idea of the intensity of the cyclone. Cyclone is just coming towards Gujarat's coast. It is around 160 kilometers away from the Jakho port, and it will hit Jakho port by evening after 6 p.m. or between 6 to 9 p.m. as per the latest IMD advisory given by the government of Gujarat. As per the government of Gujarat, it will land in near Jakho around in the evening time. So still there are around 4 to 5 hours before the landfall of the cyclone Biparjoy. All the preparations have been done by the government, and Army, Navy, Coast Guard are also on the alert mode, standby mode. There is a Okha port which is 30 kilometers away from Dwarka, where there are cargo ships, and also there are all the preparations done by the Coast Guard. The 15 ships and 7 rescue helicopters are on standby mode. So if there will be once the cyclone will landfall, all kind of rescue operations done from there by the Coast Guard. So these kind of preparations have been done. Even union ministers are here, and state ministers are here who are looking after all the preparations and all the situation of the ground.
Well, as we see that preparedness has been put in place, but tell us more, Brijesh, about the cyclone making its landfall. Do we know anything about the severity of the landfall, the kind of impact that it could have? Have cyclones in the past really posed a disastrous outcome? Would we know of what really has set precedents in the past based on which we are fearing this very cyclone?
As per the local reports, this will be the most disastrous cyclone of last 50 years. So when it will land or it will hit the land of Gujarat, it will damage most of the properties of the Kutch or the Jakho port, where the port area will be damaged severely. The poles will be poles and trees will be fallen down, and there will be plenty of damage will happen in the Kutch, in the area of Kutch. Kutch is a major district of the Gujarat, which will going to be affected by the cyclone today. So that's why the precautions or all the preparations done. Almost 95,000 people have been evacuated. 45,000 people from the Kutch itself only. So Mandvi, Jakho and Kandla port have been vacated. So these are the steps where they taken by the government, and the intensity of the cyclone. Whenever there is a cyclone, it will damage any kind of property. So if there are, that's why government has to advise the advisories on a daily mode or routine mode to wake the people, and the people should not go away from the home. So in Dwarka as well, a red alert was issued by the IMD. So people cannot come out of the home. They have to stay at home for a couple of days. I mean today and tomorrow. They have to take all kind of precautions. They cannot move away from the home, so they have to stay indoor. This kind of advisories have been given to the all the people of Dwarka and Kutch.
Stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to Ashutosh Mishra as well, joining us live. Ashutosh, give us more. We saw those images where you brought us reports from areas of strong winds. Kudos to you for braving that kind of weather conditions. You're also right now at the coastline. We know that there is a warning been given for people against venturing into those areas. I hope you're doing safe.
Well, Nabila, we only saw the first wave at around 10:30 when literally the wind speed was so high that perhaps, it even moved the human bodies. Almost all the journalists who were reporting from this epicenter of this area felt the same. However, the wind speed has reduced drastically, but the impact which is expected after only 3 p.m. Of course, all I see, there was almost a high tide-like situation, though the water level is now has just started receding from this place. And but when the moment we see the impact of the cyclonic activities that's coming to the coastal area, that's when the the significant impact will start taking place, and particularly on these locality which is dominated area of the fishermen community, the businessmen, because everything is now at the moment is standstill here, because beyond the Mandvi port now I have just somehow managed to reach in the Sayala village of Mandvi, and there I see, since most of the people have left and evacuated, gone to the safer places, I only see a few local fishermen villages, these young boys who are here guarding their boats, the country-made boats. That's the only source of their livelihood when they venture out in the ocean, because most of these boats are parked just around the coastal line, and cyclonic activity, there is apprehension and the fear, and exactly why they are still here, just monitoring the activities, what is happening around here. In fact, they have also been advised and want to go to the safer place. This is not just ordinary storm or a flood-like situation, but it is a cyclone, and that is really become very difficult for the administration to convince these local boys and the young fishermen that better choose a safe place, go, because eventually the high tide, remember what you see the water level at this moment here, when there was a high tide, in fact huge amount of water that already entered in the villages. So the high tide situation, the water level was even more than a couple of feet at this scale. Since the water has now receded, of course it's a slight sigh of relief for these villagers here, the fishermen in this Ayala village. But of course, since the threat continue to be, and as and when the impact starts, the only impact will be the high wind speed with the velocity of 140 km, gusting up to 140 km. We have seen the previous instances of such cyclonic activity in the central part of the country. But Kutch have never been touched, at least as far as Mandvi is concerned. This part was never touched by such cyclonic activities. One experience that they have long back in 1998, and that's recalling the memory of that, that year. But people, however, have gone to the places, but yet few are adamant, still in the villages. In the around area, we are seeing the patrolling being done by NDRF, the police, and they are venturing around the coastal line to ensure there is no manpower, no exactly, boots are present around those areas. So they're ensuring that rescue takes place, they're ensuring supplies take place to the proper areas, and when the impact begins, the first priority will be to ensure the connectivity, restoring the infrastructure that will be affected because of this high wind speed.
All right, so it's really a cyclone that's expected to cause some kind of damage, and about 50 years since India has seen a cyclone of this intensity. Is that right, Ashutosh? We believe that 50 years it's been since a cyclone this strong and dangerous has hit the Saurashtra and Kutch region, and it's managed to sustain for this long in the Arabian Sea. That leaves us wondering what kind of impact would it have when it actually has its landfall.
The only reason exactly why the local fishermen and villages not ready to believe and cannot differentiate between normal storm these fishermen see in the ocean when they go for the fisheries. This is what is happening. A cyclonic activity is totally new for them. Of course, their previous generation, they have seen the 1998 devastation, the disaster caused by a severe cyclone. And usually, these cyclonic activities doesn't trigger in the Arabian Sea. But when that happens, that brings extraordinary situation. Those who have been convinced are already shifted. And remember, there is very interesting point that's always talked about people of Kutch, that in rest part of the Saurashtra or the southern area, southern western area, whenever there is tragedy or calamity takes place, it is the people of Kutch who go and volunteer for the rescue, relief, such operations. But this will be perhaps first time when these activities are going to affect the people of Kutch in western part of Kutch and Mandavi, which has never been touched by such cyclonic activities or such devastation. They have only seen the flood-like situation or perhaps storm in the ocean during when they go for the fishing. But here what is happening is unprecedented situation, first time for them, and many of them believe that they have heard these stories of 1998 and previous such cyclonic situation. So they believe this is unprecedented even for them, and many could be probably curious, but more than it is a concern, apprehensions and a sense of fear in their mind that what will be impact of such cyclone on their livelihood, because most likely the countrymen was their biggest threat. There is threat on the kacha houses because there's a poor crowd. If I could just try to take a pan on these village area, could potentially see some structure. Look at these kacha houses belongs to them, because that's a very poor
fishermen communities living along the coastal line. So if that brings really, high velocity wind with gusting up to 140 kilometers, it is bound to trigger the devastating images. That if that happens, the biggest challenge for these fishermen and the people living in this village, rural part of Mandvi, that to bringing back the life when the normalcy restores, how they're going to survive further as far as the livelihood is concerned. So of course there are a lot of emotional commotions taking place simultaneously while they ought wait for it, embracing for the impact.
All right, so heavy to very heavy rainfall is also expected along most of these regions. Ashutosh there bringing us the latest on the severity of this very cyclone Biparjoy as it's fast approaching to make its landfall along the Kutch region of Gujarat. Let me cut across to also our reporters joining us. Brijesh Doshi joining us from Dwarka right now. Dwarka is also another affected region. In fact, as this cyclone storms its way into Kutch, it's going to be passing through, of course, Kutch, Devbhoomi, Dwarka, Porbandar, Jamnagar, Morbi, Junagadh and Rajkot. These are the districts that will really be seeing the worst of its effects. Let me cut across to Brijesh. Brijesh, tell us more. Dwarka also images coming in of really strong winds up to 125 to 150 kilometers per hour. It's going to be picking up to. That's even faster than a super car, a sports car in full speed. Much faster than that, and it might just be damaging property in the wake.
Definitely, this will be the most severe damage that will cause to any kind of properties. The wind speed will be more than 120 kilometers per hour, and the cyclone will landfall. So right now I'm at Dwarka beach, where the wind speed is almost 70 kilometers per hour, and I'm unable to stand. So you can imagine how much difficult it will be, and how much casualty will be done when the speed will be more than 120 kilometers per hour. I just would ask my cameraman to show you the visuals of the rough sea, as well as the visibility has been gone down right now because of the rain. Rain is lashing out here, so the visibility is very low. The situation is very rough right now. It's very difficult for people to go out from the home, and that's why the advisories were given to the people that they have to stay at home. They cannot move away from the home for a couple of days, and that's why all the schools were shut for 2 days. All precautionary measures have been taken by the government already before the cyclone just moving towards the Gujarat coast. So still there are 4 to 5 hours, but the impact is very much powerful, and the intensity is too high. So it is going to be very difficult for the authorities to for any kind of rescue operation while the cyclone is reaching towards the Kutch. So this is the scene right now here from Dwarka, where it is difficult to stand alone.
Right, Brijesh, the situation right now seems a little worrisome because of the wind speed. Was this expected, Brijesh? What have the IMD officials really told us? Do we know of the kind of impact it might have when it actually makes landfall? And of course, people have been evacuated, but how far and wide can the cyclone effects really impact?
See, IMD has predicted this kind of wind speed from last couple of days. They also predicted the heavy rainfall, but touch wood, there is no heavy rainfall as far off as today. But the wind speed is increasing from last night itself. Earlier it was around 40 to 50. No. They have updated. They have given all kind of the advisories were given by the IMD, but heavy rainfall is not here. Red alert was issued for the heavy rain for 2 days. That means yesterday and today itself. But there wasn't heavy rain. So as far as rain is concerned, they are not correct. But when we are talking about the wind speed, they are accurate. It was earlier 40 to 50 kilometers per hour, and now it's 70 to 80 kilometers per hour. And it will increase to the 120 kilometers per hour when exactly the cyclone will reach to the Kutch or the land of the Kutch. So this is the situation, and it will cause heavy damage to all kind of properties, all kind of residential area or the ports which are on the way of the cyclone. So it will severely damaged. The effect will be there, and that's why the government has tried to minimize the damage done by the cyclone by evacuating the 90,000 people, more than 90,000 people from these low-lying areas.
To quickly cut across, Brij, stay with us, and I request you to please be safe. I'm going to quickly cut across to all our reporters who are currently on ground, bringing us these really daring reports. Believe me, the wind speed is so harsh, it really takes courage to be standing there and bringing us those images. Let's take you through.
And it's a pre-impact of cyclone Biparjoy, which has hit the coastal line of West Gujarat in West Kutch, and this is Mandvi Port, and it just started 5 minutes ago. Now literally standing against this current, the massive wind speed is next to impossible. And you see the creek right behind me. Just an hour ago almost there was a clear surface visible. The water level is barely more than 5 to 6 feet, but all you see now totally a rough ocean with a high current, and all of a sudden this just started barely 5 to 10 minutes ago. All of a sudden like someone pushed you, so literally you know it requires really a resistance to face this kind of wind speed. Though there is a prediction by the Met Department, the cyclone will slow down up to around 10 km per hour. So even in that case, the maximum speed will be 130 to 140 kmph. But you see, this kind of situation, almost the village across this creek of Mandvi, everything is now invisible. So that is how the impact of a pre-cyclone landfall is quite seen here in Mandvi, the part of Kutch, which is going to be the epicenter of this tragedy, as the eye of the storm will be passing through at far distance from here, but the radius of the ice storm is literally bringing havoc. At Mandvi with Sanjay, I'm Ashutosh Mishra for India Today. And the pre-impact of this landfall of cyclone Biparjoy is already visible in parts of Kutch and Mandvi. Almost everything goes invisible now. The creeks, very rough ocean, and the wind speed. This is literally going to create havoc in this region of Kutch. In fact, even standing at this place is next to impossible now. I can see literally the weather has deteriorated. All machineries are on standby. Quick response team will be at its issue. In fact, look at the wind speed. It is very difficult to even face this. In Kutch, Mandvi with Sanjay Kumar, I'm Ashutosh Mishra for India Today. जहाँ मैं खड़ा था, यहाँ ये लगभग तटीय इलाका है, ये क्रीक है, दरिया का पानी यहाँ से होके गुजरता है, यहाँ नाव खड़ी होती हैं और यहाँ काफ़ी कुछ देखने के लिए होता है, लेकिन अब यहाँ सब कुछ इनविजिबल है और ऊपर से पानी जो है इस क्रीक में, इसका करंट है वो बहुत ज़्यादा है। 5-10 मिनट पहले ही ये शुरू हुआ और ऐसा लगा जैसे किसी ने धक्का दे दिया हो, लोग खड़े और पूरी ताकत से कोई आपको धकेल रहा है। इस हवा के सामने इंसान का भी खड़ा रहना मुश्किल है। आप ये समझ सकते हैं कि जब इसकी रफ्तार 130 से 140 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे के हिसाब से आगे बढ़ेगी तो स्थिति क्या होगी। अभी तो सिर्फ समझिए कि 3 बजने में काफ़ी समय है, उसके पहले जो शुरुआत हुई है अगर वो इतनी भीषण है तो जब ये लैंडफॉल होगा, ये दोस्तों इस इलाके से गुजरेगा तो अपने साथ किस तरह का प्रकोप लेकर के आएगा। ये जो तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं वो बेहद भयावह है और इसी के लिए आप समझिए कि सरकार की ओर से, प्रशासन की ओर से वो तैयारियां की गई थी। बरसात की थपेड़ी ये जो बूंदें गिर रही हैं, ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे पीठ पर कोई हंटर मार रहा हो। ये मोटी जैकेट के बाद ये हवा जो है, ये जो इसके साथ जो बूंदें आ रही हैं वो चोट पहुंचा रही हैं। तो अभी तो सिर्फ ये प्री इम्पैक्ट है, हालांकि अचानक से फिर बरसात बन गई है, लेकिन हवा काफ़ी तेज़ है और ये जब जैसे जैसे अपनी इंटेंसिटी आगे बढ़ाएगा लैंडफॉल के करीब जाते जाते, तब हालात और असामान्य होते जाएंगे। मांडवी पोर्ट से संजय कुमार के साथ मैं आशुतोष मिश्रा।
आज सुबह साइक्लोन बिपरजॉय नॉर्थ ईस्टवर्ड गति करते हुए सौराष्ट्र कच्छ कोस्ट की तरफ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और जखाओ से लगभग 180 किलोमीटर दूरी पे साउथ वेस्ट दिशा पे नॉर्थ ईस्ट अरेबियन सी में केंद्रीभूत है। अभी इसका जो विंड स्पीड है वो भी 125 to 135 गोस्टिंग टू 150 किलोमीटर पर आवर चल रहा है और आज शाम तक ये तट के पास पहुंचेगा और जखाओ के आसपास सौराष्ट्र कच्छ और पाकिस्तान कोस्ट को हिट करेगा और तब इसका विंड स्पीड 115 to 125 kmph गोस्टिंग टू 140 kmph होने का पूर्वानुमान किया गया है, जो कि एक वेरी सीवियर साइक्लोन स्टॉर्म है।
जो मेरे पास संख्या है, जो तटीय इलाके हैं उसमें 0 से 5 किलोमीटर वाले, 5 से 10 किलोमीटर वाले गांव को आइडेंटिफाई किया है और लो लाइन गांव को आइडेंटिफाई किया है। कुल 1 लाख जितने लोग आज की तारीख में इवैक्यूएट कर लिए गए हैं। सुबह 9 बजे की स्थिति है। हैवी रेनफॉल से, वेरी हैवी रेनफॉल से फ्लडिंग होती है, उसमें ड्राउनिंग हो सकती है और प्रॉपर्टी का नुकसान हो सकता है। इस तरह की दिक्कतों के लिए नॉर्मल लाइफ डिसरप्ट होती है, क्योंकि पेड़ उखड़ेंगे और बिजली के पोल गिरते हैं, तो जो साधारण जनजीवन है डिस्टर्ब होता है। तो इसको जितना जल्दी हम रिस्टोर कर पाएँ और मिनिमम लॉस ऑफ लाइफ इंश्योर कर पाएँ, हमारा टारगेट हमेशा 0 लॉस ऑफ लाइफ रहता है, तो वो बिगेस्ट चैलेंज होगा।
We have 23 disaster relief teams which are there. The next course of action is that the process continues. We have been again and again warning the oil handling agencies, because with the storm being heavy, there are oil handling agencies in the Gulf of Kutch which might be affected. The state admin authorities, the NDRF, the SDRF are doing the necessary evacuations. Out at sea, we had warned all the fishermen, we have warned all the merchant mariners to be clear of.
All right, to give you a little closer understanding into where exactly the cyclone is going to be passing, these are images here showing the region of Kutch. In fact, this is the map where the cyclone winds, this is the winds basically depicting the winds where it's flowing from right this region towards the region of Kutch, and it's going to be hitting the areas of Junagadh, Jamnagar, Dwarka the most. This is where the winds are going to be passing through, and finally it's going to be circling across towards this area where it's going to be having its landfall near the Kutch region. To show you exactly, this is basically where the landfall is going to be happening in about 2 hours time. This is the red spot here to show you where the landfall will finally happen, but again, not before actually it passes through all the areas of Junagadh, Jamnagar, Dwarka, and areas that are surrounding, even Una, in fact, and Bhavnagar. These are areas also because of the kind of cyclone here that's falling, the landfall that will happen in the Kutch region. We see strong winds that are also passing through regions of Vadodara and Ahmedabad and many other regions, including Maharashtra, of course. It goes all the way here. If I can show you a little below, in fact, Gujarat slightly on top here, but a little below it passes through Mumbai as well. So Maharashtra, Mumbai also is going to be hit by this very cyclone that passes right from this region, will go towards Palghar, Valsad, Surat, Bhavnagar, but the worst affected areas that is closer to the cyclone is of course Junagadh, Jamnagar, Dwarka, and then finally it makes its landfall in 2 hours time as we speak from now in Kutch region. I'm going to cut across to all the defining images that have been coming in right from the start of the day with our reporters on ground bringing us the real effects of the cyclone in the run-up to its landfall. As Gujarat braces for cyclone Biparjoy, India Today continues to report from the cyclone epicenter. Reporters on ground continue to bring updates from Mandvi, Dwarka and Mumbai as well. Heavy rains now, gusty winds, high tides. India Today reporters stand in the eye of the storm, bringing us every detailed update, all fearless, factual ground reports. And our channel, India Today, continues to track Biparjoy. Maximum reporters that have been deployed in the west coast, where the cyclone is really going to be seeing its landfall. As cyclone Biparjoy, classified as a severe cyclonic storm, will be crossing Saurashtra and Kutch region, adjoining Pakistan coasts between Mandvi and Karachi near Gujarat's Jakau port today. Mandvi has witnessed high tide triggered by cyclone Biparjoy, as right at the Mandvi coast, the cyclone is expected to make landfall in Gujarat a little later today. And as we see, strong winds seen in coastal town of Mandvi as Biparjoy approaches Gujarat coast to make the landfall by this evening. Mandvi is certainly the one area that is going to be seeing the worst effects of this cyclone, which will be landing a little later today. About 2.5 hours is what we are told. Basically somewhere between 4 to 7 p.m. That's when the landfall will occur. And as these harsh winds and storms and tides brace cyclone Biparjoy, We're all set to bring you the detailed updates coming in through our rolling coverage right here on India Today, with our reporters really braving all that weather condition, standing right in the eye of the storm with the most accurate updates. Do stay with us. We're going to come back with a lot more.
वो इतनी भीषण है,
लेकिन ये सामने का इलाका
इस इलाके से गुजरेगा।
I'm going to unbox this, but I have to say this, none of this is an endorsement or any sort of promotion. This is purely what I carry in my tech bag as a technology content creator for you. And often we put the show together on the road with some of these devices. They're very helpful. And this particular bag, to start with, is a travel sort of backpack for tech geeks. You see a lot of creators using this as well. I was bombarded, like all of y'all, by the advertisements on social media, so I purchased this a few months ago. It's quite nifty because it's got this sleeve that helps you slip it on to a bigger suitcase as well. And then it's got several compartments. The first one is this magnetic compartment, which really helps me over here. And it turns out to be where I keep the second device, which makes everything click, a Samsung Fold. Now the Samsung Fold 4 is, well, a Tech Today favorite. All folds on the show have been quite a favorite. But the reason I say that is because even if you can't carry an iPad or a MacBook, when you unfold this and you pair a good set of headphones with it, well, it gets the job done, especially on short haul flights. So there you go, first item unboxed from this Mokopara backpack. But first, let's get to the meaty part out here. What I like about this is there's enough real estate inside this particular bag. And then when we're on the show, this is one of our secret hacks. It's a portable light. You can get these on Amazon. They're quite reasonable, even online. And the minute you want to use this on a particular show, maybe we're doing a late night shoot or we're doing some really fun stuff, this is a great filler light that we use on the show. And if you slip right in, there's still some place there. And here, once you've unlocked it, is the actual content monster for us on the show. And for a lot of creators and designers, it's the iPad Pro. Now the iPad Air is great as well, but if you want to do a little bit of illustrative work or maybe now use Final Cut Pro, then this seems to be the device that you can use all along with a 120 Hz refresh rate. I think this gets the job done. All right, the minute you open the front compartment, it is a little congested, but let me take things out one at a time. The first thing when you're shooting content is a grip. You can put this on your mobile phone, you can put this on your professional cameras as well, and this comes in handy very, very often, right, to get those stable shots. Now, if you don't get those stable shots with that sort of a grip, then you need to use technology to make your life a whole lot easier. And for that, a nifty trick is this particular product from DJI, the DJI Pocket 2. It's a whole vlogging kit. I could be on it right now. Hi guys, what's up? My name is Ayush Alavadi and today we're shooting for Tech Today and talking about what's in my tech bag.
A bold experiment in women's empowerment. A self-help group led by the Panchayat head of Dawa village in Bihar's Bhojpur district has set up a plant to manufacture sanitary napkins. They are not only providing sanitary pads at a low cost to women in rural areas, but also creating employment opportunities for women.
ये जो योजना है ये हम लोगों ने बेसिकली उस वक्त शुरू किया जब कोरोना का दौर चल रहा था, तो ये चीज़ समझा गया कि बाहर जो हमारे यहाँ से महिलाएं जा रही हैं उन लोगों को यहाँ रोका जाए और कुछ ना कुछ एक सोर्स ऑफ अर्निंग बनाई जाए। और हम लोग कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा औरतों को सैनिटरी जो शब्द है उससे परिचित करवाएं और मेंस्ट्रुएशन साइकिल में जो हम सैनिटरी का यूज़ करते हैं उसकी उनको आदत डलवाएं।
The women go door to door selling sanitary napkins. They spread awareness among villagers about menstrual hygiene.
जो बच्ची किशोरियां हैं वो लेना नहीं जानती थी पहले, जिसे उनके माँ बाप यूज नहीं कराते थे उसके, क्योंकि महिलाओं को जानकारी नहीं था। तो इसलिए बच्ची बोलती है तो क्या है, जो आज के डेट में किशोरी बच्ची स्कूल पढ़ रही हैं, इसी की वजह से बाल किशोरी को पता चलता है कि ये पीरियड आने पर सबसे अच्छा महत्वपूर्ण सैनिटरी पैड है।
The unit in Dawa makes 4,000 to 5,000 sanitary pads a day. Their product, branded as Sangini, is available in markets in villages and towns in the district. Bureau Report, India Today.
Quality today. In Delhi, 156. In Mumbai, 55. In Kolkata, 88. In Bangalore, 36. In Chennai, 101. In Hyderabad, 45.
Some big news coming in from West Bengal. 1 dead, 3 injured in clashes in Bengal's North Dinajpur. In fact, Congress worker has sustained some bullet injuries in North Dinajpur, Chopra. Congress workers were on their way to the BDO office to file nominations on the last day today when they were allegedly fired upon. The left and Congress have jointly taken out a procession now to file nominations when they were allegedly fired. Injuries have been reported on several others. In fact, at this point, this image here showing how one of them has been rushed to the hospital in a critical condition. Additional police forces also been moved now to locations that are volatile. More details are awaited. For now, let me cut across to Suryagni Roy joining us for more. Suryagni, where we see that West Bengal, as it braces for the Panchayat polls that's coming up in about few weeks' time, we're seeing violence of this nature where people are firing at one another, absolute lawlessness in the state of West Bengal. It's a lot of answering that Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister, must do.
Well, firstly, coming back to your main, question where this incident cropped up from Chopra in North Dinajpur, wherein a rally of Congress and left workers, they were moving around, and that is when miscreants shot on the people over there. Now, the first reports are that 3 people were gruesomely injured and 1 individual lost his life in this particular incident. He sustained bullet injuries and of which he died. This is what the first reports have come in from North Dinajpur or Uttar Dinajpur, as we call it. Now, secondly, yes, since the past 2-3 days, ever since nominations have started, yes, there have been a lot of reports from various parts of the state where reports of violence has cropped up. It's the last day of nominations, and on the 8th of July, Nabila, the state goes for its panchayat polls, and the onus of the law and order maintenance is completely will be on the state government and the state election commission to make sure that the stuff that we have seen in the nominations phase is not repeated when the polling happens. Back to you, Nabila.
It's highly tragic on how these miscreants are so brazenly walking around with weapons. Would you be able to tell us if the police have managed to identify these criminals who are on the prowl for a few weeks now? It's not as if they've just cropped up, and if violence happens today, then it's the duty of the government, respective government, to ensure that a situation like this does not occur again. But we're looking at violence being reported from areas like this on almost a daily basis, and that's really raising a lot of questions on what's happening in West Bengal. Where is the law and order at all?
Well, Nabila,
I'd like to just hold you for a moment. Pradeep Bhattacharya, who's the Congress leader joining us on the phone line. Mr. Pradeep, very unfortunate to hear that one of your candidates who was going to file nominations for panchayat polls was attacked. One person received a bullet injury. Was that a Congress member who was shot at? And who do you think these men are?
Look, we have said it very clearly in the very beginning. While Mr. Rajiv Sinha appointed as the Chief Election Commissioner in the state level, we have said it is a bogus person. He cannot control this entire scenario. He is absolutely stooge of government of West Bengal. Whatever the government of West Bengal, particularly the Trinamool Congress, saying, he followed this thing in toto. We have requested him for the Central Reserve Force to be deployed in a sensitive area. You will be surprised to know the Election Commission has said there is no sensitive area. All are the good areas. And the people were shot dead. And the Congress workers were bullet injured. In not only this place, in the meantime, we lost 2%. One in Murshidabad, the congressman was killed. Another is Chopra, where the left party is killed. So things are happening in every day. So law and order has gone to the hell. And I do not understand how this government can run. Why the government of India is not putting attention to this picture? After all, the persons who are being killed, they are not the citizen of the Bengal. They are the citizen of the country. So it is the responsibility of the government of India to protect the citizen of the country. Why they are keeping mum, that is also an unfortunate part of the story.
Absolutely, Mr. Bhattacharya. At this point, there's a lot of answers that Mamata Banerjee needs to give, but then the blame game continues. The TMC says BJP indulged in violence, BJP says TMC indulged in violence, and then there was presence. In fact, central forces were brought in to calm situations there. That also the state government there is opposing, saying that the central government is being used to benefit the BJP during polls. So if this is a scenario, then we're never going to see peace in West Bengal.
Hello?
Yes, sir. You heard me.
I can't follow. There's the line in I can. Huh?
All right.
Can you repeat it?
Pradeep, thank you. Right, sir. Thank you very much. I'm going to quickly cut across to Tawhad, who's the CPIM leader joining us on the phone line. Mr. Tawhad, this violence that's now that what was reported, 1 man dead, 3 of them injured. This is possibly an nth time that we are bringing a report like this on our channel. And it's shocking to see this kind of lawlessness that prevails in West Bengal right ahead of Panchayat polls. Assembly polls, we saw the state burning. We're seeing similar situations during Panchayat polls as well. Begs us to believe that West Bengal is a land that does not have a law in place at all.
One has to understand that the Trinamool Congress here in West Bengal has always implemented a policy where opposition will not be allowed to file their nomination. And if you see, this entire cycle of violence starts before the nomination process. And the first day of nomination, we had 1 death of the opposition members here. On the final day of nomination, that is today, we have 1 death and we have 2 people very, very seriously and grievously injured. They have got bullet injuries and they are fighting for their lives. A number of other places in subdivisions and blocks, the Trinamool Congress has encircled the nomination centers and not allowing the opposition to enter the nomination centers to file the nomination papers. Now, this is a very planned move on behalf of Trinamool Congress, which unfortunately the police has become partisan to, and they are not playing the neutral role that they should be playing. It is this situation in which local people are starting to resist, and local people are resisting because they want the panchayat to return to the way they functioned in the left front, where the decentralization of the administration, the devolution of funds which went into the panchayat were used for the benefit of the panchayat area people, which has now converted totally into a scheme of funds that goes into the TMC leadership and their lackeys. This situation is absolutely what we call creating this conflict at the local level, and we are seeing common people are resisting. If you look at the entire
So you entirely blame the TMC for this?
If you see up till now, in a number of subdivisions and blocks, the opposition have not been allowed to file their nomination. You've got a High Court instruction coming a few hours ago that the Calcutta police have been instructed to escort those people who have appealed to the High Court. The Calcutta police will have to escort them to the nomination centers and ensure that their nomination is filed. That is the standing instruction given just a few hours ago. Today is the last day of the nomination. This is the violence that is being perpetrated by the Trinamool Congress over here during the Panchayat election. And one has to keep in mind that this Panchayat election is a very, very crucial election, because prior to this, in the Baliganj by-election, the Trinamool was severely reprimanded and their vote count had come down significantly. The BJP was relegated to the 3rd position, following which in Sagartiji, we've seen that the Trinamool candidate was defeated in that election. And this is the situation that is prevailing in West Bengal. And the nominations that have been filed, one after the other, you will see when the election results come out, that the Bengal, electorate have made up their mind that they are going to ensure that the Trinamool will be defeated and the BJP will be relegated to the 3rd position. That is the way Bengal is going. And hence, the police, the administration, the Trinamool Congress, lumpen people who are there with bombs and arms, they are actually trying to ensure that the opposition does not file their once the nomination is filed, rest assured, Bengal is going to see a massive change over here. As the Trinamool has clearly identified that nomination from the opposition should not reach the nomination centers and their nomination should not be accepted. And they are creating barricades. In a number of places, they have put a bench over there and said nobody will cross the bench. In Bhangur, we have seen they have put a bench on the road leading to the BDO office. And after the bench, the Trinamool has unleashed a barrage of bombs and gunfire.
All right. So I'd request you to please stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to Sukanta Mazdumdar, who is the BJP chief of West Bengal, joining us on the phone line. Mr. Sukanta, we are looking at violence for the nth time right ahead of Panchayat polls. These kind of reports have become a common affair coming from West Bengal. This time a man has died, 3 others have been critically injured. Miscreants there rowing the streets of West Bengal with guns, with ammunitions. It's shocking, appalling that the TMC government really has no control at this point.
See, this is the scenario of West Bengal and our legacy that which left actually they leave that legacy to the Trinamool Congress, and Trinamool Congress is continuing is violence. The presence of violence in the election procedure. We have a long history of this kind of violence in the state of West Bengal. But by our bad luck is that the people voted for TMC for the real change, the change for the politics, they have voted for the change in the politics. But till now, Trinamool Congress could not provide any kind of change if you consider even in case of this election. The Trinamool Congress goons, those are present in the CPM, now they have been shifted to the Trinamool Congress, and they are doing all kind of violence, diverting us, not only us, all the opposition, not to file the nomination paper. So this is the scenario, total law and orderless situation is prevailing in the state of West Bengal. Already court ordered for the implementation of central forces, but the state election commission is really looking helpless. They could not do anything. Today in the morning, again violation erupted in the Chopra block. In Chopra block, for your information, we could not file a single nomination because from the first day, the TMC goon, they were moving around the BDO office so that we cannot enter into the BDO office. So this is the situation. One people died, three people injured, three are injured, and under these circumstances, we feel that without the presence of central forces, it is unable to conduct the election. Election Commission will be unable to conduct the peaceful election in the state of West Bengal.
All right, thank you very much for joining us on the phone line. Well, you have one man who's been shot dead, a Congress member who was on his way to file his nominations for the Panchayat polls. Some miscreants shot him down. This has come as a huge development ahead of Panchayat polls in West Bengal. Even as the courts are now involved, the matter about law and order seems to be a huge concern in the state, but yet the TMC clearly not taking control of this disastrous situation that prevails. I'm going to cut across to a short break. India Today continues to track those developments. A lot more on the cyclone Biparjoy coming up on the other side of a short break, where we're showing you the kind of preparedness that has been deployed on ground as the cyclone fast approaches its place of landfall along the Gujarat's Kutch region. Stay with us.
Introducing Apple Vision Pro.
Apple unveiled its hotly anticipated augmented reality headset on Monday, its riskiest and biggest bet since the iPhone debuted more than a decade ago. The Vision Pro poses a direct challenge to Meta's line of mixed and virtual reality devices. And with a price tag that will start at $3,499, the Vision Pro will cost more than 3 times Meta's priciest headset when it launches next year. Apple CEO Tim Cook.
It's the first Apple product you look through and not at. Vision Pro feels familiar, yet it's entirely new. You can see, hear, and interact with digital content just like it's in your physical space.
Apple said that users of the Vision Pro will be able to select content inside the goggles with their eyes, tap their fingers together to click, and gently flick to scroll, while also using a 3-dimensional camera and microphone system to capture videos and pictures that can be viewed in 3D later. In its most striking difference from Meta's headsets, the device also has an exterior display that shows the user's eyes to people in the outside world.
So in the same way that Mac introduced us to personal computing and iPhone introduced us to mobile computing, Apple Vision Pro will introduce us to spatial computing.
The exterior screen goes dark when a user is fully immersed in a virtual world. When a person approaches a user who is in a full virtual mode, the headset will show both the user and the outside person to each other. For work uses, Apple showed how the headset can be used with a trackpad and keyboard to work like a traditional computer with multiple displays. The Vision Pro has 2 hours of use with an external battery, similar to Meta's top-of-the-line Quest Pro mixed reality device. Besides the headset, Apple also displayed a raft of new products and features, including a 15-inch MacBook Air, a powerful chip called M2 Ultra, and improvements to its iOS software and autocorrect feature. Shares of the iPhone maker rose 2% to hit a record high ahead of the launch, but shares ended slightly lower after the announcement.
How will the valuation cuts impact employee ESOPs? What have you learned?
Well, in very simple terms, ESOPs are basically equity in the company in which the employees are working. This is granted to them in the form of remuneration by the company. So what happens is, at the time when the ESOPs are granted, they're granted to employees at a rate which is called the strike rate, which is usually lower than the market rate at that point in time. And moreover, the ESOPs, the strike rate of the ESOPs depends on the valuation of the company at that point in time. So what's happening here is, in the normal due course of time, it's expected that once the ESOPs have vested, employees can go out and sell the ESOPs at their strike rate. And since the market rate is, of course, going to be higher than the strike rate, the difference between the market rate and the strike rate is the employee's profit. But now, in situations like this, where the valuation of the company has reduced, it's most likely that when these employees go out with the strike rate at which they had received when the valuation was high, and when they try to sell their ESOPs, the difference between the market rate and the strike rate is not going to be as much as they were expecting before at a higher valuation, which means their monetary benefit and profit is also going to reduce. So that's how the valuation of ESOPs has changed with the devaluation or the reduction in the valuation of these companies.
How do you think employees are likely to react to this, Akanksha?
Well, there are two likely scenarios in which this is going to play out, at least in the short term. For starters, it's going to be extremely difficult to retain talent which is already working at these companies. It's because these employees had a set monetary figure in mind when, they had gotten these ESOPs. They thought that this is the amount of
You are watching India Today. Watching India Today.
Our top focus this afternoon, viewers, will be Cyclone Biparjoy, which is expected to make landfall along the Gujarat coast shortly. That is what we're focusing on. Remember that the Kutch and the Saurashtra regions are likely to be most impacted by this severe cyclonic storm, which is expected to make landfall this evening. Our reporters are on the ground tracking every little development in terms of the administration's preparations to deal with the impact of Cyclone Biparjoy. Cyclone Biparjoy likely to make landfall in an hour. Gujarat coast on high alert. NDRF and SDRF teams on standby. India Today at cyclone epicenter. India Today reports amid heavy rains and gusty winds.
In fact, look at the wind speed. It is very difficult to even face this. in Kutch Mandvi with Sanjay Kumar. I'm Ashutosh Mishra for India Today.
Cops recommend cancellation of POCSO against Brij Bhushan, say no proof in minors case. Brij Bhushan charged with sexual harassment, stalking and outraging a woman's modesty in the adult victims case. One dead in clashes in Bengal's Chopra town. Clashes, open firing in North Dinajpur. Nomination filing. Calcutta High Court pulls up Bengal State Election Commission over Panchayat poll violence. Dramatic fire rescue operations on camera. Students of Delhi Coaching Centre climbed down using rope. Fire under control now, no casualties. Let's take you through some of the latest defining images that are coming in from the affected regions as far as Cyclone Biparjoy is concerned. As Cyclone Biparjoy approaches nearer Gujarat's Daman is witnessing strong winds and rough sea conditions. Massive waves are lashing the sea fronts in Daman. Cyclone is expected to hit Gujarat in a few hours. The impact of cyclone is also being observed in Gujarat's Valsad city. The city has been facing strong winds and heavy rainfall due to the cyclone. The wind speed is also expected to be around 115 to 125 kilometers per hour. As Gujarat gears up to bear the brunt of Cyclone Biparjoy, Minister Harsh Sanghvi visited the seashore and took stock of the situation and preparedness in Gujarat's Dwarka today. These images explain the impact and power of the cyclone Biparjoy. In these visuals, strong winds in Gujarat's Patan blew away the roof of a car parking, and this took place even before the cyclone makes landfall in Gujarat. Mumbai is also witnessing high tides due to the approaching cyclone. Mumbai's Gateway of India saw strong sea waves washing off the shores. Cyclone Biparjoy is all set to make landfall in Gujarat in just a few hours from now. The severe cyclonic storm is expected to cause massive damage. NDRF and SDRF teams are on standby. The army is also prepared to assist in relief efforts. The Gujarat government has shifted over 90,000 people from coastal areas to makeshift shelters in anticipation of the powerful cyclone. Strong winds, heavy rains and turbulent sea witnessed in the beach town of Mandvi as Biparjoy approached the Gujarat coast to make landfall this evening. Red alert has been issued for Saurashtra, Dwarka, Porbandar and Kutch coast. Jamnagar, Rajkot, Junagadh and Morbi are among areas that are likely to witness severe impact of the cyclone.
And it's a pre-impact of Cyclone Biparjoy, which has hit the coastal line of West Gujarat in West Kutch. And this is Mandvi Port. And it just started 5 minutes ago. Now, literally, standing against this current, massive wind speed is next to impossible. And you see the creek right behind me. Just an hour ago, almost, there was a clear surface visible. The water level is barely more than 5 to 6 feet. But all you see now, totally a rough ocean with a high current. And all of a sudden, it just started barely 5 to 10 minutes ago. All of a sudden, like someone pushed you. So literally, you know, it requires really a resistance to face this kind of wind speed. Though there is a prediction by the Met Department, the cyclone will slow down up to around 10 km per hour. So even in that case, the maximum speed will be 130 to 140 kmph. But you see, this kind of situation, almost the village across this creek of Mandvi, everything is now invisible. So that is how the impact of pre-cyclone landfall is quite seen here in Mandvi, the part of Kutch, which is going to be the epicenter of this tragedy, as the eye of the storm will be passing through at far distance from here. But the radius of the ice storm is literally bringing havoc. At Mandvi with Sanjay, I'm Ashutosh Mishra for India Today. And the pre-impact of this landfall of cyclone Bipar is already visible in parts of Kutch and Mandvi. Almost everything goes invisible now. The creeks, very rough ocean, and the wind speed. This is literally going to create havoc in this region of Kutch. In fact, even standing at this place is next to impossible now. I can see literally the weather has deteriorated. All machineries are on standby. Quick response team will be at its station. In fact, look at the wind speed. It is very difficult to even face this. In Kutch, Mandvi with Sanjay Kumar, I'm Ashutosh Mishra for India Today.
My colleague Ashutosh Mishra is now joining us live from Mandvi in Gujarat. Ashutosh filed that report earlier. Ashutosh, what are the weather conditions like at the moment in Mandvi off the Kutch coast where you are?
Follow me, this is exactly what we saw at around 10:30 a.m. this morning. The wind speed has now literally gone up. And remember, 3 o'clock is the time when this landfall was supposed to be done. But because it will be at a certain distance from the coastal line, so the impact by reaching with the same velocity as it has been anticipated will take quite certain hours. So it could be probably even after 8 or 9 p.m. we'll see the real impact. But now already, gusting wind speed with really above than the normal than we have been seeing since morning. And that has reduced literally the visibility just across the creek. So this explains the furious ocean and also the weather. In fact, at the moment, the biggest challenge is to ensure there is no disruption in the connectivity, particularly those QRTs which are put on standby. Anirudh Dave, the local MLA, in fact, himself is along with the authorities taking stock of the situation. Anirudh, किस तरह के अरेंजमेंट्स अब, क्योंकि अब तो मैं देख रहा हूँ जैसे मौसम बिगड़ा है, कई जगह पेड़ गिर रहे हैं, क्या कोशिश कर रहे हैं चीज़ों को कि सब कुछ बेहतर रहे, खराब ना हो?
आप देख रहे हैं इसकी विंड वेलोसिटी हाई चल रही है, सबको पूरा अलर्ट लगा हुआ है, जो पेड़ गिर रहे हैं उसको काट के हटा रहे हैं और लोगों को यहाँ से सलामत जगह पे लेके गए हैं। जिसके कच्चे मकान है, एनडीआरएफ की टीम, एसडीआरएफ की टीम, भारत सरकार के माननीय मोदी ने किया है और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल साहब, अमित शाह साहब, उन सब लोगों के साथ में यहाँ का लोकल स्थानीय सब जुड़ा हुआ है और जुड़ते हुए काम करते हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता भी आप देख रहे हैं कि इतना पवन है कि हम भी सब हिल रहे हैं।
Actually, it's really been very difficult for me to even resist this wave. It's literally a storm, and I could say potentially it has started. This is the impact of the Bipar cyclone. This is started. You heard the BJP MLA local. In fact, it is difficult. Everyone to stand back here, and this will lead to eventually uprooting of the trees, electricity poles, telecom poles. So that will really make things very difficult. As far as high tide in the ocean is concerned, of course, the water level has reduced. There is no high tide further. But if the impact reaching to the coastal line takes after 11 p.m., that's the another time when the another round of the high tide is expected. What will make it to? That eventually the water will enter in the low-lying areas of the village of Sayala and others which are located in and around Mandvi. So clearly this is the difficult time just in Mandvi and this coastal area which are coming near the epicenter of Bipar cyclone. Follow me.
Okay. Ashutosh there, of course, reporting from Mandvi in Gujarat. Ashutosh, stay on with us. You were, of course, speaking to the local BJP MLA from the area. What about the arrangements that have been made on the ground in terms of ensuring that everyone's safe and away from the shoreline?
Well, the adequate number of shelter houses have been made out, including in the government schools and several other infrastructure. So this is particularly from the low-lying areas the people have been living up taken here. So there is very less, very less chances of any disruption there. But because those locations are located in certain pockets where there are trees. So when that uprooted and there is case of any emergency, that will literally bring certain amount of trouble, and that's exactly why the QRTs are put on standby. In fact, we have already seen uprooting of the trees in several parts of the city, and it is just the beginning of the, the activities of the cyclonic storm, which is affecting the coastal areas. And gradually, if you see this the starting of it, this is just the beginning. Imagine the intensity of the winds when it will literally, grip the entire coastal line, including this part of Mandavi, Sayala, and all other villages. So if this is the beginning, the intensity is literally gonna be multi-fold up, and that will bring in havoc. And that's exactly why people are recalling of the memories of 1998, when the similar intensity of the cyclone was literally creating havoc in this parts of Kutch and other regions. Follow me.
Right, you can just hear, the wind over there, which is in fact blowing the gusty winds in Mandvi, where Ashutosh is right now, barely making him audible. Imagine the conditions over there on the ground itself. Ashutosh, if you can give us a sense of what the local administration is saying as to when is Cyclone Biparjoy expected to make landfall close to the Jakhau port?
Well, the landing, which is expected at certain distance from the Jakhau port, was expected around 3 o'clock, and we probably get an update from the IMD department that it might have just hit the area and the epicenter. The eye of storm probably going from that particular route, and then this is exactly now the the constant velocity of the wind speed that we are seeing.
Ashutosh, we'll request you to fix that audio over there because we seem to have lost your audio line, but I can understand there's obviously all that equipment, but it's raining and it's got gusty winds blowing as well in the area. We'll reconnect with Ashutosh when he's got his audio line back up. But you can see the condition on the ground all through that report as Ashutosh was filing through Mandvi, which is in Kutch. It is a beach town in Kutch district of Gujarat, which is expected to face maximum impact. Remember, Kutch and Saurashtra regions of Gujarat are expected to face maximum impact of Cyclone Biparjoy as of course Ashutosh and my colleagues continue to file their stories and reports from on the ground. Here's some of those.
खड़ा था यहाँ, ये लगभग तटीय इलाका है, ये क्रीक है, दरिया का पानी यहाँ से होकर गुजरता है, यहाँ नाव खड़ी होती हैं और यहाँ काफ़ी कुछ देखने के लिए होता है, लेकिन अब यहाँ सब कुछ इनविजिबल है और ऊपर से पानी जो है इस क्रीक में इसका करंट है वो बहुत ज़्यादा है। 5-10 मिनट में पहले ही ये शुरू हुआ और ऐसा लगा जैसे किसी ने धक्का दे दिया हो, लोग खड़े और पूरी ताकत से कोई आपको धकेल रहा है। इस हवा के सामने इंसान का भी खड़ा रहना मुश्किल है। आप ये समझ सकते हैं कि जब इसकी रफ्तार 130-140 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे के हिसाब से आगे बढ़ेगी तो स्थिति क्या होगी। अभी तो सिर्फ समझिए कि 3 बजने में काफ़ी समय है, उसके पहले जो शुरुआत हुई है अगर वो इतनी भीषण है तो जब ये लैंडफॉल होगा, ये दोस्तों इस इलाके से गुजरेगा तो अपने साथ किस तरह का प्रकोप लेकर के आएगा। ये जो तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं वो बेहद भयावह है और इसी के लिए आप समझिए कि सरकार की ओर से, प्रशासन की ओर से वो तैयारियां की गई थी। बरसात की थपेड़ी ये जो बूंदें गिर रही हैं, ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे पीठ पर कोई हंटर मार रहा हो। ये मोटी जैकेट के बाद ये हवा जो है, ये जो इसके साथ जो बूंदें आ रही हैं वो चोट पहुंचा रही हैं। तो अभी तो सिर्फ ये प्री इम्पैक्ट है, हालांकि अचानक से फिर बरसात बंद हुई है, लेकिन हवा काफ़ी तेज़ है और ये जब जैसे जैसे अपनी इंटेंसिटी आगे बढ़ाएगा लैंडफॉल के करीब जाते जाते तब हालात और असामान्य होते जाएंगे। मांडवी पोर्ट से संजय कुमार के साथ मैं आशुतोष।
जिस तरीके से हवा की रफ्तार यहाँ पे चल रही है, हम खड़े नहीं रह पा रहे हैं। लगातार आप एक बिल्डिंग के सामने आ गए हैं, लेकिन यहाँ पे खड़े रह पाना, आंखें खोल पाना भी मुश्किल हो रहा है। और क्योंकि आपको दिखाती हूँ जिस तरीके से यहाँ पे कुछ भी दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है। आप 100 मीटर को देखेंगे तो 100 मीटर 100 मीटर तक का भी विजिबिलिटी नहीं है। यानी जिस तरीके से हवा और बारिश ये दोनों हो रहा है और चक्रवात का जो असर है वो अब धीरे धीरे दिखना शुरू हो चुका है। ये मांडवी का जो पॉट इलाका है वहाँ पे हम इस वक्त मौजूद हैं, लेकिन सामने कुछ भी दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है। पूरी तरीके से इमारत तक को देख पाना मुश्किल साबित हो रहा है। देखिए ये अब साइक्लोन का जो असर है वो धीरे धीरे शुरू हो गया है और 12 बजे हाई टाइड होगी। अंदाज़ा लगाया जा रहा है कि जहाँ पे इस वक्त हम मौजूद है पॉट का इलाका, वहाँ पे समुंदर का पानी आ जाएगा। कम से कम 7 से 8 फीट ऊपर हम लोग खड़े हुए हैं। तो तो यहाँ पे जब समुंदर का पानी आ जाएगा तो हम लोगों को भी बोल दिया गया है कि मीडिया उस साइड नहीं जाएगी जिस साइड समंदर है। लेकिन ये सामने का इलाका आपको दिखा रहे हैं जहाँ पे इस वक्त तेज़ हवाएं चल रही है। देखिए ये हवाएं इतनी ज़्यादा है कि बिल्कुल खड़े नहीं रह पा रहे हैं। लगातार यहाँ पे सब कुछ हिल रहा है और पूरी तरीके से आपको ये एहसास हो जाएगा कि किस तरीके से चक्रवात जो है वो मांडवी के आसपास के इलाके में यहाँ पे पहुँच चुका है। उसका जो इम्पैक्ट है वो देखना शुरू हो चुका है।
So those were reports that my colleagues in fact filed from on the ground. Gopi and Ashutosh in fact reporting from the Kutch region of Gujarat. There you could just see this was at the time that the wind speeds were close to about 125 to even 140 kilometers per hour. It is expected that in fact when cyclone Biparjoy makes landfall, the wind speed will reduce to about 115 kilometers per hour. But you can just see the weather conditions on the ground. This is why the administration is taking no chances. They've made all arrangements. Over 150 shelters that have been prepared so that they could remove people from along the shoreline and evacuate them to safe places. Let's listen in from what the experts are saying on this.
ये तो महातूफान नहीं है, ये एक चक्रवाती तूफान है और इसका विंड स्पीड अभी 125 से 135 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटा है और ये अभी जो पहला रेड डॉट आप देख रहे हैं यहाँ केंद्रीभूत है और जखाऊ से ये लगभग 170 किलोमीटर दूरी पे दक्षिण पश्चिम दिशा में केंद्रीभूत है और ये आज शाम को रात के टाइम पर ये हिट करेगा तट के ऊपर मांडवी और कराची के बीच।
समय क्या होगा, पूर्वानुमान क्या है, समय क्या होगा?
रात में बताया, शाम और रात को टाइम पर ये हिट करेगा कि ये एक्चुअली प्रोसेस चलता रहता है कुछ घंटे के लिए, इसलिए शाम और रात का टाइम में बता रहा हूँ। मांडवी और कराची के बीच में जखाऊ के जस्ट वेस्ट में ये तट को हिट करेगा।
जो मेरे पास संख्या है, जो तटीय इलाके हैं उसमें 0 से 5 किलोमीटर वाले, 5 से 10 किलोमीटर वाले गाँव को आइडेंटिफाई किया है और लो लाइन गांव को आइडेंटिफाई किया है। कुल 1 लाख जितने लोग आज की तारीख में इवैक्यूएट कर लिए गए हैं। सुबह 9 बजे की स्थिति है। हैवी रेनफॉल से, वेरी हैवी रेनफॉल से फ्लडिंग होती है, उसमें ड्राउनिंग हो सकती है और प्रॉपर्टी का नुकसान हो सकता है। इस तरह की दिक्कतों के लिए नॉर्मल लाइफ डिसरप्ट होती है क्योंकि पेड़ उखड़ेंगे और बिजली के पोल गिरते हैं तो जो साधारण जनजीवन है डिस्टर्ब होता है। तो इसको जितना जल्दी हम रिस्टोर कर पाएँ और मिनिमम लॉस ऑफ लाइफ इंश्योर कर पाएँ, हमारा टारगेट हमेशा 0 लॉस ऑफ लाइफ रहता है, तो वो बिगेस्ट चैलेंज होगा।
We have 23 disaster relief teams which are there. The next course of action is that the process continues. We have been again and again warning the oil handling agencies because with the storm being heavy, there are oil handling agencies in the Gulf of Kutch which might be affected. The state admin authorities, the NDRF, the SDRF are doing the necessary evacuations. Out at sea, we had warned all the fishermen, we have warned all the merchant mariners to be clear of.
So let me explain to you what does the cyclone Biparjoy is and what is its path. And with this elaborate illustration, let me explain it to you. Remember on June 6th at 5:30 a.m. from the south part of the Arabian Sea, it had started to develop in the morning, and that is when the path, according to the Met Department that was tracking it, started to make way to about June 11, where already you could see the impact of rainfall and strong winds. From June 11th, as you could see, it was beginning to take shape. By June 13th, the heavy showers and high tides and advisories had to be given to the fishermen as well, as the situation was turning alarming. Orange alert was sent to Saurashtra, Kutch and the coastal areas, including Maharashtra and Karnataka, where the impact is being seen. As you can see, by June 15th, that is where the landing is expected to be today. These are the border areas currently at 2:30 a.m. According to the fresh advisory, it stood at about 200 kilometers west of Gujarat. And the Kutch area, the Jakhau port is where the maximum impact is likely to be, as in when the landing takes place. This is where, according to the illustration, I want to help you understand where is this cyclone at present. 3 p.m. is when we are expecting the landfall to take place.
So, as far as the IMD is concerned, there is the possibility of cyclone Biparjoy making landfall anytime between evening and night tonight. So they're standing by. All the authorities on the ground have made adequate arrangements in order to ensure minimum loss to life and property. They have evacuated close to over 1 lakh people, almost 1 lakh people from across the coastline as far as the Kutch and Saurashtra regions of Gujarat are concerned. At least from 8 different districts of Gujarat, they have evacuated over 94,000 people. They have built close to about 200 shelters across these districts where all of these people have been moved to, and they're camping at the moment. They have ensured that nobody goes to the seafront. Enough warnings have been sent out to people, to tourists. Remember, some of these are tourist spots as well. Manvi, for instance, where my colleague Ashutosh has been reporting from, is a beach town in Kutch district. So in anticipation of Cyclone Biparjoy making landfall, the authorities have ensured that everyone is moved away from the shore, from low-lying areas, and they've made adequate arrangements to, of course, ensure that they stay safe. And of course, in terms of, because they're anticipating that electricity poles could possibly, stand impacted. They have ensured that there are power generators at these shelters if electricity lines were snapped. We're slipping into a very short break, but we will continue with our coverage of Cyclone Biparjoy as it's expected to make landfall anytime within the next few hours.
हवा काफी तेज है और ये जब जैसे
You are watching India Today.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
You are watching India Today.
Let's bring you the latest updates on Cyclone Biparjoy now. Cyclone Biparjoy is less than 180 kilometers from the Gujarat coast and its impending landfall. The anticipated heavy rain and storm surge have led to the evacuation of over 94,000 people living in vulnerable areas. As per the latest update from the IMD, landfall process of Cyclone Biparjoy will continue till night. Wind speed will be 115 to 125 kilometers per hour when it crosses Jakhau port between Mandvi and Karachi in Pakistan. IMD is continuously reviewing the coastal areas and low-lying areas. The rescue teams have appealed to the people of the state to stay indoors and follow guidelines issued by the government. Daman seafront lashed by massive waves as Cyclone Biparjoy is expected to hit Gujarat coast in a few hours. Gujarat Home Minister Harsh Sanghvi reviews the situation at the Gomti Ghat of Dwarka as Biparjoy approaches Gujarat coast to make landfall. NDRF teams have been deployed across the state to minimize loss of life and property. Cyclone Biparjoy is all set to make landfall in Gujarat in just a few hours from now. The severe cyclonic storm is expected to cause massive damage. NDRF and SDRF teams are on standby. The army is also prepared to assist in relief efforts. The Gujarat government has shifted over 94,000 people from coastal areas to makeshift shelters in anticipation of the powerful cyclone. My colleague Ashutosh Mishra is now joining us live from Mandvi in Gujarat. Ashutosh has been reporting from the ground for the past couple of days. Ashutosh, as of course we count down to Cyclone Biparjoy making landfall, it could be any time between this evening and tonight. What is the situation right now on the ground where you are in terms of the weather conditions, Ashutosh?
Well, Paulami, even if the landfall takes place exactly where it was anticipated and predicted by the Met Department, remember the impact on the coastal lines to reach will take certain time. And as a pre-cyclonic activities, we already seeing since yesterday and since this morning, the weather has literally deteriorated, including the several high tides and also the gusty wind speed. So when it comes to the hitting the coastal line, including the Mandvi, which is expected to be the worst affected, where the landfall of the impact is likely to take place only after 6 or 7 p.m. or even maybe 8 or 9 p.m. So that is what the anticipation is being by the local authorities, and preparations, as we have been speaking, that those preparations have been made. But here when it comes to the looking at the surface and the oceanic activities, clearly it's a rough weather, totally rough weather, making the visibility very difficult, and the creeks area, everyone, in fact the people, those who are even venturing out, are being asked to leave. In fact, there is no electricity in the town. Several places where somehow the gensets are being used, particularly in the relief camps, to ensure there's a power supply, adequate number. People should not be incommunicado, at least they are able to charge their mobile phones. At the moment, we don't see any such damage to the telecom towers or any such infrastructure, because it's not just even started, only it's a pre-cyclonic activity. So when really the impact hits this coastal line where the dense population is, then it will be, we will be able to assess the damage and will be able to see the impact on the ground. Pallavi.
As far as Mandvi is concerned, Ashutosh, how many people have been evacuated from the shore where you are at the moment?
This is more than 2,000 people, and this is only in the low-lying area. Remember the 5-kilometer vicinity, 5-kilometer radius from the seashore that was marked. Almost more than 5,000 people who were anticipated. But those who are in the low-lying areas only been evacuated. Those who have a concrete pakka structure, a concrete house, are still there in their houses, even if they are falling within 2 kilometers, because that's exactly the structure which will hardly be influenced or impacted by the high velocity wind speed because of the cyclonic activity. So looking at those preparations, only the people in the Kacha houses or extremely low-lying areas have been taking place. And those who are still left in their houses have been strictly advised, and there are patrolling by the police teams taking place. They remain indoors until and unless this cyclone passes, when there is an announcement of the restoring normalcy or situation comes back to normal. What we see on and off, there is a frequent rain showers, this torrential rainfall, and that is one of the factors that we are witnessing. And of course, when there will be high wind speed, even this rain, even this downpour is going to be really troubling, making things invisible, particularly near the creeks area, near the sea area, and near the coastal lines.
Ashutosh, of course, is reporting from Mandvi in Gujarat, where in fact a massive impact of this cyclonic storm which is approaching the Gujarat coastline is expected to in fact make landfall. Okay, so as far as the cyclone is concerned, let's take you through the details of what are expected to be the worst affected areas. Kutch is one of the worst affected districts, is expected to hit Kutch anytime between evening and night. Dwarka, Devbhoomi Dwarka district again is on red alert. Porbandar, again, one of the districts which is expected to face an impact of cyclone Biparjoy. Junagadh district of Gujarat as well has been preparing itself for the impact of this cyclone. Rajkot, again a district which is on red alert as well. Remember, at least 8 different districts of Gujarat have been preparing themselves. That includes also Jamnagar district of Gujarat. And as far as the Gujarat coastline is concerned, Morbi is also ready to face backlash from this cyclone as it makes landfall. Now, as far as cyclone Biparjoy is concerned, let's take you through some of the details of this cyclone itself. So that is, of course, what we're telling you in terms of the districts that will be maximum impacted as a result of the cyclone as it makes landfall between evening and night tonight. Biparjoy is expected to in fact make landfall anytime, and 8 coastal districts of Gujarat will in fact be impacted as a result of this cyclone as it makes landfall in Gujarat. Biparjoy, of course, is something that has been anticipated for the last few days itself, but today is when it makes landfall along the Gujarat coastline. In fact, Biparjoy is something that refers to disaster. It is expected to cause massive damage and destruction as well. Several thousand people now have been evacuated from the shoreline into safer places as well. A red alert has been sounded for Saurashtra region, for Dwarka and for the Kutch coast. These are the areas and the regions as far as Gujarat is concerned which are expected to feel the maximum impact of this cyclone. My colleague Ashutosh Mishra is live with me. He's in Kutch at the moment, in Mandvi, from where he's been reporting. At the moment, of course, Ashutosh, you said that it's only pre-cyclonic activity that you're witnessing on the ground. Any damage to, of course, communication lines or power lines that you can report, or at the moment, of course, Kutch and Mandvi is only bracing itself for Cyclone Biparjoy.
Hello. Line drop हो रही है.
I'll try and reconnect with my colleague Ashutosh. Ashutosh, of course, is having some trouble because of the wind speeds, as you can just imagine, on the ground over there in Mandvi, from where he's been reporting fearlessly all through. In fact, he says that as far as Mandvi and the shoreline is concerned over there, this is a beach town, at least 2,000 people have been moved to safer places, to shelters that have been, makeshift shelters that have been made nearby. Ashutosh, I believe, is back with us. Ashutosh, what is the condition on the ground right now? You did say that what you're witnessing around you is pre-cyclonic activity at the moment. So far, no damage to communication or electricity lines, as has been anticipated by the IMD itself.
Well, follow me. So far, there's bare minimum, damage that has caused us public property, exceeding trees across the Mandvi. We haven't done anything major, and the reason could be only the pre-cyclonic activity that we are witnessing at the moment, and the intensity of the windfall, and also all the activities around topographically will increase further. So it's just the beginning of the pre-cyclonic activities at this scale, at this density. What we are seeing now, though since morning there have been uninterrupted rainfall downwards, but for now all I see a highest speed so far of the wind speed, literally making it difficult to stand against this intensity of wind. So gradually it will increase, and once it will, in fact, this morning when there was a high tide like situation, that literally almost triggered a threat of flooding in Mandvi area, particularly near the port, near this port, where people have barely seen 8 or 10 feet of water level, and that's exactly how the commercial activities of the maintenance of this country and wood made boats take place. So when the water level started increasing with speed, that was a sense of fear that this is gonna be flooding in this situation. Somehow the water started receding, and then after 11 p.m. there will be another round of high tide, and if that is the time when the intensity of the winds and the impact of the cyclonic activities hits this coastal line, because probably the passing of the cyclone has already started where exactly it was expected to go from. But for now all we see is this is the pre-cyclonic, and the impact of the gas radius coming to the coastal line will take certain hours. So when that hits and the high tide goes simultaneously, that will literally bring in havoc, not just aerially because of the wind, but also because of the sea water, because the water level going to increase, and that will create a flood-like situation in the town. And for that, what we have been saying, that all preparatory measures have been taking, but it is in fact difficult even for the cameramen to hold the camera, the live equipment, everything just against these winds. So somehow it will be even slightly difficult for our viewers to see a clarity and a stable images, but we all are trying our best effort to bring those images from ground zero, from the epicenter Mandvi, where there will be maximum impact of cyclone, where it passes through and its impact reaches in the coastal line of this city of Mandvi in West Gujarat. Follow me.
Right, Ashutosh, also just to give our viewers a sense of where you are right now, and of course what is expected to be the epicenter as far as the cyclone is concerned, which is Jakhau Port. How far are you from that? Because as per the latest update which is coming in from the IMD, the actual location, the current location of the cyclone at about 2 p.m., 2:30 p.m, I believe the last update, was 120 kilometers west-southwest of Jakhau Port in Gujarat. How far is that from where you are at the moment?
So radiusly speaking, and if I could just pan the camera towards the seaside, towards the seashore. So radiusly speaking, this is more than 100 kilometers where the eye of the storm will pass through. But since it's a wider, it has a wide range, even if the storm passes with that speed, the radius impact probably while touching upon this coastal line would be reduced, because the maximum prediction that is being done, wind speed gusting up to 140 kilometers. So when the impact of the cyclone radiusly passing through the coastal line, because the epicenter will be far away, more than 100 kilometers from this seashore of Mandvi that you're seeing, because that will be further advancing to northwest part and then further reaching towards the Karachi area. But when it comes to the hitting the coastal line, of course the intensity will be drastically reduced from 100 kmph. Probably it will be 110 kilometers while it is coming, and we have certain the marine board official will try get in words and make a better understanding as perspective as far as this cyclonic activity is concerned. Sir, please join me in the broadcast. You are a marine engineer. Just to give an understand the idea that we are seeing cyclonic activity is already started. The eye of the storm, how far it will be from here, where exactly it is hitting, what will be the aerial distance as far as this port is concerned and the eye of the storm is concerned?
Right now the distance of Mandvi and the eye of cyclone is at around 130 kilometers, and affecting around 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock approximately. As per the present speed, the eye is moving towards the Sir Creek area.
So as we see, this eye of the storm is a certain distance around 130 kilometers. The impact, because this goes in a radiusly, the impact takes a time to hit the coastal line. Can we say that this is a pre-cyclonic activity you have witnessed in the wind speed?
This is in fact, we cannot say that this is pre-cyclonic. It is almost cyclonic effect which is going on because this is moving from south side to the north east side of the Gujarat state. So already effect has started.
Given to understand the wind speed which is predicted gusting up to 140 kilometers per hour, what will be the impact while hitting upon the coastal lines of Mandvi and the other areas?
The lower areas will be submerged, and if it coincides,
submerged, you say
low lying areas, those will be, that area will be submerged because the wave will be very high, the swell will be very high, and if it coincides with the tide timing, which is at present night 12 o'clock, then it will be another disadvantage for us.
Is it correct to say that when the wind speed hitting with the cyclone here on the coastal line, it will be more than 110 or 120 kilometers per hour?
Yes, wind speed will be 110 kilometers.
At least?
Around
110?
Average, yes.
So what do you see the impact on the infrastructure when a wind speed 110 kilometers per hour hitting the coastal line where you have a dense population and infrastructure installed?
Local administration, I mean to say district administration has already relocated the people who were in the low-lying area, and we expect that there will be no casualty or no injury to human life.
But when it comes to the public assets, the government assets, infrastructure, tower, electric tower, communication tower, do you see the significant damage?
We have done the assessment, risk assessment, and consecutively we have done we have taken all the preventive measures to reduce the damages to the infrastructure.
That including one like if you see the high mask, these being lights that were lowered down. So these kind of preventive measures after the risk assessment has been done by the administration. But now, as you heard, the 110 kilometers per hour wind speed, and I could literally feel that if it is not 110 km, and it is something significant that one cannot even face to decide where the wind is coming from. So you heard the marine expert working with the government. In fact, one of the monitoring team keeping a close eye on the cyclonic developments taking place and saying that this is a cyclonic activity we are seeing here, and it's the peak of it on the coastal line while it reaches around 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock, and that exactly will be another apprehension is that possibly another high tide is expected. So if that happens, probably low-lying areas will be submerged for certain hours, and of course, since the risk assessment has been done, we are told by the sources that there will be significant damage to the infrastructure in the town after 8 o'clock when the intensity of the winds increase even higher than that, which I am facing at the moment, and literally making me and my cameraman to stand against these winds. Follow me.
Okay, Ashutosh, stay safe over there. Ashutosh continues to be live with us. He is in Mandvi right now, and what the officer was telling him, the marine officer was telling him, is that the eye of the storm, as far as the cyclone is concerned, cyclone Biparjoy is concerned, is at least about 120 kilometers right now from where Ashutosh is standing at the moment, and this is not pre-cyclonic activity. This is cyclonic activity that in fact Ashutosh and his camera person Sanjay are facing at the moment. Our reporters are bringing you all the latest updates while they report fearlessly from ground zero in the Kutch and Saurashtra districts, regions of Gujarat. Ashutosh, what sort of measures have been taken in order to ensure that there's minimum damage to property as far as life is concerned? They've evacuated everyone from along low-lying areas. and the coastline as well. But property damage, that is of course anticipated, and massive damage is anticipated.
The administration has ensured that there is no loss of life, but when it comes to the infrastructure, the risk assessment was done, and in the risk assessment, the first was to ensure the cut those trees which are potentially uprooting during the cyclone and then cause a disruption on the road connectivity. I have seen the ambulances installed all across the area. These ambulances with the medical experts have been placed to ensure if there is a urgent need, the ambulances reaches on time. So all these arrangements while have been placed. Of course, it's a battle against nature, it's a battle against natural activities, a devastation which is always expected by a storm, a cyclonic activity. So of course, only everyone can pray for a safety and expect passes of the cyclone as soon as possible. But it is just a beginning. While the cyclone, the eye of a storm passing through that particular area, the impact will take a time, because for now all we see the activity, the part of it. But when the intensity goes on, it's the highest. That will be, further to assess the risk, because so far only the assessment of the infrastructure can be done on the anticipation and the prediction of the IMD. But the worst is only when you see the impact on ground hitting the street.
Absolutely. And this is unlike anything that Gujarat has seen in over 20 years, Ashutosh. The last they in fact felt the impact of a severe cyclone was in 1998, Ashutosh.
Yes, and that's a lesson. In fact, the government and authorities have learned over the years that since there have been several such activities. We have seen one in 2019. We have seen, and the people of Gujarat have seen in 1998, and that was perhaps one of the most devastating cyclones. So there are machinery, there are experts who have drawn the parameters to make such preventive steps when it comes to the battling the natural disaster, be it the flooding, be it the storm, or even the cyclonic activity. So of course those parameters were followed, and now we have India as world's one of the most powerful rescue forces, which is called NDRF. We have seen them going to Nepal, going to Turkey for the rescue operation. So when you have that domain expertise and an agency which has the domain expertise, clearly preventive steps are always taken, and that always works on the ground. You can hear the sound, the way it is causing disruption here. I know I'm barely audible from here, just taking a better place so I can just cut down the winds. But this is just the beginning of what was predicted by the Met Department. Follow me.
Right, Ashutosh and Sanjay, stay safe. We will, of course, keep coming back to you as far as our continuous coverage of Cyclone Biparjoy is concerned. It is expected to make a landfall along the Gujarat coastline anytime between this evening, and the process will continue till about midnight. Stay tuned. Our coverage will continue on the other side of this very short break.
You are watching India Today.
Two advertisements within a space of 2 days reveal the tension within the BJP Shiv Sena coalition in Maharashtra. This ad that appeared on Tuesday featured Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. It said, Modi in Rashtra, Shinde in Maharashtra. There was no mention of Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis. It also claimed that Shinde was more popular than his deputy, based on a recent survey by a private agency. The advertisement caused much resentment in the BJP. Shiv Sena soon got into damage control mode, clarifying the ad was issued by a supporter of Shinde. A day later, a new advertisement appeared, this time featuring photos of all leaders, including Shinde and Fadnavis.
शिंदे जे उत्कृष्ट आहेत त्यांनी देवेंद्रजी त्या ॲडव्हर्टाईजमध्ये कम्पेअर जे करणे हे ज्यांनी कोणी केलं असं मला वाटतं. एकनाथजी काही एवढ्या लहान मनाचे नाही आहेत. एकनाथजी काही लहान मनाचे नाही आहेत. एक मोठ्या विचाराचा, मोठ्या मनाचा माणूस आहे. एकनाथ शिंदेला जे बघतो ते कधी अशा लहान विचारात वावरत नाही. पण ज्यांनी कोणी केली आहे त्यांनी देवेंद्रशी कंपॅरिझन एकनाथजी सोबत करणे हे थोडंसं त्या ठिकाणी अचंबित करणारं होतं.
The damage control, however, has not yet ironed out the differences between the two leaders. The Deputy Chief Minister has skipped events where he was supposed to share dais with Chief Minister, citing health reasons. Fadnavis, however, continued with his regular meetings at the Shahayadri Guest House in South Mumbai. With Ritvik Bhalekar, Bureau Report, India Today.
Absolutely right. We're picking up from our finance ministry sources that disinvestment of Container Corporation, that is Concor, has hit a roadblock. In fact, this was in the offing because the government was expected to launch the expression of interest by January, that is of 2024, but as per finance ministry sources, the government may not be able to go ahead with the process in this fiscal year of 2023-2024 because of certain issues that they are facing from the railway department in terms of bringing a new investor on board. The cabinet had given a nod for 30.8% of government stake to be sold in Concor. Government holds about close to 55% stake, and this definitely puts on a lot of plans of government's disinvestment target, which is close to 51,000 crore for this year, because Concor was contributing about close to 20 to 22% in order to fetch about 12,000 crore with its 30.8% sale.
are watching India Today.
Our top focus story this evening, viewers, is Cyclone Biparjoy, as it is expected to make landfall along the Gujarat coastline anytime between this evening and midnight. All the authorities are on standby. They've evacuated everyone from along the coastline, and they are in fact standing by with all arrangements in place to ensure that there is minimum damage to life and property. That is our top focus, but these are the headlines we're following at the top of the hour. Cyclone Biparjoy likely to make landfall anytime now. Gujarat coast on high alert. NDRF and SDRF teams on standby. India Today at cyclone epicenter. India Today reports amid heavy rains and gusty winds.
In fact, look at the wind speed. It is very difficult to even face this. In Kathmandu with Sanjay Kumar, I'm Ashutosh Mishra for India Today.
Cops recommend cancellation of POCSO against Brij Bhushan, say no proof in minor's case. Brij Bhushan charged with sexual harassment, stalking and outraging a woman's modesty in the adult victims' cases. One dead in clashes in Bengal's Chopra town. Clashes, open firing in North Dinajpur nomination filing. Calcutta High Court pulls up Bengal State Election Commission over Panchayat poll violence. Karnataka Cabinet approves textbook revision. Hedgewar, Savarkar chapters out. Ambedkar and Nehru added in syllabus. India set to get 18 Predator drones from the US, second mega defense deal after GE 414 fighter engines to be signed during Prime Minister's US visit. The top story that we're tracking at the top of this hour, Cyclone Biparjoy landfall any time now. Biparjoy landfall to continue till midnight. Wind speed, heavy rains set to escalate. India Today reports from ground zero. So Biparjoy is expected to make landfall anytime this evening, and the process will continue till about midnight. Our teams are on the ground. They've been reporting fearlessly, bringing you all the factual updates and developments from the ground. My colleague Brijesh Doshi is now joining me live from Devbhoomi Dwarka, which is expected to also face the brunt of Cyclone Biparjoy. Brijesh, what are the conditions, the weather conditions where you are at the moment?
Follow me right now. The weather conditions are not so good. The rain and gusty wind is blowing on. So I would ask my cameraman to show you the visuals of the wind. Wind speed is around 70 to 80 kilometers per hour from the last 4 to 5 hours. Since the morning, actually the wind speed is increasing by every hour. Cyclone is right now away 120 kilometers away from Jakhau port, and it will land around by the evening. So the landfall will be around the evening. So right now the sea is very much rough. We cannot go nearby the sea area. So we are right now at in the area of the residential area where the wind speed is a little bit lower than the earlier part. So weather is rough, situation is rough. Everyone is praying and waiting for the landfall time.
Stay safe, Brij Doshi there reporting from the ground in Devbhoomi, Dwarka. Everyone there, of course, he's telling us, bracing themselves for the impact of cyclone Biparjoy as it makes landfall this evening along the Gujarat coast. These are the latest pictures that we're also getting from Mandvi in Kutch district of Gujarat. Already gusty winds, heavy rainfall, they're being witnessed in the area along the coastline of Gujarat, where Biparjoy is expected to make landfall in just a couple of hours from now, and the process will go on till midnight. So the maximum brunt of it is already being felt, because it is expected that when Biparjoy makes landfall, the wind speeds will reduce to about 115 kilometers per hour. But at the moment, they stand close to about 120 to 130 kilometers per hour. Brij Doshi continues to be live with us. He's in Devbhoomi, Dwarka at the moment. Brij, we saw earlier images of State Home Minister Harsh Sanghvi, who in fact reached the Ghat as well in order to take stock of the administration's preparedness. What can you tell us about the arrangements that have been made in anticipation of the damage which is expected?
See, Paulomi, everything has been taken care by the government. All the precautionary steps have been taken by the government, but the most important part will be after the landfall of the cyclone. So that will impact that disastrous cyclone of from last 50 years. So this is the most disastrous cyclone of last 50 years. So that's why everyone is hoping that it should not hit the land of Jakho or the port of Jakho. Right now the wind is blowing heavily. Harsh Sanghvi is in Dwarka from last 3 days, and he's moving everywhere. He's trying to help the local authorities very much, that they and guiding the local authorities that they should take the every steps which is possible. Right now the power supply of Dwarka has been shut down. All the villages of the lowland area have been evacuated, and all people are living in the shelter homes. They are not allowed to go outside for the next 24 hours as the cyclone is moving towards the Kutch and Jakho. So these kind of steps have been taken, and they are just now praying. Yesterday evening also Harsh Sanghvi has prayed at the Lord Dwarkadish temple, but today Lord Dwarkadish temple has been closed because of the cyclone's effect, and no one is visiting right now. The city is empty right now because the advisory has been given that from today noon to tomorrow evening, no one should go outside the home, and they have to be in the home only. So these kind of steps have been taken. Indian Army, Navy and Coast Guards are on the standby mode. At Okha port, there are 15 ships and 7 rescue helicopters have been with the Indian Coast Guard, and they are just waiting for the landfall of the cyclone.
Okay, so the NDRF, the SDRF, the Coast Guard, everyone on standby. Also, the Indian Army and the Air Force has been kept on standby as well. The Defence Minister Rajnath Singh spoke to all 3 service chiefs as well in preparedness for cyclone Biparjoy making landfall. Those are various images, viewers, that we're bringing to you from across the coastal districts of Gujarat, which are likely to face maximum brunt of cyclone Biparjoy as it makes landfall this evening. The authorities are on standby at the moment. Our biggest team of reporters is on the ground, fearlessly reporting on all the evacuation that has already been done. Close to about 94,000 people have been evacuated from 8 coastal districts of Gujarat already. Several makeshift shelters have been built over the past couple of days where they are being kept safe. At the moment, there is of course anticipated damage to property. Trees are already uprooted because of the gusty winds which are being experienced in the area and in the region. You can already see the boats which have been left over there because all the fishing folk have been asked to move away. There's been no fishing activity. They've been asked to leave, and they've been evacuated to safer places as well. Of course, they worry about their livelihood, but of course, life is paramount. Ashutosh is filing this live report from Mandvi. Let's listen in.
लैंडफॉल के बाद उस समय हाई टाइड की आशंका है. सबसे बड़ा इम्पैक्ट और रिस्क असेसमेंट में डैमेज किस तरह के प्रेडिक्शन है?
जब हाई टाइड आएगा, वो 12 बजे का टाइम है, 12 बजे और अगर उस टाइम पे साइक्लोन दोनों मिक्स होते हैं तो उसका एक इम्पैक्ट रहेगा, वो ज़्यादा रहेगा।
और वो इम्पैक्ट गौरव ऐसा है कि दरअसल जो टेलीकॉम टावर्स हैं पूरी संभावना है कि वो गिरेंगे। रिस्क असेसमेंट के लिए सबसे पहले QRT लगाई गई थी, वो पेड़ जैसा इस समय शहर में 2-3 जगहों पर पेड़ गिरे, रास्ते बंद हुए, तो वहाँ सबसे पहले QRT भेजी गई थी कि रास्ते खुल जाएँ। जगह जगह पर एम्बुलेंस तैनात की गई है कि अगर कहीं मदद चाहिए, क्योंकि बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो लो लाइन इलाके से थोड़ा ऊपर पक्के घरों में रहते हैं, वो वहाँ से नहीं हटेंगे। लेकिन अगर कोई सिग्निफिकेंट डैमेज होता है तो उन तक मदद पहुँचाई जा सके, तो रास्तों को कोशिश की जा रही है कि वो बने रहें, वहाँ पर जो है किसी तरह की बंदिश ना हो, पेड़ ना गिरे। लेकिन कम्युनिकेशन टावर भी सबको रिस्टोर करना मुश्किल इसलिए भी होगा क्योंकि अभी शुरुआत स्टॉर्म की अपने केंद्र पर हुई है। परिधि में उसका असर हम देख रहे हैं, लेकिन इसकी इंटेंसिटी यानी पूरी तीव्रता जो आएगी वो 8-9 बजे के बाद आएगी, और तब ये 3-4 घंटे की जो साइक्लोनिक एक्टिविटी होगी उसी समय शहर में यहाँ पर हाई टाइड की भी संभावना है, और ऐसे में तब लो लाइन एरिया में जल जमाव भी हो सकता है। तो कुल मिला के आप ये समझिए कि मांडवी के लिए अभी बस चुनौतियाँ शुरू हुई है, इसका पीक आना भी बाकी है जिसमें कई घंटों का समय लगेगा। गौरव।
So that is, of course, Ashutosh, who filed that live report from Mandvi, where cyclonic activity has already begun. And that is, in fact, already being reported by my colleague. But, of course, the eye of the storm not very far from the coastline at the moment. Jakhau port is where, in fact, Cyclone Biparjoy is expected to make landfall. Brijesh Joshi is also joining us live. He is in Devbhoomi, Dwarka district of Gujarat at the moment. Just taking from what Ashutosh was reporting about. Okay, we'll try and reconnect with my colleague Brijesh. Brijesh is reporting from Dwarka. Ashutosh is in Mandvi, which is a beach town in the Kutch district. Kutch is expected to face the maximum impact of Cyclone Biparjoy as it makes landfall. Now, the eye of the storm is expected to be at around 120 to 130 kilometers from the Jakhau port, where in fact it is expected to make landfall. Let's give you a sense now of this cyclone as it is progressing and making its way towards the Gujarat coastline. Already, of course, you're noticing that there are high wind speeds that are being faced over there by the people who are on the ground. Of course, authorities have to do their job. They're on the ground already. But as far as the cyclone is concerned, let's give you a sense of how the trajectory has been so far. So we're talking about the cyclone. As you can see, this is the area. It is already approaching. That's the eye of the storm, if I can tell you. That is the eye of the storm as far as the cyclone is concerned. It has been moving progressively over the last few days. Let's give you a sense of how it has been moving. So here's the trajectory as we're showing it to you. It starts from Sunday and it has moved all the way up, and this is where the eye of the storm is at the moment. This is along the Gujarat coastline. As you can see, Dwarka is in the red over here. So expected to be maximum impact as far as the cyclone is concerned. There's Jamnagar, Junagadh, which are also bracing themselves, and this is Nalia. It's not very far from here where the eye of the storm is, and it's expected to make landfall. This is the Gujarat coastline as you're looking at. The landfall is expected to be anywhere between Mandvi in Kutch in Gujarat and Karachi in Pakistan, which is over there. Let's give you a sense now of how it is moving. As you can see, this is how it's expected to move. That's the eye of the storm as it's moving right now. This is how it will keep progressing. So tomorrow, this is where it's expected to be, in this area at about 11 a.m. in the morning. And now, then of course, by Saturday, by the 17th at about 11 a.m. Bhilwara, Rajasthan. Remember, it will move into the Kutch area of Rajasthan, where the wind speed would have in fact come down Kota as it's crossing. And then of course, it will bring down the wind speed, and it will, of course, weaken as far as the cyclone is concerned. But this is, in fact, the trajectory. It is here, right about here, near Nalia at the moment in Gujarat. Ashutosh is joining us live. Ashutosh is joining us live from Mandvi in the Kutch region. Ashutosh, again, just to give us a sense of how the situation is on the ground right now. Anytime the cyclone is expected to make landfall, what is the situation on the ground at the moment, Ashutosh?
And Paulami, this would have probably happened as we speak, because we need need an official update from the Met Department, but by now it would probably have hit the epicenter where it was expected to make a landfall. As far as the impact that we see, clearly since morning we are witnessing the impact, and now it's gradually increasing. In fact, since morning the wind speed was on and off, reducing or increasing, but for last 1 hour, more than 60-70 minutes, we are seeing a constant velocity of the wind, which is slightly increasing every 10-15 minutes. That's of course, you can see in these images, even I'll be barely audible to you. Somehow, we're trying to bring out these ground reports and the images from here, from Mandvi port. Of course, the rain has stopped, and since morning it has been playing on and off. But when the landfall takes place, of course, as the expert believe, since the speed maximum expected around 140 kmph, and gradually it is shifting the directions by 10 km per hour. So, the epicenter, which is located around 130 km from Mandvi port radiusly, so it will take certain hours to hit the coastal line, and which the time could be potentially around 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock, and that's exactly in less than a couple of hours there will be high tide season, and that's the biggest concern for the authorities, for the India, and for all the agencies who are in a mission to ensure save maximum lives, save maximum public assets. You already heard the maritime member Kuldeep Singh, who said about risk assessment that was done, and risk assessment was done in the basis of the high tide and of course the wind speed, because if that is hitting the city, what all infrastructure could probably be impacted by that, including in the telecom towers, mobile towers, electricity infrastructure, kacha houses, and the rural areas, which is located at the left and both sides of this creek. But most likely, because the rural people, the poor people, the marginalized community from the fishermen community, those who have been living on the just other side. So where we have the maximum number of the kacha houses, those people probably would be at the receiving end of the cyclone worse. And also I can see some communication towers. Though some certain arrangements were done, this is shifting of these towers cannot be just a job for the couple of days. So of course, as for now, only the risk assessment was done, and post the activities, because probably midnight while people will be really sleeping, when they wake up early in the morning, they will potentially see the havoc caused by the cyclone. But for now, all you see, only when just bracing for the impact, all authorities are on standby. So far, we haven't heard about any major damage in the town. The ground report suggests that barely few trees were uprooted by the wind speed, but it is just the beginning. This is merely 70 or 80 kmph wind speed. This is gonna be, while at the coastal is concerned, gonna be up to 110, 120 kmph. And in that case, literally make things terrible here in Mandvi or even the nearby coastal areas. Follow me.
Okay, so at the moment, of course, there hasn't been much damage, Ashutosh, is what you're telling us, that has been reported, other than, of course, certain instances of trees that have been uprooted as a result of the blowing winds. But as far as the administration is concerned, you've been speaking about the risk assessment that they've done, Ashutosh. What is their sense of the damage which they're anticipating at the moment?
Mostly the communication towers, because as far as electricity is concerned, already disrupted in the town. So anticipating this, the havoc and the wind speed, they already disconnected the electricity line in most part of the city. Of course, in the emergency, be it the Nagar Palika or the hospital, they have ensured the power supply with the help of generators and of course all these arrangements. So that was already taken care. As far as certain infrastructures are concerned, you cannot just undoing or lower down the entire mobile tower just in a day. So the first priority of the administration was to rescue people, to evacuate them. That was done, and even as we speak, certain look at these units of these vehicles which are continuously patrolling with the help of policemen and the other departments. So they are continuing patrolling along the coastal lines, because you never know, some over adventurous people or someone just goes and take a round across the suddenly report of the casualty. So administration and the authorities does not want to take any chance, and strict message have also been given to the people that do not venture out near the ocean, near the seashore. So at the moment, of course, things are on standby. We haven't heard about any major damage. Of course, the uprooting of the trees is just ordinary process during the cyclonic activity. And when it comes to the as severe as 100 kph like this cyclone, clearly the damage would be potentially huge, but it will be only known after it passes through. And worst will be, what is more my matter of concern is by midnight there will be, the high tide situation right behind me in this creek and the ocean, and subsequently there will be highest, peak velocity of the wind of this cyclonic activity. So that could be potentially really a matter of concern, and that too in the night when you clearly have a no visibility, and then you have to literally run around for offering maximum help if possible. QRTs are in place, agencies are in place, so we can only wait and watch and expect that there will be not really much damage in this part of, or anywhere across western Gujarat where the impact is expected.
Okay, Ashutosh, stay on with us. We're getting some live pictures as well. These are coming in from Jamnagar in Gujarat, where again the cyclone and its impact are likely to be felt as well. So Jamnagar is bracing itself for the impact of cyclone Biparjoy as well. We'll try and get in a live report from Jamnagar as well. But our colleagues are spread out across the coastal belt as far as Gujarat is concerned. They're at the epicenter itself as they brace themselves, and all of these coastal districts brace themselves for the impact of cyclone Biparjoy, which is expected to make landfall anytime this evening, and the process of it will be felt up until midnight. And like Ashutosh was pointing out, it's possibly only tomorrow morning when the residents of this area wake up, they will realize, of course, the true extent of damage and devastation that cyclone Biparjoy leaves behind in its wake. Ashutosh, coming back to you, you of course said that the administration has not evacuated the people in Mandvi who live in concrete pakka houses, even if they're within the 2-kilometer radius of the shoreline. Is that a risky decision that the administration has taken, or is that calculated based on how they assess the situation to pan out?
Well, Pauline, even certain orders from the administration are placed. They are well calculated, including the risk assessment that is done. So when it comes to the pakka houses and in the 2 kilometer of the periphery or 2 kilometer radius of the sea line or the seashore, so clearly when you have a pakka structure, there is potentially less chances of such major damage, because these houses, if you just an example, if you see, they are not multi-stories. They are barely 2 stories building. Or behind though you see, there are multi-stories building as well, 3 stories or 4 stories building, and mainly dominated are the fishermen community who have the kacha house are of course taken. I have seen those shelter houses where the women and children have been taken place. But those who have a pakka houses, at least from the 2 kilometer of the vicinity of the shore, they because they do not fall under such threat category, and administration itself said that probably there not be much really damage, because there is no chances of the flooding of those areas despite being low lying. And if that is the case, since we know the QRPs are placed on standby, and when the water starts entering in the village, in that particular area of Sayala or in the other part, then there will be alarm raised, and those the process of evacuation or the rescue that will immediately take place. But for now, since the assessment was done and the first priority was to take those people living in the kacha house, and it's a very close proximity of the seashore which will be directly impacted by. So that was the first priority that was done. Still, we have certain people living inside the pakka houses. There will be potentially lesser damage, or probably it will be neutralized because of the structure that is in the village, in the houses. So that was well calculated, and the decision was taken. So because it is just the initial stage of the cyclonic activity we are seeing, since this morning the weather has been really disrupted, and since this morning we are seeing a turbulent weather. But it is just a beginning of before the peak comes, which will be around 4 to 5 hours from now, and then we have to see the risk factor, all the real impacts on the ground.
Ashutosh, give us a sense a little bit of the patrolling that you were telling us along the seashore that was happening, and the teams that are on standby at the moment.
Well, the NDRF and other authorities, because this is a long seashore, if you see, it follows from Mundra and then it goes to further to the area which will be the epicenter of the ice storm. But here you see, all I can see, the police forces have been placed here. Of course, because of few journalists reporting here, so that is also for their safety. We have been advised to maintain certain distance from edge of this platform of this port. So this is the port. There you see these policemen are patrolling, and there is another team of the police force who have gone to the other side. And remember, this port, there is also significant damage caused to this particular port, which is the custom house now in the middle also of this maritime port. Because of the high wind speed and the current that the sea surface had, because of the seashore, there was potentially damage, and a part of this was literally, gone with the water. So we have been strictly advised not to venture on. And if you see, that area has clearly been deserted. We have been reporting till afternoon from that particular pocket. Now there is only a police jeep and the patrolling party which has advised us not to venture. You see the senior officials taking around, and every place where could be possibly presence of human being, which is the only display that you have only the journalists reporting from. So they are maintaining all the precautions, all the steps, guidance being issued. In fact, now the police have asked us to vacate this area because this is an open terrain, and the wind speed when it increases, certainly the administration does not want to take any chance. You gradually see in these images, the media persons have been asked to vacate these premises. Of course, these all are preventive measures, so you have to give a certain time before we place ourselves somewhere else. We have been advised to vacate this area, and this is all again preventive measures being taken by the administration following.
Okay, Ashutosh, take your time, get yourself to a safer place. Of course, abide by the guidelines of the authorities on the ground over there. Those are pictures also that we're getting you live from Junagadh in Gujarat at the moment. As you can see, as far as Pakka houses are concerned, they are quite secure. As Ashutosh was saying, that's the risk assessment that the administration and the authorities have done on the ground. At least that's the case with Mandvi. But as far as Kacha houses are concerned, remember that the meteorological department and other officials and experts have also said that they are definitely going to get caught up in the eye of this storm. And as you can see, that's damage already on the ground as far as these Kacha mud houses are concerned, those with tin roofs, plastic roofs. They, of course, if they're anywhere close to the coastline, then clearly there is the impact of cyclone that they are likely to feel.
उसके अलावा हमने मरीन पॉल्यूशन टीम जो है हमारी, वो भी हमारा काम है, हम नोडल एजेंसी हैं, अगर सीना कुछ होता है वो हमने अपने तैयार करके रखे हुए हैं डिफरेंट प्लेसेस में, जो हमारे मुंद्रा, जखाऊ और वादीनार, ये तीन जो नॉर्थ गुजरात में, और ओखा, हमारे 4 स्टेशन हैं, वहां पे हमने अपने सीनियर ऑफिसर जो वहां के लोकल कमांडर्स हैं, डीआईजी रैंक ऑफिसर्स हैं, उनको सचेत किया है। और मुंद्रा में हमने यहां से एक स्पेशल डीआईजी भेज दिए हैं, बिकॉज वहां पर एक हमारे कमांडेंट साहब जो हैं वो सीओ हैं वहां के, लेकिन हमने सोचा कि एक सीनियर ऑफिसर वहां जाएगा तो उन्होंने स्पेशली भेज दिया है। तो ये तो हमारा अभी तक का जो काम रहा इस प्रिपरेशंस में, ये रहा। राज्य सरकार से हम लगातार संपर्क में हैं, बट अब जो ये लैंडफॉल होने वाला है 1800 से 2000 के बीच में हम लोग एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं। उसके बाद की स्थिति को जानते हुए हम लोगों ने करीब 15 शिप स्टैंड बाई रखे हुए हैं, 7 टोटल एयरक्राफ्ट हमने रखे हुए हैं तैयार। जो हमारा स्टेशन है कोस्ट गार्ड एयर स्टेशन दमन, वहां पर भी हमने स्पेशल
Okay, so that was A.K. Harbola of the Indian Coast Guard, who was briefing the media about the arrangements and preparations that have been made by the Coast Guard. 15 ships on standby, at least 7 aircraft have also been kept on standby. All teams are spread out across the area, which is expected to face the impact of Cyclone Biparjoy. And the Coast Guard, as Mr. Harbola was stating over there, is also in touch with the state administration continuously, because the state government is, of course, the nodal authority, and all other agencies are coordinating as we speak with the state administration. We're going to stay on this story. Our rolling coverage of Cyclone Biparjoy, as it's expected to make landfall along the Gujarat coastline, will continue on the other side of this very short break. Leaving you with these images.
Are watching India Today.
traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
You are watching India Today.
News coming in right now. Biparjoy to make landfall now between 6 to 8 p.m. So that's the update that's coming in from the meteorological department, that Biparjoy's cyclone is likely to make landfall between 6 to 8 p.m. this evening along the Gujarat coastline, and that landfall is to continue till midnight. So that's the latest update which is coming in. Wind speed and heavy rains will, of course, escalate during this period, but as it makes landfall, it will reduce. The wind speed is expected to reduce to about 115 kilometers per hour. It's expected to go up to about 150 kilometers per hour at its peak. But that's the latest update which is coming in from the weather department and authorities who are monitoring the trajectory of our cyclone Biparjoy, that it will make landfall at between 6 to 8 p.m. this evening. Kutch and Saurashtra regions of Gujarat are likely to be maximum impacted as cyclone Biparjoy makes landfall this evening. So that's the latest update that's coming in from the weather department and the meteorological department, which is tracking this and monitoring this very close. And as far as landfall is concerned, cyclone Biparjoy will be making landfall between, the eye of the storm will be between Manvi in Gujarat, India, and Karachi in Pakistan. 8 coastal districts are on high alert in Gujarat, and close to over 94,000 people have been evacuated from the seafront, from the shore, to safer places. The authorities have put them up in makeshift shelters, and you can see those pictures Those live images that we're getting to you from these districts of Gujarat which are likely to face maximum impact. That includes Kutch, that includes Devbhoomi, Dwarka, Junagadh, Jamnagar, Rajkot, Morbi. These are some of the districts that are bracing themselves for the impact of cyclone Biparjoy, which will be making landfall this evening between 6 to 8 p.m. We'll try and bring in our reporters who will, of course, share the latest updates with us from on the ground. They've been standing by relentlessly and fearlessly at the front and reporting with all the latest updates from the ground. The administration is on standby at the moment. Remember that the Chief Minister himself is in the State Emergency Control Room. He reached there earlier this morning. He's been constantly monitoring the situation and updating himself on all the latest preparations and arrangements. That is, of course, Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel. State Home Minister, Gujarat Home Minister Harsh Sanghvi has in fact camped in Devbhoomi Dwarka district, and he has been monitoring all the preparations as far as the administration is concerned, ensuring that there is no loss to life and property. They've evacuated people from along the coastline to safer places. Those are images that are coming in from Dwarka, from Daman, from Porbandar, Mandvi, Valsad. These are areas that are expected to face maximum brunt of cyclone Biparjoy, which is expected to make landfall between 6 and 8 p.m. this evening. Saurabh Vakhtania is joining us live. He is in Jamnagar. Saurabh, if you can give us the latest update from where you are right now, how is the situation looking?
Here, all boats are tied over here. There are several of boats which are kept at the safe place. Then all the fishermen are now gone back to the safer place at the shelter homes, which are made at a different place in the villages. But look at the speed of wind over here.
Okay, we'll try and reconnect with my colleague Saurabh Vakhtania as well. Our entire team of reporters is on the ground right now, bringing us all the latest updates. The update, of course, from the Meteorological Department, the latest one says that Cyclone Biparjoy will be making landfall between 6 to 8 p.m. this evening, but that process will continue till about midnight. So it's only when people wake up tomorrow morning will they see the true extent of the damage and destruction that Biparjoy leaves in its wake, and that has been caused. But the authorities, of course, bracing themselves for the same. They, of course, anticipate that communication lines could be snapped and electricity, in fact, could take a hit as well. They've kept power generators on standby. As far as communication lines are concerned, the authorities have already stated that if you're in Gujarat, then you can just simply go to your mobile settings and manually connect with any network that you seem to find on your phone, and that is available to everyone who's living along the coastline of Gujarat at the moment. As you can see, people who are those living close to the coastline who haven't been evacuated, they are taking all sorts of measures in order to protect themselves from Cyclone Biparjoy and its impact. Brijesh Doshi is joining me live. He is in Dwarka at the moment. Brijesh, the latest update from the IMD states that Cyclone Biparjoy will likely make landfall between 6 and 8 p.m. this evening. Brijesh. Brijesh, are you able to hear me?
Yes, follow me.
Okay, we'll try and reconnect with Brijesh. Yes, Brijesh, go on. Brijesh, if you're able to hear me, please carry on.
Follow me, I'm just right now at Dwarka's main road there, and I will ask my cameraman to show you the severity of the wind, just gusty wind right now here. The situation is very situation is right now not normal here. I'm just moving away from the sea area, so I can show you the visuals of the damage done. But right now the wind is gusty winds are blowing, so it is difficult to stay at one point. But the visibility is low. This is the temple of Lord Dwarkadish, and this is the situation right now here. The wind is heavy, gusty wind is going on. Landfall timing, I'm just coming to the timing of the landfall of the cyclone. It will be around 8 o'clock or after 8 o'clock, because just today Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel has reviewed done the review batak with the officials, and at that time the time was given of the landfall of by 9 p.m. So it will be in the evening, and it will go on till midnight actually. So the cyclone is reaching to the Jacob Port, but the timing is delayed.
Okay, so the timing is delayed is what you are learning from the state administration. Saurabh Bhaktania, my colleague, is also joining us live at the moment. Saurabh, you were at a village where the villagers seem to be protecting themselves from the impact of the cyclone. How are they preparing themselves, Saurabh?
So well, let me tell you that they have tied the rope to the entire village, because basically the village is very small. It's very close to the coastal area, just hardly 200 to 300 meters. And all are fishermen, over 1,500 people, all are fishermen. And the entire surrounding of the village is tied with the ropes in such a way that it leads to the safer house. It leads to the shelter homes which are made by the government officials. Because right now, let me tell you, the wind has taken a lot of speed. Behind me, I can like to show you the visuals over here. We are right now at a place. This is the station of NDRF officials, and they are continuously patrolling the area, and the wind speed is pretty much high. What is happening over here is that the officials, the Gujarat government officials, the NDRF officials continuously monitoring the entire situation, because suddenly this time around the wind has taken up the speed. What they are asking continuously, people, announcement are being made. Let me tell you, through the loudspeaker, the announcement have been made that people should not come out of their house now, because I saw a lot of small children and the females and the senior citizens were out of their house. They were actually trying to see what is happening around, but now the announcements have been started to made. They are asking all of them to go inside the house or go in the safer house. This is the place where the NDRF teams are been deployed. They are over here. This is Ramji temple over here in Jamnagar, and let me tell you, wherever there will be a call, where will be an emergency call, the team will be immediately moving out. It's just around 3 to 4 hours from now when the cyclone will be hitting the Gujarat coast, and this is the Jamnagar area where we have been told that there will be a lot of impact, and therefore all the entire team and the administration officials are on high alert right now. In the situation here, you can see also on the roads there is not so much of traffic, because all have been asked to stay away, to stay indoors, and these are the vehicles of the government officials. You can see this is the NDRF team of officials. They are returning back to the base, and whenever there will be a distress call, there will be an emergency call, they will be immediately move out to the important or emergency places.
Okay, so that is of course how the NDRF and the SDRF are preparing themselves for any sort of distress call that is made to them. Saurabh, we saw those pictures of how the rope was being tied around the village. The idea, I believe, is that they can possibly, in case of an emergency situation, the villagers can possibly just hold on to the rope and drag themselves towards an emergency exit point or towards the shelters. Is that how they hope to be able to protect themselves? Clearly, it's a distress situation and they're preparing themselves for the worst.
Well, absolutely. Let me tell you that this have been taken like an example what was said in 1998. Remember, this was a very serious cyclone which hit the Gujarat coast in 1998 and thousands of people had died. Let me tell you, that time around,
the cyclone had hit the Gujarat coast and such coastal areas in early morning, and that time there were no warning signals which were given to them, and several of the people actually died in their sleep only, and they could not be saved, and so many people had died during that time. So what the villagers clearly told us that now when we know that the cyclone is going to approach us, that the cyclone is incoming, so we have decided that we should tie ropes over here. What they have done is for the last 5 days they were tying this rope in the entire village, let me tell you, surrounding, and all those all the ropes actually lead to the shelter home, to the safe houses over here. And what they have done is they have also tied an extra rope to which if a senior citizen, there is a small children, they can tie them and then they can reach to the nearest place. So this is how people are trying to save each other, because these are the desperate times, because how the situation is unfolding. Like Brijesh was also telling that the landfall is now actually delayed. So it will around 9 to 10 p.m. in the night when there will be an impact, and that time the situation can actually get grim, because in daytime people can actually go and help each other, but during night, when you can see here, there are no street lights. These are very small villages over here. This is the top angle visuals on which on India Today, which we are showing you. This is the very coast, close to the Jamnagar coastal area. These are the small villages, and they are right now completely cut off. Let me tell you, there is not even an electricity inside. So without electricity, without the lights, at that time evacuation process and the rescue operation, it will be very difficult to carry, and therefore continuous patrolling has been done in this area. The government officials all are over there. They are requesting each and everyone that they should move to a safer location. They should be inside their house. I also saw that several of the food packets have been now distributed, because what the officials are telling us that before it is dark, they are going to distribute the food packets so that people are equipped with food and water. When the cyclone hits, all of them should be inside.
Okay, Saurabh, they're reporting from Jamnagar. The authority is there on standby as Cyclone Biparjoy is expected to make landfall in a couple of hours from now. These are reports that our colleagues have been filing from across the coastal districts of Gujarat.
And it's a pre-impact of Cyclone Biparjoy, which has hit the coastal line of West Gujarat in West Kutch. And this is Mandavi Port. And it just started 5 minutes ago. Now, literally, standing against this current, massive wind speed is next to impossible. And you see the creek right behind me. Just an hour ago, almost, there was a clear surface visible. The water level is barely more than 5 to 6 feet. But all you see now, totally a rough ocean with a high current. And all of a sudden, this started barely 5 to 10 minutes ago. All of a sudden, like someone pushed you. So literally, it requires really a resistance to face this kind of wind speed. Though there is a prediction by the Met Department, the cyclone will slow down up to around 10 km per hour. So even in that case, the maximum speed will be 130 to 140 kmph. But you see, this kind of situation, almost the village across this creek of Mandavi, everything is now invisible. So that is how the impact of a pre-cyclone landfall is quite seen here in Mandavi, the part of Kutch, which is going to be the epicenter of this tragedy, as the eye of the storm will be passing through at far distance from here. But the radius of the ice storm is literally bringing havoc. At Mandavi with Sanjay, I'm Ashwin Mishra for India Today. And the pre-impact of this landfall of Cyclone Biparjoy is already visible in parts of Kutch and Mandavi. Almost everything goes invisible now. The creeks, very rough ocean, and the wind speed. This is literally going to create havoc in this region of Kutch. In fact, even standing at this place is next to impossible now. I can see literally the weather has deteriorated. All machineries are on standby. Quick response team will be at destination. In fact, look at the wind speed. It is very difficult to even face this. In Kutch, Mandavi with Sanjay Kumar, I'm Ashwin Mishra for India Today. जहाँ मैं खड़ा था, यहाँ ये लगभग तटीय इलाका है, ये क्रीक है, दरिया का पानी यहाँ से होके गुजरता है, यहाँ नाव खड़ी होती हैं और यहाँ काफ़ी कुछ देखने के लिए होता है, लेकिन अब यहाँ सब कुछ इनविजिबल है और ऊपर से पानी जो है इस क्रीक में इसका करंट है वो बहुत ज़्यादा है। 5-10 मिनट में पहले ही ये शुरू हुआ और ऐसा लगा जैसे किसी ने धक्का दे दिया हो, लोग खड़े और पूरी ताकत से कोई आपको धकेल रहा है। इस हवा के सामने इंसान का भी खड़ा रहना मुश्किल है। आप ये समझ सकते हैं कि जब इसकी रफ्तार 130-140 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे के हिसाब से आगे बढ़ेगी तो स्थिति क्या होगी। अभी तो सिर्फ समझिए कि 3 बजने में काफ़ी समय है, उसके पहले जो शुरुआत हुई है अगर वो इतनी भीषण है तो जब ये लैंडफॉल होगा ये दोस्तों इस इलाके से गुजरेगा तो अपने साथ किस तरह का प्रकोप लेकर के आएगा। ये जो तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं वो बेहद भयावह है और इसी के लिए आप समझिए कि सरकार की ओर से, प्रशासन की ओर से वो तैयारियां की गई थी। बरसात की थपेड़ी ये जो बूंदें गिर रही हैं ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे पीठ पर कोई हंटर मार रहा हो। ये मोटी जैकेट के बाद ये हवा जो है ये जो इसके साथ जो बूंदें आ रही हैं वो चोट पहुंचा रही हैं। तो अभी तो सिर्फ ये प्री इम्पैक्ट है, हालांकि अचानक से फिर बरसात बंद हुई है, लेकिन हवा काफ़ी तेज़ है और ये जब जैसे जैसे अपनी इंटेंसिटी आगे बढ़ाएगा लैंडफॉल के करीब जाते जाते तब हालात और असामान्य होते जाएंगे। मांडवी पोर्ट से संजय कुमार के साथ मैं आशुतोष मिश्रा।
जिस तरीके से हवा की रफ्तार यहाँ पे चल रही है, हम खड़े नहीं रह पा रहे हैं। लगातार आप एक बिल्डिंग के सामने आ गए हैं, लेकिन यहाँ पे खड़े रह पाना, आंखें खोल पाना भी मुश्किल हो रहा है। और क्योंकि आपको दिखा दूँ जिस तरीके से यहाँ पे कुछ भी दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है। आप 100 मीटर को देखेंगे तो 100 मीटर 100 मीटर तक का भी विजिबिलिटी नहीं है। यानी जिस तरीके से हवा और बारिश ये दोनों हो रहा है और चक्रवात का जो असर है वो अब धीरे धीरे दिखना शुरू हो चुका है। ये मांडवी का जो पॉट इलाका है वहाँ पे हम इस वक्त मौजूद हैं, लेकिन सामने कुछ भी दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है। पूरी तरीके से इमारत तक को देख पाना मुश्किल साबित हो रहा है। देखिए ये अब साइक्लोन का जो असर है वो धीरे धीरे शुरू हो गया है और 12 बजे हाई टाइड होगी। अंदाज़ा लगाया जा रहा है कि जहाँ पे इस वक्त हम मौजूद है पॉट का इलाका, वहाँ पे समुंदर का पानी आ जाएगा। कम से कम 7 से 8 फीट ऊपर हम लोग खड़े हुए हैं। तो यहाँ पे जब समुंदर का पानी आ जाएगा तो हम लोगों को भी बोल दिया गया है कि मीडिया उस साइड नहीं जाएगी जिस साइड समुंदर है। लेकिन ये सामने का इलाका आपको दिखा रहे हैं जहाँ पे इस वक्त तेज़ हवाएं चल रही है। देखिए ये हवाएं इतनी ज़्यादा है कि बिल्कुल खड़े नहीं रह पा रहे हैं। लगातार यहाँ पे सब कुछ हिल रहा है और पूरी तरीके से आपको ये एहसास हो जाएगा कि किस तरीके से चक्रवात जो है वो मांडवी के आसपास के इलाके में यहाँ पे पहुँच चुका है। उसका जो इम्पैक्ट है वो देखना शुरू हो चुका है।
My colleague Ashutosh Mishra is now joining us live from Mandvi in Kutch district of Gujarat. Ashutosh, what is the latest that you're hearing from the weather department? When is Cyclone Biparjoy expected to make landfall?
Well, Paulami, probably the landfall has started at the epicenter where the trajectory was, projected by the Met Department. But for now, as far as impact, if you're asking about the impact of the landfall on the coastal lines where the population is existed, that concern, of course, that will take a time. But of course, the cyclonic activities already we are witnessing. And in last couple of hours, the wind speed, of course, it has escalated further. And since those areas, we were some around 300 meters from this point at the Mandvi port where, of course, the police personnel and the administrative personnel asked us to leave because of the safety reason, because what high tide is concerned, that is likely to be submerged. You already heard one of the marine expert who is also a member of the marine board said that if there is a high tide and severe wind speed, that will submerge the entire port in the low-lying areas. So here from the top angle, bit of this very old bridge, that what images we are beaming in is the low-lying areas, and there you see is the creek which is the gateway from the seashore, and this is exactly from both sides of this creek you have a dense population living in. Of course, there are certain people who I can see still venturing out. The police patrolling asking all of them to evacuate except the home guards and the personnel who are placed in a duty. All others are asked to leave and do not venture out. And there you see the wind speed is already, can be reflected. There you see the trees. And these structures, so be the temporary or the permanent structure, the trees, the mobile towers, the communication towers, everyone is now in all these assets are under threat of falling down when the wind speed will increase up to 110 120 kmph, and that will be only after 8 o'clock. It's a matter of hours now. We are already seeing the impact of cyclonic activities, but when the peak will come, of course, then only will be someone be able to assess the ground impact of this and in the current situation. But for now, all I can say, still everything is normal. We haven't heard much of Pankaj, who is one of the workers, volunteers working with the local administration and has been a guiding factor here. In fact, as far as locality is concerned, अब तक कितने मेजर डैमेज पेड़ पौधों को या टावर्स को, मोबाइल को हुआ है, किस तरह का?
वो अब तक कोई 3-4 ऐसी घटनाएं बनी हुई है जहाँ पे पेड़ गिर गए हैं, तो उसको भी हमने तात्कालिक वो कटिंग करके उसको खसेड़
तरह की चोट, इंजरी, कैजुअलिटी किसी तरह की?
अब तक कोई कैजुअलिटी नहीं हुई है, ना तो कोई इंजरी हुई है। अब तक जो कुछ है वो सब सेफ है।
अच्छा, शहर में लाइट में देख रहा हूँ पावर पूरी तरह से डिस्कनेक्ट कर दिया गया है।
अभी अपना जो म्यूनसिपालिटी का पानी का सप्लाई है उसके लिए डीजी सेट लगा हुआ है, और जो इम्पोर्टेंट जगह है जहाँ से सब लोग हम कनेक्ट रह सकते हैं गवर्नमेंट से, वही जगह पे डीजी सेट लगा हुआ है। बाकी सब जगह पे ये सुरक्षा के वजह से ये बिजली को डिस्कनेक्ट किया हुआ है।
और जो शेल्टर होम्स हैं, क्योंकि अब देखिए अंधेरा बढ़ रहा होगा, जो लोग बाहर थे महिलाएं वो भी अब अंदर जा रही होंगी, तो वहाँ खाना पीना, बिजली इंश्योर करना कि देखिए कई सारे मैंने शेल्टर देखा वहाँ पेड़ भी हैं और ऊंचे पेड़ हैं, अगर वो वहाँ गिरते हैं तो घटना हो सकती है, उससे कैसे डील कर रहे हैं आप लोग?
वो जो भी शेल्टर होम है वो गवर्नमेंट के शेल्टर होम है, वहाँ पे सबको हम लोग शिफ्ट करते हैं। पहले क्या था, कोई स्कूल है जो नज़दीकी एरिया है वहाँ पे हमने सबको शिफ्ट किया हुआ था, मगर अब जो गवर्नमेंट का शेल्टर होम है जो हमने देखा था मस्का में, वहाँ पे सबको शिफ्ट कर रहे हैं।
So gradually people are being evacuated, adequate arrangements of the essential supplies are being done. There is no electricity in this across region of Mandvi, of course, as a safety measure that has been disconnected, but the essential places where the monitoring taking place, where the administrative efforts are being done, they are quite...
That is, of course, my colleague Ashutosh, who's reporting from the ground in Mandvi. He will, of course, be bringing you all the latest updates as Cyclone Biparjoy is expected to make landfall later this evening. Ashutosh, stay safe, and all our reporters will be on the ground bringing you all the latest developments, leaving you with these pictures, slipping into a very short break.
You are watching India Today.
Pranav Salkar saw his mother struggle to get water after coming back from work every day. The nearest source of water was half a kilometer away. Pained by this sight, the 14-year-old took matters into his own hands. He started digging a well, and in 4 days, he struck gold.
त्याला मी एक सूचना दिली होती का इथे खून कण थोडंसा पाणी लागतो का आपण बघूया. नंतर आम्ही मग कामावर जायची सुरुवात केली. मग त्यांनी मनापासून सुरुवात केली खोदायला. त्याच्याकरता त्यांनी खोदता 3-4 दिवस त्यांनी लावले आणि पाणी लागलं.
Pranav's parents speak fondly of their son's efforts. They recount how he had made a ladder to dig out soil from the pit.
आम्ही मजुरी करतो आणि संध्याकाळी येतो काम करून. मग मला त्रास होतो म्हणून माझ्या मुलाने विहीर खोदली 4 दिवसात. मला आनंद वाटतो.
ते पाणी तुम्ही वापरता का?
त्या पाणी आम्ही वापरतो.
Kelve village in Palghar gets piped water thrice a week. To Pranav's parents, who work as labourers, the well is a relief. And it goes without saying, Pranav is now a hero in his village. Bureau Report, India Today.
visible.
लगातार इसी तरीके की तेज हवाएं जो है वो अगले 8 से 9 घंटों तक यहाँ पे रहेगी.
It is very difficult to even face this.
You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal on 5 Live today. We're going to take you through the devastating effects that are anticipated over the very severe cyclone Biparjoy. That's all set to make its landfall between 6 to 8 p.m. This is exactly the time when the cyclone would fall. What kind of impact would it have? We're bringing you all the latest updates with all our reporters on ground, braving the weather conditions and bringing you the most accurate updates. Taking you through that, the headlines first. Cyclone Biparjoy is likely to make a landfall between 9 to 10 p.m. In fact, Gujarat coast on high alert. NDRF and SDRF teams currently put on standby. Cops recommend cancellation of POCSO against Brij Bhushan. Says no proof in the minor's case. Brij Bhushan has been charged with sexual harassment, stalking, outraging women's modesty. But the adults who have filed the F.I.R, their complaint still investigated. One dead in clashes in Bengal's Chopra town. Clashes where we saw a man being shot at. He was fired in North Dinapur, nomination filing day. In fact, on the day he was on his way to file his nomination, he was shot at. The Election Commission now has been the Kolkata High Court itself pulling up West Bengal, the State Election Commission over Panchayat poll violence that ensues. Karnataka Cabinet approves textbook revision. Edgewar's chapters, along with Savarkar, all out the textbooks. Ambedkar, Nehru added into syllabus. India set to get 18 Predator drones from the United States. Second mega defense deal after GE 414 fighter engines to be signed during Prime Minister's US visit. All right, we're taking you through the big update coming in on Cyclone Biparjoy. Earlier, what was said to be 6 to 8 p.m. Now, Cyclone Biparjoy is set to make its landfall between 9 to 10 p.m. This is the update that we get as our Met Department reports suggest that the cyclone will be making its landfall between 9 and 10 p.m. The storm, even now, rages on in the Gujarat coast just hours before the landfall. Strong winds and heavy rains lash regions of Gujarat. IMD issues a high alert for extremely heavy rainfall that's due to come. In fact, several regions along the Kutch have already witnessed rainfall. And we see that the India Today, of course, our reporters on ground, we're noticing strong winds as our reporters braving all the odds, bringing us all that report from ground as cyclone at this point is all set to make its landfall at around 9 p.m. It was supposed to at 6 p.m. Between 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. The cyclone now is going to be making its landfall now between 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. Saurabh Bhaktania joining us live from Jamnagar, Gujarat, joining us with the latest updates. Saurabh, what was expected to be landfall at 6 p.m., around 6 p.m., between 6 to 9 or 6 to 8. We believe now the cyclone is going to delay its landfall somewhere around 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. That's when landfall would take place. Tell us a little more on the updates and the alerts issued. All right, we're going to try and patch Saurabh Bhaktania there, but for now, we see that Cyclone Biparjoy is all set to make its landfall between 9 to 10 p.m. The storm still continues to rage along the Gujarat coast hours before the landfall. Strong winds, heavy rains lashing Gujarat even as we speak, while the IMD now issues an alert for extremely heavy rainfall. India Today reports from the storm's epicenter. This is a development coming in as warnings go out to people, asking them not to venture towards any part of the coastline. In fact, the state of Gujarat itself is in high alert as at least 8 districts have been kept under watch. An orange alert has been issued across as the storm rages on in parts of Gujarat's coast. Just hours before the cyclonic storm, the cyclone Biparjoy makes its landfall. It was supposed to be at around 6 p.m. It's now going to be occurring. The landfall will occur only by between 9 to 10 p.m. Big update as the fears were that the cyclone would, result in some devastating impacts and effects. But from what we know now, even now, there's no certainty whether the cyclonic storm now would really be less impactful. For now, what we hear is what it was supposed to happen. What was supposed to happen at 6 p.m. between 6 to 8 now is the cyclone has delayed its landfall, will now be striking only by between 9 to 10. I'm going to take you through this map here to give you a sense of exactly the areas that will be worse affected. If you see the Kutch region exactly is where the cyclonic landfall will be occurring. This is Kutch, Gujarat. Along with Kutch, we're also seeing the cyclone that will move towards areas of Dwarka, and then we'll be hitting areas of Porbandar, the districts of Rajkot as well, and Jamnagar, along with Junagadh. This is exactly the line, the area which is going to be the worst affected. The cyclonic storm along the western coast, which is said to be the longest sustaining storm, which has hit the region of Gujarat after 50 years, is going to be hitting this very region, all the way from Kutch, Dwarka, Porbandar, Junagadh, Rajkot, Jamnagar and Morbi. While I'm going to cut across now to all those really startling images that have come in right from the start of the day, let's take you through those defining moments. Those affected regions as cyclone Biparjoy approaches past and near. Gujarat's Daman is already witnessing strong winds and rough sea conditions. Massive waves currently lashing seafronts in Daman. Cyclone is expected to hit Gujarat in about a few hours' time. What was supposed to happen at 6 now is going to be likely to happen at 9 p.m. The impact of the cyclone is also being observed in Gujarat's Valsad city. The city has been facing strong winds and heavy rainfall due to this cyclone that's now due to have its landfall in another 3 hours. Wind speed there already reported to be somewhere around 70 to 80 kilometers per hour. It's going to now strengthen to about 115 to 125 kilometers per hour in Valsad, Gujarat. As Gujarat gears up to bear the brunt of the cyclone Biparjoy, Minister Harsh Sanghvi has visited seashore and has taken a stock of the situation there. Preparedness in Gujarat's Dwarka, as we see the state now kept on high alert with notices going out asking people against or requesting them not to venture into the coastal areas. And these images here fully explaining the impact and power of cyclone Biparjoy. Visuals showing strong winds in Gujarat's Patan, blowing away the roof of a car parking area. And this taking place even before the cyclone makes its landfall. One would imagine the severity of the cyclone once it lands. Even before that, we're seeing all kinds of effects of the cyclone coming close. Mumbai is also witnessing high tides due to the fast approaching cyclone Biparjoy. Mumbai's gateway of India saw some strong sea waves washing off the shores. In fact, early this morning, we believe the tides were really high. There again in Mumbai too, a strict warning going out for people against venturing into the coastal areas. All right, I'm going to quickly cut across to our reporters joining us live. We have Ashutosh joining us from Manvi, Saurav Vaktania from Jamnagar to give us a sense of the kind of impact that this landfall would have. Let me cut across to Ashutosh. Ashutosh, you've been there for a while now. This the cyclonic storm that's now supposed to have its landfall at 6 to 8 p.m. it's somehow delayed. The information that we've received from the Met Department is that it's supposed to now have its landfall around 9 p.m., between 9 to 10. Take us through the effects that you already see, though, on ground. After 50 years, a cyclonic storm of such nature and such strength hitting the state of Gujarat.
Well, Nabila, the 1998 severe cyclonic activities, of course, the people from the coastal area cannot forget ever. And as far as the delay is concerned, remember, we are already witnessing the cyclonic activity since this morning, which is the intense wind speed. And literally, when there's a rain shower with the same wind speed, it literally, feels like someone smashing your body with the raindrops. And at the moment, again, the wind speed is way above the normal. And even if the landfall takes place at around 9 or 10 o'clock, remember, that will be at the center of the eye. That will be somewhere around 130 kilometers far away from the seashore, and which will be heading further or advancing towards the northwest region. But even in that case, because of this 130 kilometer radius to the coastal line, it will take again for certain hours. For example, if it is landfall makes around 9 o'clock, to hitting the coastal line with the gravity with the same intensity, the impact will reach only after 4 or 5 in the morning tomorrow. So this is gonna be really a longest night perhaps for the coastal Gujarat in this part of Kutch, Western Kutch, Mandavi, Mundra, in all the other areas. So as the Met says, if there's a delay in the cyclonic activity or the hitting the exact the path that was projected by the Met Department, so clearly the impact by reaching at the coastal line will take another certain hours. And see, with those we see, this was the the risk estimate that was done by the agencies that was against the infrastructures and of course the uprooting of the trees. So far all you can say has been a safe day. There is not a major damage, only except certain uprooting of the trees that was taking place, and QRT was quick to response to ensure there is no blockage of the roads, particularly to ensure smooth passage of ambulances and the other essential services. So people are indoors. There have
all rescue teams, Ashutosh, have been kept on high alert. Right. Rescue teams have been kept on high alert. Nearly 94,000 people along the low-lying areas have been evacuated. We saw Ashutosh where he's standing and braving that weather condition. Strong winds, gusty winds slapping the air right where Ashutosh is. Let me cut across to Saurav Akhtania, who's also live from Jamnagar, again in Gujarat, where we see the fiercest landfall that is due to take place somewhere between 9 to 10 p.m. Cyclone Biparjoy, Saurabh, is really fast approaching, but somehow what was expected to happen at 6 p.m. now is due to happen at 9 p.m. Are people in Gujarat really prepared? Do you see the forces, security forces in place? And tell us more about the do's and don'ts. We're a little worried about people venturing into the coastal lines. How prepared and worried should they be here?
So, well, Nabila, let me tell you, yes, the administration of Gujarat government is very well prepared, but because let me tell you that the cyclone Biparjoy has given a lot of time for this preparedness, because it moved very slowly in the Arabian Sea. It took over 6 to 7 days for actually before it is hitting the coastal areas today. So there was a lot of time which the government actually got, and therefore the central agencies along with the government agencies from the Gujarat as well, they are very well coordinating at different places. We are right now in Jamnagar, and the gusty winds are actually very much dangerous. And look at top angle visuals of Jamnagar here on India Today. You can see that how the wind speed is very much high. The NDRF teams are, Nabila, continuously patrolling the different areas. They are going to the low-lying areas as well. Even the local administration is continuously patrolling. What they are appealing to the people right now, that nobody should be out of their house, because when we are also doing some ground reports, we saw many of the people were actually out taking out photos and videos. So a continuous appeal is being made to the people right now that they should be inside by now, because it's just a matter of few hours from now and the wind has already taken a top speed over here. So what the appeal is being made to the people, that they should not come out of their houses or under shelter homes. What the government has also done in this coastal areas of Jamnagar, Nabila, that they have cut off the electricity, so that if the electric poles get damaged, so there should be no any injuries or danger to anyone else. So therefore the electricity has been cut down. Also the food packets, the food supply has been given to the people from now only, because once this is complete dark, it will be very difficult for people to move and also if the people should not come out, and therefore food supply is also already given to them. So continuous appeal through loudspeaker and patrolling to the people is only that right now they should not be out of their house. There are several teams which have been distributed.
Certainly the most basic, Saurabh. Do not step out, do not venture into the coastal areas. That's a no-brainer at this point. Gopi Manyar is also joining us, our India Today correspondent, who's been very fiercely braving that strong wind, who's right now in Manvi herself, which is the worst affected area. Gopi, I can't even imagine how you've been reporting from ground for the last few days. Gusty winds there, really picking up pace. And the situation seems to be quite dire, especially in the area you're at. Manvi is one of the worst affected areas, we believe, and the fiercest place where the landfall will happen. Tell us, give us some sense of the condition where you are at.
बिल्कुल नबीला, राइट नाउ वी आर इन मानवी और यहाँ पे अगर आप देखेंगे तो जिस तरीके के हालात है, क्योंकि हम लोग जब पोर्ट पे मौजूद थे, जहाँ पे बिल्कुल जो समुंदर का किनारा था वहीं पे हम लोग मौजूद थे और वहाँ पे हालात ये थे कि हवा की जो रफ्तार थी वो 110 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की हवा की रफ्तार होने का अनुमान था, जिसके चलते पोर्ट से पुलिस ने सभी मीडिया कर्मी को वहाँ से हटा दिया। पुलिस का क्या ये कहना है कि वहाँ पे खड़े रह पाना मुश्किल होगा, यहाँ पे आप कोई खड़े नहीं रह सकते। इस वक्त हम मानवी शहर के अंदर पहुँच चुके हैं और मानवी शहर में आप देखेंगे तो हर किसी से आज तक यही अपील कर सकता है कि देखिए जिस तरीके से लोग अपने घरों के बाहर खड़े हुए हैं और किस तरीके से बहुत ही आसानी से इसे लिया जा रहा है। एक और जहां प्रशासन धारा 144 लगा के यहाँ पे मौजूद है, वैसे में जो लोग हैं वो बाहर निकल रहे हैं क्योंकि साइक्लोन उनको जिस तरीके से हवा की तेज रफ्तार है उसे वो देखना चाहते हैं, इसीलिए सारे लोग जो है वो यहाँ पे बाहर निकल रहे हैं। हम इंडिया टुडे की ओर से इनको अपील भी कर रहे हैं कि आप लोग घरों के अंदर रहिए, तब ताकि कुछ ही घंटों की बात है, लेकिन लोग जो है वो कई बार अनाउंसमेंट करने के बावजूद भी यहाँ पे लोग बाहर निकल रहे हैं। लेकिन जिस तरीके से आपको मैं होर्डिंग्स दिखाती हूँ, होर्डिंग्स जो है उसे भी यहाँ पे उतार दिया गया है। लोगों को ये होर्डिंग्स इसलिए उतार दिया गया है कि जब तेज हवा चलेगी तो लोगों को ये अगर होर्डिंग्स गिरता है तो उनको चोट ना आए, जिसके लिए यहाँ पे होर्डिंग्स को उतार दिया गया है। साथ ही जेसीबी मशीन्स जो है वो इसी तरीके से हर चौराहे पर लगा दिए गए हैं ताकि अगर कहीं पे भी पेड़ गिरता है या कहीं पे सड़क ब्लॉक की हो जाती है, क्योंकि पेड़ गिरना या इलेक्ट्रिक पोल गिरना ये चीज़ें इतनी तेज़ हवा में बड़ी सामान्य रहती है, तो वैसे में उसको हटाने के लिए जेसीबी मशीन्स जो है वो भी इसी तरीके से चौराहे पर लगा दिए गए हैं ताकि कहीं पे भी कुछ भी अगर होता है तो रास्ता कहीं ब्लॉक ना हो जाए। इसी के चलते इस तरीके से सारी तैयारी जो है प्रशासन की ओर से की गई है, लेकिन आप देख सकते हैं लोग हैं इसे बहुत ही ज़्यादा हल्के में ले रहे हैं और जिस तरीके से विंड स्पीड है इस वक्त करीब 90 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की रफ्तार के साथ हवा यहाँ पे चल रही है। खड़े रह पाना मुश्किल हो रहा है, लेकिन लोग जो है वो इसी तरीके से लगातार
एंटरटेनमेंट चाहिए। I'm sure Gopi showing us those images. Gopi, thank you. We will come back to you, but Gopi's images, they're very clearly showing how people have taken this so lightly, probably some kind of weather change for them. But this is dangerous. The Met Department has very clearly issued a warning asking people not to venture out their homes unless an emergency. Cyclone Biparjoy is all set to make that landfall, one of the fiercest in Gujarat after nearly 50 years. In barely a few hours' time, around 9 p.m. is what's expected. The severe cyclonic storm is expected to cause some massive damage. NDRF and SDRF teams currently on standby. The army is also prepared to assist in relief efforts. Gujarat government has shifted over 94,000 people from coastal areas for now to makeshift shelters in anticipation of the powerful cyclone. Strong winds, heavy rains, turbulent seas witnessed in the beach town. Manvi is there, exactly where Gopi Manyar was standing. She brought us that report from that worst affected areas in Manvi where the cyclonic storm is fast approaching. In Gujarat, all set to make that landfall today. In fact, the red alert now, we believe, has been issued all along the Saurashtra region. In Saurashtra, Dwarka, Porbandar, Kutch coast. Red alert has been issued along with Jamnagar, Rajkot, Junagadh and Morbi are also among the areas that are likely to witness some serious impact of this cyclone. In fact, a lot of directions been given to people, asking them to stay away from any kind of trouble. get protection if needed. All the forces of the NDRF, SDRF have been kept on standby. We believe at least 15 teams of security personnel have been put in place just so that any untoward incident can be handled quickly. The strongest parts of the cyclone itself, we believe, the strongest effect is going to be happening in Mandvi, Dwarka, Jamnagar, Rajkot, Porbandar and Kutch region. Listening to all the reactions that have been pouring in.
To give an understand the idea that we are seeing cyclonic activity already started. The eye of the storm, how far it will be from here, where exactly it is hitting, what will be the aerial distance as far as this port is concerned and the eye of the storm is concerned?
Right now the distance of the Mandvi and the eye of cyclone, these are at around 130 kilometers and be affecting around 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock approximately. As per the present speed, the eye is moving towards the Sir Creek area.
So as we see, this eye of the storm is a certain distance around 130 kilometers. The impact, because this goes in a radiusly, the impact takes a time to hit the coastal line. Can we say that this is a pre-cyclonic activity you have witnessed in the wind speed?
This is in fact, we cannot say that this is pre-cyclonic. It is almost cyclonic effect which is going on because this is moving from south side to the north east side of the Gujarat state. So already effect has started.
फर्क में है, बट अब जो ये लैंडफॉल होने वाला है 1800 से 2000 के बीच में हम लोग एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं। उसके बाद की स्थिति को जानते हुए हम लोगों ने करीब 15 शिप स्टैंड बाई रखे हुए हैं, 7 टोटल एयरक्राफ्ट हमने रखे हुए हैं तैयार। जो हमारा स्टेशन है कोस्ट गार्ड एयर स्टेशन दमन, वहां पर भी हमने स्पेशल 4 डॉर्नियर और 3 हेलीकॉप्टर्स दूसरे रीजन से मंगा के भी रखे हैं। अगर जरूरत पड़ी तो हम उनको भी डिप्लॉय करेंगे। जो हमारी डिजास्टर रिलीफ टीम्स हैं 27 हमने बना के रखी हुई हैं, जिसमें जेमनीज हैं, उनके पास डाइवर्स हैं और बाकी रिलीफ मटेरियल है जो एक स्टैंडर्ड प्रैक्टिस होती है। 53 OBMs जो ऑनबोर्ड इंजन्स होते हैं जहाज के, कभी हमें OBM निकाल के कहीं और लगाना पड़ा, अगर फ्लडिंग होती है कहीं पर लोअर एरियाज में, उसमें ऑपरेट करनी पड़ी जहाज। और हमने करीब 200 लाइव बॉयज और 1000 लाइव जैकेट्स भी अलग से इंतजाम करके हमने तैयार रखा हुआ है डिफरेंट स्टेशन पे।
In the last 1 hour, the wind speed recorded, highest wind speed recorded 56 km per hour in Diu, 48 km per hour in Dwarka. And the rainfall occurred in last 1 hour. Porbandar 17 millimeter, Nalia 17 millimeter, Bhuj 12 millimeter, Kandla 12 millimeter. Landfall process is likely to start during the evening hour and it will continue till midnight.
All right, now I'm cutting across to Saurabh Aktania for a little more on that. Saurabh, tell us more on the actual impact that this landfall could really have. What are the possible damage? What is the possible damage that the authorities there are expecting? Do we know of any situations like this in the past? We believe of 50 years now since Gujarat has seen this kind of cyclonic storm. In the past, what's been the damage? How prepared is Gujarat to really deal with one as harsh as this?
So earlier, Nabila, there were several cyclones which came to Gujarat coast, to Maharashtra coast, because this is not a very routine thing. This is happening since past 5 years due to climate change. This is what the scientists are telling us, because we have never seen such cyclones in Arabian Sea. Cyclones are very frequent in the Bay of Bengal, but not in the Arabian Sea. But for the past 5 years, we have seen several cyclones like Nisarg, Vayu, Taute, and now this particular cyclone, that's Biparjoy. So for Gujarat, let me tell you, in the coastal areas, Nabila, there are several raw houses which stands very at a dangerous place. Now what happens is the people over there, they don't want to leave their houses because they have their belongings and everything. So they don't feel safe that once they leave the house, then what will happen to the belongings which are there in the houses. Let me also show you this particular visuals over here. What has happened over here is there are several of the houses where people are
are not ready to leave. What the NDRF officials and the Gujarat government officials have done is they are continuously requesting them that they will give them lock and keys, they will that their homes will be protected, nothing will happen. But also there are still people over there who don't want to leave their houses. So this is when the problem arises. So there are a few houses in this particular area as well, which you can see on the TV screen, that people are not willing to leave their houses, to leave for the shelter home. So that can be dangerous. And remember, the night for the landfall is in the night, and that time it will be complete dark. There will be no electric supply, because the electric supply also been shut down, because if the electric poles actually falls, then it can be very dangerous, and therefore the electricity supply is now shut down. Also the food packets have been already distributed. So this is the problem for worry for the people, and therefore continuous patrolling by the NDRF officials and the Gujarat government officials is being done. Right now it's not raining here in Jamnagar, Nabila, but the gusty winds, it's very dangerous. Right now also you can see that how the speed of the wind is very much high. So we are expecting the situation can get worse in a couple of hours from now, and therefore now the frantic calls which have been made by the official that all the people should now stay inside the house. They should not venture out, especially the small children and the teenagers.
You know, this is an advisory that's been issued, a blanket advisory. Adults or kids do not venture into the coastline. That's Saurav Akhtania bringing us those images there, while winds really packing at a speed of 150 kilometers per hour. That's how fast the winds are. And even as Cyclone Biparjoy is fast approaching, we know for now that people have been asked to stay indoors irrespective of whether it's raining, not raining, whatever the condition. Considering that they're foreseeing an impending danger, they've asked people, directed them to stay indoors. Except Gopi Maniar showed us images of people venturing out like as if they're on an adventure. But this is a warning going out from the Met Department, from the officials on ground, that the impact could be severe. In fact, the real devastation could be seen only once the cyclone is fallen flat. Once it's past its landfall, we'll really see the actual damage. For now, the build-up that you see on your screens here, showing that the cyclone is certainly intense. It's defined as a very severe cyclone, Cyclone Biparjoy, as it's fast approaching. Ashutosh, who was on ground a little earlier at one of those areas, the coastal lines of Dwarka, bringing us this real report showing how the winds are so harsh he was barely able to stand. Let's have a look.
And it's a pre-impact of Cyclone Biparjoy, which has hit the coastal line of West Gujarat in West Kutch. And this is Mandvi Port. And it just started 5 minutes ago. Now literally standing against this current, the massive wind speed is next to impossible. And you see the creek right behind me. Just an hour ago almost, there was a clear surface visible. The water level is barely more than 5 to 6 feet. But all you see now, totally a rough ocean with a high current. And all of a sudden, this just started barely 5 to 10 minutes ago. All of a sudden, like someone pushed you. So literally, you know, it requires really a resistance to face this kind of wind speed. Though there is a prediction by the Met Department, the cyclone will slow down up to around 10 km per hour. So even in that case, the maximum speed will be 130 to 140 kmph. But you see, this kind of situation, almost the village across this creek of Mandvi, everything is now invisible. So that is how the impact of a pre-cyclone landfall is quite seen here in Mandvi, the part of Kutch, which is going to be the epicenter of this tragedy, as the eye of the storm will be passing through at far distance from here. But the radius of the ice storm is literally bringing havoc. At Mandvi with Sanjay, I'm Ashutosh Mishra for India Today.
All right, while we are cutting across to some live visuals of Jakau Port, this is precisely the area where the landfall is going to be fiercely hitting that region. The Jakau Port area now all being cleared up. You have the rescue teams who are clearing most of the... All right, what we hear right now, that there's heavy rainfall that's been reported in that region. I'm cutting across to Ashutosh, joining us live for more. Ashutosh, this area there where we see Jakau Port, almost every everything that's kept in that port is fully being cleared out now. Ashutosh, tell us more. Are you okay?
Yes, Nabila, seems like nature has literally weaponized these downpours and literally, are you able to hear me? Am I audible, Nabila? Am I audible?
I'm a little worried about your safety at this point. We see really fast, strong winds. Are you fine? Please tell us a little more about the preparedness right there as the security forces, we believe, are clearing out the entire port area.
The port has been evacuated. In fact, we have been reporting for the last couple of days only at the port, and that part has literally been evacuated because we are at the moment just around 800 to 900 meters from the port. So this has helped us as far as intensity is concerned. But even if there are multiple obstructions on the way, the way we are seeing weaponizing these downpours here, hitting us actually, that explains the fury of the cyclone. And this is just in fact, look at these trees, and they are more likely to be uprooted at any moment. And still we see there are some people who are literally careless about themselves and their family member. Despite the warnings and advisories, they are venturing out on the street. And if I could just take a shot on the road, look at this. This explains the nature's fury. It is just the beginning of this cyclone, which is passing through probably, and as we know that there is a delayed hitting at the epicenter is following its trajectory. So in that case, even if there is a delay, the implications, the consequences of that, and while touching on the coastal line, it will take another few hours. So that essentially makes really a long, perhaps a terrible night for the people of Mandavi and all across this region, which will be affected by this cyclone. A severe situation, and it is very difficult to see anything. I see visibility right behind the camera, because if you pan it to that side, there will be totally raindrops covering the lenses, so we won't be able to bring you any picture. So just preventing one side, all I see right behind the camera person, everything is invisible. Look at this wind speed. It has gone literally multifold up since morning that we have been seeing. In fact, it just reminds what had happened at around 10:30 a.m., which was literally making it difficult. But this is just a beginning. We are always saying that this is just a beginning. The full intensity of the arrival of the landfall or the landfall of the cyclone will take place at around 8 or 9 p.m. and for next few hours it will take to make an impact on the coastal lines near the population, the dense population living, be it Mandavi, Sayala or any other region just around. Nabila.
All right. So from what we understand is that all the boats and anything that's present there along the port area is currently a danger, and which has all been moved out by the army security forces. So we're all on ground. But tell us a little about the impact that it could likely have. Do we have sufficient infrastructure, Ashutosh? We see all the boats there, emergency boats that are being loaded in trucks and being taken away. Tell us a little more. Where exactly are people moved to? Also, the people who have been evacuated, are there makeshift camps that people have been relocated to? These emergency boats, where are they being taken to for now?
Well, now we have a sigh of relief. At least the raindrop, the downpour has stopped. Though we have a gutsy wind again. And let me show you the question is asking about those images, the country, the country boats from the fishermen village. Of course, those all boats were parked even yesterday itself. Though that's the one factor why these fishermen were very reluctant from leaving the village when they were asked, saying that we are more worried about our boats because that's the one and only source of our livelihood. So clearly those aspects were addressed by the administration. They have tied up their boats with each other, and the intensity they believe that will help neutralize the impact of the intensity. As far as the shelters are concerned, these are mostly the government schools, the accommodation and several other such places which are concrete structure and around 5 to 6 kilometers of the radius from seashore. So in that case, that will also help to reduce the impact of this cyclone in the area. So low line have already evacuated, people already gone to the safer places, and where exactly they have made adequate and sufficient essential what will be required for the people, including food, power backup by using generators, and also the medicines, ambulances. As far as NDRF and such operations are concerned, at the moment there has not been a need to carry out such operations other than the patrolling which is being carried out by the policing agencies.
All right. Clearly it appears that 50 years after they saw one of its worst cyclones, we see now Gujarat bracing for yet another one. At this point, a lot of questions being raised on whether there's adequate and strong infrastructure to really to sustain these kind of cyclonic storms that are becoming a more common occurrence along the Arabian Sea. This is one such cyclone Biparjoy that's come in full speed. In fact, it's the longest sustaining cyclone that's lasted this long, in fact, on the Arabian Sea, and now finally will make its landfall at 10 p.m., 9 to 10 p.m. That's the time given by the IMD now. It's at this point causing some strong winds and rains along the areas that are likely to be affected in Gujarat. I'm going to cut across to Mandvi, exactly where our reporter Gopi Manyar is on ground, bringing us this very live ground report. Let's dip in. Gopi, please go on, we can hear you. All right, the winds are so strong, it's almost blaring, hardly audible. But if we can try and patch Gopi there, unfortunately we've lost a connection. But these are the visuals coming in right from Dwarka. On one end in Gujarat, Dwarka, Daman, Valsad, we see in areas of Kutch, Mandvi, of course, all of these areas, along with Mumbai, that are severely affected. Red alert that has been issued along these coastal regions.
यहाँ पे बिजली का कभी खंभा था जिसको लेके यहाँ पे पावर सप्लाई जो है वो अभी बंद कराई गई है क्योंकि सावधानी बरतनी है, इसलिए प्रशासन ने पूरी तरह से जो है वो पावर सप्लाई जो है वो बंद कर दी है। तो ये दृश्य जो है ये दिखा रहे हैं कि हवाएं कितनी तेज चल रही है, तूफान कितना नजदीक आ रहा है, किस तरह से तूफान जो है वो आगे बढ़ रहा है और इसका असर जो द्वारका जो है वो दूर है, पर फिर भी द्वारका में इसका असर देखने को मिल रहा है। तो कच्छ में इसका कितना असर देखने को मिलेगा और ये कितना विनाशक रहेगा, क्योंकि कहा जा रहा है ये पिछले 50 सालों का सबसे विनाशक तूफान है जो गुजरात की तरफ आगे बढ़ रहा है, जखौ की तरफ आगे बढ़ रहा है। और कच्छ में इससे कितनी तबाही मचेगी ये जो है कल्पना कर पाना मुश्किल है। कितना बड़ा नुकसान होगा वो भी अंदाजा लगाना अभी के लिए तो बहुत ही मुश्किल है, क्योंकि जिस तरह से ये हवाएं चल रही है यहाँ पे ये तूफान नहीं आ रहा, फिर भी ऐसी सिचुएशन है। तो जहाँ पे ये तूफान जा रहा है वहाँ पे कैसी हालत होगी और किस तरह से वहाँ पे लोग जो हैं वो रह रहे होंगे। और वहाँ पे अभी हमारे संवाददाता ने बताया कि जिस तरह से लोग बाहर घूम रहे हैं, कितना जो लोगों को बाहर नहीं निकाला जाए फिर भी लोग बाहर निकल रहे हैं। हम भी यहाँ पे द्वारका में गए थे, लोगों को मना किया है, फिर भी लोग बाहर
All right, well, this is precisely the connectivity there. Our reporters there bringing us updates, but then somewhere midway we're losing out on connections. In fact, this also a word going out to people there to try as much as possible to turn off your electricity. As much as possible, use very minimum power and electricity is what's been advised. You don't want to be caught in the wrong foot of this cyclonic storm. Here are some of the images that we're going to bring to you, though, right from the start of the day with cyclone Biparjoy. As it makes its landfall, has really caused some real serious strong winds, in fact, and rains in many of those affected areas, worst affected areas. Here we see heavy rainfalls, high tides that's rocking Mandvi in Gujarat's Kutch district. NDRF evacuation process that still continues in full swing, while 4 NDRF teams have been deployed in Kutch district for now. Meanwhile, in Junagadh, trees falling on the main Junagadh highway to a dome of a government hospital. The devastating impact of the cyclone Biparjoy making its way can already be seen. These are the effects of it, images surfacing from different parts of the affected areas. In fact, as devastation really seeps in Junagadh, big potholes have already begun forming on the city's main roads as heavy rains lash the city. Walls have fallen, trees have fallen. Now the MLA himself is taking stock of these massive potholes that has now led to some massive traffic congestions. Palghar, Mumbai have also been witnessing some heavy rainfall and high tides as Maharashtra braces itself for severe cyclonic storm, cyclone Biparjoy, to make its landfall any time now. And With cyclone Biparjoy expected to make its landfall anytime soon, somewhere around 9 to 10 p.m. 15 ships and 7 aircrafts, including 4 special Dornier and 3 helicopters, have been kept on standby at the Coast Guard station in Daman. High tides have hit the coastal areas in Daman, and those are the visuals that we bring to you. All right, those are the visuals there that's coming in right from the start of the day as the cyclonic storm and winds particularly intensifies, coming closer to the areas where it's going to be making a landfall. These images are really giving you an understanding on how severe that the impact of this landfall could likely be. A lot of damage is anticipated, but of course the security forces on ground has made this likelihood minimum as the impact would be. They've dealt with the situation by evacuating people from ground and asked people not to venture into these areas particularly, and also kept all sorts of rescue amenities in place just in case of an eventuality. Our reporters there braving it all on ground, bringing us every single update. We're slipping into a short break for now.
Muslim traders are fleeing Purola, a town in Uttarkashi, after hardline Hindu outfits set a deadline for their exit. Hindu right-wing groups took out rallies after an alleged abduction of a Hindu woman by 2 suspects, including one from the Muslim community. Shops of Muslim traders were vandalized by crowds raising slogans of Jai Shri Ram. The Hindu groups are alleging love jihad and land jihad in Purola.
बाहर से जो लोग आ रहे हो यहाँ पे स्थानीय लोगों के लव जिहाद लैंड जिहाद की जो घटनाओं के लिए उनका एक सोची सारी जो उनके योजना के हिसाब से जो काम कर रहे हैं, इसी का ये कारण है जो आज बड़कोट में स्थानीय पुराने लोगों को भी आज वहाँ से बड़कोट छोड़ना जा रहे हैं.
Local Hindu groups have called a Mahapanchayat on June 15 to protest alleged love jihad. The Uttarkashi district administration held a meeting with villagers but failed to convince them to call off the Mahapanchayat. The authorities have not given permission for the gathering.
जो काम प्रशासन और पुलिस को करना चाहिए, आज वो काम जो है बजरंग दल कर रहे हैं. भाई एक वातावरण बनाया जा रहा है क्योंकि 2024 हमारे सामने है. 24 हम कैसे जीतें, उसके लिए भाजपा और आरएसएस का जो एजेंडा है उस एजेंडे के अनुरूप चल रहे हैं.
Some Muslim bodies in reaction have called a Mahapanchayat on June 18 in Dehradun. Chief Minister Dhami assured proper law and order.
कोई भी अगर संदिग्ध पाया जाता है, संदेह जिसके ऊपर होता है, तो उसकी पूरी जांच होगी और जांच में कहीं भी पाए जाने पर सख्त कार्रवाई भी होगी. इसी प्रकार से जो लव जिहाद के जो मामले आए हैं उस पर भी हमने सख्ती से जो है उसकी जांच, सख्ती से उस पर कार्रवाई इसके लिए पहले ही कहा है.
The police are holding peace meetings with both communities in Purola. Additional forces are deployed for protection of Muslims. Bureau Report, India Today.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today.
expansion plans, like the Noida facility, which you say is going to come up in FY25. Help us understand a little bit more granular details, both greenfield, brownfield opportunities. How are you looking at those in the upcoming years, and newer hospitals like you pointed out, and if at all any additional capacities in the existing ones also planned?
Absolutely. So we're currently at about 2,700 beds. By FY25, we will scale that to approximately 4,000 beds. And that will come off the backs of 3 or 4 distinct initiatives that we've triggered. One, of course, is the expansion in our existing hospitals. We still have bed growth in Lucknow and Patna. Lucknow is currently at 601 beds as at March. That will scale to 950. Patna is at 330. That will scale to 650. And we have some remodeling, renovation, and some work also happening in our Gurgaon facility with our new mother and child services coming in, building out additional oncology capabilities in our Gurgaon facility as well. So the first avenue of growth will be the existing hospitals where we'll be adding beds. And keep in mind, since we've already got superstructure, since we've already put a bunch of the capex in, a lot of that growth will come at a significantly lower cost in terms of both capex and opex, and we will be able to get the benefits of economies of scale in those units. The second aspect is hospitals that are already underway. That includes our Noida facility, which will be 550 beds. That's under construction and moving along well. We've already come out of the ground in terms of the construction happening there. That facility will come on board. And last quarter, we also announced a O&M partnership in Indore for a 350-bed hospital there. We hope to begin construction work on that soon. So that's the second aspect, which is, slightly maybe medium to longer term in terms of the bed additions. And then there are a few more sticks in the fire. We have been engaging with various parties to look at innovative models, some at the asset-light O&M model, some in the greenfield way. So all options open across the areas that we want to go in. But like I said, rather than just kind of chasing the check the box, all these steps are being done in a very deliberate manner with a slightly medium to longer term horizon in mind.
Gujarat braces itself for cyclone Biparjoy's landfall. Wind speed has now been increasing exponentially in Jamnagar, leading to heavy rainfall and high tides. India Today's Saravak Tania brings us this ground report.
India Today team has reached in the coastal areas of Jamnagar, wherein in just few hours from now, the cyclone Biparjoy is going to hit the coastal area. Look at the current situation over here. The wind speed is so high. Here you can see in the visuals that these are the boats of the fishermen who are tied over here. These are the huge ropes, and with the help of rods over here, all boats are tied over here. There are several of boats which are kept at the safe place, and all the fishermen are now gone back to the safer place at the shelter homes, which are made at a different place in the villages.
Let me cut across to Mustafa Sheikh joining us live from the Gateway of India. Mustafa, give us more on how far and worse is the situation right now on ground in Mumbai. Give us a sense on the coastal areas where we see people there extensively flocking towards the beach. We know a warning has been given against people venturing anywhere along the coastline. What's the condition like?
Well,
Yes, of course, because even if it's not in the eye of storm, Mumbai and Maharashtra is safer, but the impact of that cyclone is clearly seen near the sea area. If you come towards Gateway of India, the breeze which you can face at this point, and also the sea, you can see that it's not a high tide as of now, but still, due to the wind speed, fishermen have been advised not to venture inside the sea. And what we are getting to see here is that regular patrolling is happening by the police to ask people not to venture near the seashore and take all the precautions which are possible, because we have witnessed the incident of 4 children drowning in the sea at Juhu. So 120 people have been deployed at various parts in Mumbai too. But the impact area is near Gujarat. But at this point, it's always better to take precautions. But the climatic conditions in Mumbai are witnessing some changes due to this cyclone Biparjoy. At this point, anywhere near the sea area in Mumbai, or towards from starting from Mumbai towards Palghar area, which leads towards Gujarat and the coast further, is a unstable sea, and hence fishermen have been advised not to venture in. At the same time, the Navy teams have been kept on standby if there is any incident or any distress reported by ships which are in the sea, because in Mumbai also what we get to see is that there are oil rigs. If we'll pan in and go across, you will see there are many oil rigs, many huge ships which are parked near this Arabian Sea area.
Right.
And
Mustafa,
if there is a distress call from
at this point, what we know is that cyclone Biparjoy is all set to make its landfall somewhere between 9 to 10 p.m. That's the time. That's now the IMD as a update has been issued, and we're of course continuing to track those images that come in from different parts of Gujarat and Maharashtra. Mumbai and the areas of Kutch in Gujarat are going to be the worst affected. At this point, people have been asked not to venture out into the coastal areas, but as and when the cyclone approaches, what kind of damage it's going to leave in its wake is something that we've got to wait and see. For now, thank you very much for watching and stay safe.
Two advertisements within a space of 2 days reveal the tension within the BJP Shiv Sena coalition in Maharashtra. This ad that appeared on Tuesday featured Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. It said, Modi in Rashtra, Shinde in Maharashtra. There was no mention of Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis. It also claimed that Shinde was more popular than his deputy, based on a recent survey by a private agency. The advertisement caused much resentment in the BJP. Shiv Sena soon got into damage control mode, clarifying the ad was issued by a supporter of Shinde. A day later, a new advertisement appeared, this time featuring photos of all leaders, including Shinde and Fadnavis.
शिंदे जी उत्कृष्ट आहेत, पण त्यांनी देवेंद्रजी त्या ॲडव्हर्टाईजमध्ये कंपॅरिझन करणे हे ज्यांनी कोणी केलं असं मला वाटतं. एकनाथजी काही एवढ्या लहान मनाचे नाही आहेत. एकनाथजी काही लहान मनाचे नाही आहेत. एक मोठ्या विचाराचा, मोठ्या मनाचा माणूस आहे. एकनाथ शिंदेला जे मी बघतो ते कधी अशा लहान विचारात वावरत नाही. पण ज्यांनी कोणी केली आहे त्यांनी देवेंद्रशी कंपॅरिझन एकनाथजी सोबत करणे हे थोडंसं त्या ठिकाणी अचंबित करणारं होतं.
The damage control, however, has not yet ironed out the differences between the two leaders. The Deputy Chief Minister has skipped events where he was supposed to share dais with Chief Minister, citing health reasons. Fadnavis, however, continued with his regular meetings at the Shahayadri Guest House in South Mumbai. With Ritvik Bhalekar, Bureau Report, India Today.
Absolutely right. We're picking up from our finance ministry sources that disinvestment of container corporation, that is Concor, has hit a roadblock. In fact, this was in the offing because the government was expected to launch the expression of interest by January, that is of 2024, but as per finance ministry sources, the government may not be able to go ahead with the process in this fiscal year of 2023-2024 because of certain issues that they are facing from the railway department in terms of bringing a new investor on board. The cabinet had given a nod for 30.8% of government stake to be sold in Concor. Government holds about close to 55% stake, and this definitely puts on a lot of plans of government's disinvestment target, which is close to 51,000 crore for this year, because Concor was contributing about close to 20 to 22% in order to fetch about 12,000 crore with its 30.8% sale.
So, Sakshi, there are a couple of things that are working very well for MRF. If you think it's a 50% return from 1 year ago, in this century alone, suppose we take 2000 as the starting point, I'm sure you must have been in third or fourth standard then. From then on till now, the stock has been a 100 bagger, which means that MRF in 2000 was quoting at 1,000 rupees, and in 2023 it's at above a lakh. So it's gone up 100 times in a span of 23 years. And primarily the reason behind that is a very low liquidity in the stock, which basically means that one, the price ticket is very high, so retail investors generally don't come in, and institutional investors are, from what we've heard on the street, very clear in the mind. Of course, the management also takes a lot of feedback from the market, and they're very clear. Don't split the share, don't reduce the face value, stick to what it is, ensure that there is little liquidity as possible, so that because of the lack of liquidity, the stock keeps on, have that additional momentum to go higher and higher, higher and higher. So in 2012, it was at 10,000. 2014, it was at 25,000. 2016, 15,000, 50,000. 2018, 75,000. And 2023, we are at 1 lakh. Let's see what happens in 2030.
Right, absolutely. But, are you actually now looking at a 2 lakh rupee target at all? Is that still feasible to think, or is it still a very, very far off thing that one can imagine?
So, Sakshi, 2 points really. I don't think so. This is a point to enter the stock. Let's be very, very clear. The market is very, very overheated. And end of the day, MRF has an excellent brand, but it's it's a little on the higher side as far as valuations are concerned. But for those who have the stock, absolutely do not exit. And those who wish to buy, even at these 6 digits, I would just say wait and let it correct a bit. If it does, you're lucky. If it doesn't, then well, you were never a part of the rally and you never are. So what can be done? But I don't think so. This is the time to jump onto the bandwagon. It's extremely overheated. If you look at, the momentum, the price is above short, medium, and long-term moving averages. We've seen increasing volume, but it's very, very risky unless you're a very smart trader to come into the stock.
Powered by Voltas Pure Air 6-stage adjustable AC. Ajio Big Bold Sale.
Good evening. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal and you're joining us for our rolling coverage on Cyclone Biparjoy. You can already see from the images that we're showing you here that in parts of Gujarat, the coastal pockets, the impact of the cyclone is already being felt. But the worst is yet to come. And trust us here on India Today to get you every single update. Our reporters braving this inclement weather are getting you the updates, the ground reports to tell you what the situation is currently in the worst affected parts of Gujarat. I'm Akshita Nandagopal and over the next 1 hour I'll be running you through all the updates coming in on the cyclone. As always, let's begin with the headlines. Cyclone Biparjoy likely to make landfall between 9 to 10 p.m. Gujarat coast on high alert. NDRF and SDRF teams are on standby. India Today at Cyclone epicenter. We report amid heavy rains and gusty winds to get you the situation on ground.
In fact, look at the wind speed. It is very difficult to even face this. In touch Mandvi with Sanjay Kumar, I'm Ashutosh Mishra for India Today.
Cops recommend cancellation of POCSO against Brij Bhushan. Say no proof in minors case. BJP MP Brij charged with sexual harassment, stalking and outraging woman's modesty. One dead in clashes in Bengal's Chopra town. Clashes opened firing in North Dinajpur during nomination filing. Calcutta High Court pulls up the Bengal State Election Commission over the Panchayat poll violence. Karnataka Cabinet approves textbook revision. Hedgewar Savarkar chapters out. Ambedkar and Nehru added in the syllabus. India set to get Predator drones from the United States. Second mega defense deal after GE 414 fighter engines to be signed during the Prime Minister's US visit next week. From early this morning, the people of Gujarat have been feeling the full-blown impact of Cyclone Biparjoy with heavy rains, wind speeds picking up. But as I said earlier, the worst is yet to come because the cyclone actually makes landfall in just about 2 to 3 hours from now. And the Met Department thereby has said that the rains and the wind speeds particularly will pick up at that point. So far, we've been getting multiple reports and getting you images also of the kind of damage that's been reported to property. Fortunately, there have been no casualties because over 95,000 people have been evacuated from coastal regions and low-lying areas. Let me begin by getting you a roundup of all the images that are coming in from Gujarat. The Indian Coast Guard here has seen pulling up everything they can, using all of their resources to round up preparatory measures as they brace for Cyclone Biparjoy. It's going to be making landfall between Mandvi and Karachi. The wind speed could go up to 125 kilometers per hour. These are images from Rasul Nagar in the Jamnagar area of Gujarat, where villagers can be seen tying ropes as a precautionary measure. It's a safety measure in the middle of the village to ensure that they can move to safer places during the storm in case their houses collapse. The holy town of Dwarka is going to see a maximum impact of the cyclone. A team of NDRF seen here rescuing people and moving them to safer locations as Biparjoy approaches closer. Let me remind you, there is not just Gujarat but parts of Maharashtra also that are feeling the impact of this cyclone. These images on your screens are from Maharashtra's Palghar, where strong winds and high tides are being reported and witnessed by the locals. An alert has been issued by authorities. Tourists have been asked not to visit beach areas. And here are some pictures of the cyclone in the Arabian Sea. They were clicked over 2 days from the International Space Station by a UAE-based astronaut. And these pictures show you the kind of cloud mass that's gathered and how the cyclone could really have a deadly impact and bring heavy rains. So as we continue to get you all the images that are coming in right now from different parts of Gujarat that give you a sense of how bad really this cyclone is. Remember that the wind speeds could touch up to 125 kilometers per hour. Our reporters on the ground have been getting you every single update, braving this kind of harsh weather to tell you what's happening in Gujarat. It's pretty scary out there because you can see in many of the reports that we'll show you in the next few minutes, our reporters are struggling to even stand by the sea. And that's why people have been told very clearly, advisories have been issued saying do not go anywhere close to the seashore. There are high tidal waves being reported. There's non-stop rain and also wind speeds picking up. These are images that we're showing to you right now from Dwarka, where you can see that, this is the level of wind speeds picking up. There is some damage to property that's been reported, but let me quickly toss this over to Brij Bhushan. He's joining us live from Dwarka, this holy town, Brijesh, from early this morning, and you've been reporting there for the last few days, has been witnessing the might of Cyclone Biparjoy. What's the situation currently? Because in about 2 hours from now, the estimate is that it could only get worse. Brijesh, if you can hear me, can you tell us what's the situation currently in Dwarka? Give us a moment, viewers, as we try to reconnect with our reporters. You can understand the kind of difficulties they're having right now with the harsh winds around them to really hear what we're saying from the studios right now. But we'll try to connect with Brijesh and our other reporters to tell you about the current update on the ground. But in the meanwhile, as we tell you about the cyclone, the movement and what's really happening at this point, I want to run you through the current situation as far as the cyclone itself is concerned. Where is it currently placed? What is the situation right now? This is what the map currently looks like. Let me just zoom in for you here onto the cyclone to show you how it is at this particular moment. You can see that in fact at this band is what is going to be bringing the maximum rain and heavy winds for Gujarat. It's headed straight in this particular direction. What we're showing you right now is in fact the wind forecast. So you can see that it's moving closer and closer. 9 to 10 is when actually this particular cyclone will hit. That is, it will make landfall. So let me show you in fact what the trajectory actually looks like at this time. So you can see this particular area which has been highlighted here. Let me zoom out a little for you here and show you this particular area that's been highlighted. It's called a cone, and this entire area across India is going to feel this cyclone's impact. Obviously, once it comes to this area, which is by Monday or Tuesday, it will completely weaken, completely decimate. But at this stretch right now, and let me just zoom in here for you to show you where it is located currently. You can see that the cyclone is moving right now. It's hit parts of Gujarat already. But the reason we're saying that the cyclone is yet to make landfall is because the eye of the storm is still making its way in, and that's when wind speeds could really pick up. I want to hand this across now to Brij Bhushan, who's joining us live from Dwarka. Brijesh, good evening. I hope you can hear me. Can you tell us what's the update where you are?
Akshita, definitely I am able to hear you, but the situation right now here is not so normal because the cyclone is coming towards the Kutch and the effect of cyclone is showing up here in the Dwarka. See, the structures are collapsing and this kind of heavy wind has affected so many residential buildings as well. Trees are fallen, structures are collapsing and everything is disturbed because of this heavy gusty wind. We are unable to stand at one place because of this heavy wind. Advisory has been issued for the media personnel as well, but still this is the situation right now at the ground that no one is able to stand steadily here because of the gusty wind. The wind speed is almost more than 70-80 kilometers per hour, and that is the reason that this kind of damage is happening in Dwarka itself. Though a cyclone is not coming to the Dwarka, it is going towards Kutch, Jakho. Still the effect of the cyclone is very much here, very severe here, and that's why the power supply of Dwarka has not been restored yet. They will wait for the next 24 hours to restoration of the power supply. So this is the current situation right now where one is not able to stand properly.
Brijesh, stay safe out there. I can understand how challenging it is for you to report from that particular location. But Brijesh, what's the alert from the Met Department? Is it going to get worse now in the coming hours?
Definitely, it is going to be. It is definitely going to be worse because of the cyclone is coming towards the Kutch and Dwarka near Dwarka's coast. So right now the wind speed is less than 80, but in coming couple of hours it will be increasing to 100 kilometers per hour. So this will damage more. This will damage building properties, residential properties as well. So this is going to be happen here. Sea is totally rough right now. No one will be able to stay there near the sea area. So this is the situation right now. Camera person is also not able to stand properly. So this is the effect of the cyclone here, and this shows the severity, the damage that is going to be happen in Kutch as well, because the cyclone is hitting the Kutch where there are big ports are there. So Kandla, Mundra, Mandvi, Jakho, these are the ports which are going to be affected by the cyclone.
Okay, stay safe out there, Brijesh. I'm going to give you a moment to catch your breath, particularly because I can see that the winds speeds are really picking up behind Brijesh as well. Let me get you some of the reports that Ashutosh as well as Gopi Manyar have filed for us. They're also at these very points where you're going to be seeing the maximum impact of the cyclone being felt. Ashutosh filed this report for us a few hours ago, where you could see that the wind speeds were picking up. He was struggling to stand where he was as he reported for us. Let me get you some of those dramatic reports.
And it's a pre-impact of cyclone Biparjoy, which has hit the coastal line of West Gujarat in West Kutch, and this is Mandvi Port, and it just started 5 minutes ago. Now literally standing against this current, massive wind speed is next to impossible. And you see the creek right behind me. Just an hour ago almost there was a clear surface visible. The water level is barely more than 5 to 6 feet, but all you see now totally a rough ocean with a high current, and all of a sudden it just started barely 5 to 10 minutes ago. All of a sudden, like someone pushed you. So literally you see, it requires really a resistance to face this kind of wind speed. Though there is a prediction by the Met Department, the cyclone will slow down up to around 10 km per hour. So even in that case, the maximum speed will be 130 to 140 kmph. But you see, this kind of situation, almost the village across this creek of Mandvi, everything is now invisible. So that is how the impact of a pre-cyclone landfall is quite seen here in Mandvi, the part of Kutch, which is going to be the epicenter of this tragedy, as the eye of the storm will be passing through at far distance from here, but the radius of the ice storm is literally bringing havoc. At Mandvi with Sanjay, I'm Ashutosh Mishra for India Today. And the pre-impact of this landfall of cyclone Biparjoy is already visible in parts of Kutch and Mandvi. Almost everything goes invisible now. The creeks, very rough ocean, and the wind speed. This is literally going to create havoc in this region of Kutch. In fact, even standing at this place is next to impossible now. I can see literally the weather has deteriorated. All machineries are on standby. Quick response team will be at its station. In fact, look at the wind speed. It is be difficult to even face this. In touch Mandvi with Sanjay Kumar, I'm Ashutosh Mishra for India Today. जहाँ मैं खड़ा था यहाँ ये लगभग तटीय इलाका है, ये क्रीक है, दरिया का पानी यहाँ से होकर गुजरता है, यहाँ नाव खड़ी होती हैं और यहाँ काफ़ी कुछ देखने के लिए होता है, लेकिन अब यहाँ सब कुछ इनविजिबल है और ऊपर से पानी जो है इस क्रीक में इसका करंट है वो बहुत ज़्यादा है। 5-10 मिनट में पहले ही ये शुरू हुआ और ऐसा लगा जैसे किसी ने धक्का दे दिया हो, लोग खड़े और पूरी ताकत से कोई आपको धकेल रहा है। इस हवा के सामने इंसान का भी खड़ा रहना मुश्किल है। आप ये समझ सकते हैं कि जब इसकी रफ्तार 130-140 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे के हिसाब से आगे बढ़ेगी तो स्थिति क्या होगी। अभी तो सिर्फ समझिए कि 3 बजने में काफ़ी समय है, उसके पहले जो शुरुआत हुई है अगर वो इतनी भीषण है तो जब ये लैंडफॉल होगा, ये तूफान इस इलाके से गुजरेगा तो अपने साथ किस तरह का प्रकोप लेकर के आएगा। ये जो तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं वो बेहद भयावह है और इसी के लिए आप समझिए कि सरकार की ओर से, प्रशासन की ओर से वो तैयारियां की गई थी। बरसात की थपेड़ी ये जो बूंदें गिर रही हैं ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे पीठ पर कोई हंटर मार रहा हो। ये मोटी जैकेट के बाद भी ये हवा जो है, ये जो इसके साथ जो बूंदें आ रही हैं वो चोट पहुंचा रही हैं। तो अभी तो सिर्फ ये प्री पैक्ट है, हालांकि जब अचानक से फिर बरसात बंद हुई है, लेकिन हवा काफ़ी तेज़ है और ये जब जैसे जैसे अपनी इंटेंसिटी आगे बढ़ाएगा लैंडफॉल के करीब जाते जाते तब हालात और असामान्य होते जाएंगे। मानवी पोर्ट से संजय कुमार के साथ मैं आशुतोष मिश्रा।
And let's get you all the details you need to know about this cyclone as it's set to make landfall in a matter of 2 to 3 hours from now. Biparjoy essentially means disaster, and this was the name that was recommended by Bangladesh. We've of course spoken about this in great detail of how really the names of this cyclone is chosen by the Met Department. It's expected that this particular cyclone could cause massive damage. The landfall is expected to happen in a few hours from now. And Gujarat for the last 20 years hasn't witnessed a tropical cyclone like this one. Most of your cyclones and depressions and systems are formed in the Bay of Bengal. This one, of course, is in the Arabian Sea. And that's why nothing is being left to chance. You've got 17 NDRF teams who've currently been deployed to different parts of Gujarat. And we've been getting you all of those images of these NDRF personnel already in action, evacuating, ensuring all steps are taken to ensure minimal casualties are reported. At this point, over 74,000, that number has gone up to 95,000, by the way. 95,000 people have been evacuated so far. A red alert, of course, has been sounded in different parts of Gujarat. Let me hand this across now to Saurabh Bhaktania. He's joining us live from Jamnagar in Gujarat. Here too, there's a red alert that's been sounded. Saurabh, what's the situation currently? I hope you're doing fine. I hope you're safe. Wind speeds have been picking up, at least looking at the reports that your colleagues have filed.
Well, Akshita, the situation is very much difficult here in Jamnagar. The speed of wind is extremely high, and right now just there is a call to NDRF and district officials over here. Look at this. This is a huge tree which has completely fallen down. Look at the visuals right now. We are breaking exclusively on India Today. This is the visuals right from Jamnagar. This is the Bed area, and this is the electric pole and the huge tree which has directly fallen on this house. Look at the visuals over here. What we have been told that yes, there were few people which have been evacuated on time. There are some injuries, but right now the wind is at very high speed. The situation is very difficult at the moment. What the officials are telling us that it is now that all the people should be inside. This was a huge tree. These are the farms over here, and on this particular road, this is the huge tree which is located, and it has completely fallen down on this particular tree, this particular house. There is also a bike which has come under this particular tree. This is the electric pole, Akshita, which too has fallen down. Look at the visuals over here. In line, you can see all the trees have fallen down. So wind has taken a huge speed over here in Jamnagar. It may not be raining, but the wind speed is very high. Now, let me show you more visuals over here. Ask my camera person, Vaibhav, to show you that this crane came over here to rescue the people over here. They were here to remove these trees and to rescue people, but that crane is now stuck. Now, there is another crane which has been called by the official. First, this crane will be removed, after which this road will be opened. Look at this. The road is completely blocked over here, and many such calls
the NDRF teams are getting Akshita. Let me tell you, there are over 2 teams of NDRF and SDRF and the government officials who are present over here. They're continuously getting calls that trees are falling, the electric poles are falling, and this is just the beginning, Akshita. Let me cut across the visuals once again. That just see that how huge this tree is, and it has fallen on this particular house. This is the house of a farmer. Behind this is the farm, and this is the house of the farmer.
Saurabh, you know, you're right when you say that the worst is yet to come, and already this is the kind of damage that's being reported. Fortunately, in that particular property from where Saurabh is reporting, there were no people inside, so no casualties that have been reported. Most of these places have been evacuated. And as Saurabh continues to report for us from Jamnagar, I want to bring in also Ashutosh Mishra. We're ensuring that we get you reports from every single district of Gujarat that's been issued a red alert by the Met Department. Ashutosh, you've been reporting for us from Mandvi. Tell us the situation right now, because you got us some scary images earlier, Ashutosh, of how the wind speeds were picking up, and we could see how you were struggling to stand there even.
Well, Akshita, that was just a trailer. Imagine, because the landfall hasn't taken place yet, and by the time it happens, and by the time impact with its peak velocity comes to the coastal area, that will be again in certain hours. So what we believe that during midnight people will be totally asleep, and when they wake up in the morning, then they will see the devastation brought by this this cyclone. And here, what you see, I can see there is one of the most famous Swaminarayan temple in Mandvi. Look at this is the inner roof of this structure. That's a prayer hall, and this is what the wind has created. Since afternoon, there have been literally high speed, high velocity of the wind, and one after one, the sheet of the metal sheet is falling down. So there was a warning quite that those are the kacha structure, not really very strong, not very concrete one, could probably be impacted by this. And here what we see, though the rain shower downpour is on and off, but the velocity, the wind speed is quite high since morning. And as with the coming hours, when the cyclone will approaching to the close proximity of the coastal line, then probably after 10 or 11 o'clock we will have the highest speed, and perhaps by early morning we'll have the peak velocity of the wind here approaching to the coastal line, and that will probably trigger, though there have been some uprooting of the trees, certain incidents, but there is no casualty reported so far. There is no electricity in the entire region of Mandvi. Even at the certain places where essential services are being carried out, they have maintained with the generator sets, but for now there is no electricity. The people are in the safer places. They're ensuring food and medicines reaches on time. Even we are struggling to maintain our batteries backup, but that's really gonna be really very challenging task, and this is gonna be one of the longest night for the people of Mandvi. They never suffered through such cyclone, and as now the scary images since morning they have been seeing on the television, one can really anticipate that how it's gonna be really for the next few hours.
Let's hope for the best, and let's hope it stays the way you mentioned, Ashutosh, about no casualties being reported so far. Of course, power being snapped off in some of the districts where there's a red alert issued, largely a precautionary measure, because with the cyclone, it's not so much about the rain, but largely about the wind speeds and the kind of damage that can cause, which is usually property damage. We're going to continue getting you ground reports. Ashutosh, Gopi, Brijesh Doshi, Saurabh Bhaktania, all of them fanned out across coastal Gujarat to get you reports, live updates on the cyclone's movement. Remember, 9 p.m. is when it makes landfall, and here on India Today, we're putting our focus on Cyclone Biparjoy and getting you those live updates. On the other side of a short break, we continue our non-stop broadcast.
Stones pelted, cars smashed, lathi charge by police. Bengal is on the edge as it heads for the next Panchayat elections. Several TMC workers were injured in clashes with the ISF in Bengal's South 24 Parganas.
Bombing had happened, crude bombs were hurled over here. This is what it's being stated by
the locals over here, the ISF workers over here. It's the 5th day of nominations, and yesterday there were reports of violence in Bhangur 1 in South 24 Parganas, in Bhangur 2 rather, in South 24 Parganas, and today we are here at Bhangur 1 where there has been numerous instances and reports of violence.
The situation remains tense in South 24 Parganas as several people were also injured in the political clashes that broke out.
Bricks were pelted at it. The windscreen is completely vandalized. Even over here, if we look at it, there are the byproducts of the broken window screen, which is still inside this particular vehicle. This was being used to ferry police officials. Over here, there has been instances and reports of crude bombs being hurled on each other. That is the ISF and the Trinamool Congress. This is what both of them have alleged.
BJP workers clashed with the state police in West Bengal's Bankura. The BJP accused the state police of stopping its MLA from filing a nomination. The atmosphere remains tense in parts of Bengal. Police detained 8 people with a bucket full of bombs in Bankura. The BJP attacked the Mamata government for failing to restore peace, even drawing parallels between the Bengal poll battle and the Russia-Ukraine war.
कल भी भांगुड़ में हम लोग देखा है बमबाजी हो रहा है, आज भी बमबाजी हो रहा है सुबह से। ऐसा तो लग रहा है कि हम लोग रशिया या यूक्रेन में हैं। और ये जो बुरी सिचुएशन है, इसका दाय ममता बनर्जी को लेना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि वो पुलिस मंत्री है और आपका अगर थोड़ा सा भी शर्म हो, आप रिजाइन करिए।
ये सब गुंडा तृणमूल का नहीं, ये बीजेपी का दलछूट हुआ, कांग्रेस का दलछूट हुआ गुंडा। उसको काम है तृणमूल का शरीर पर काली का दाग लगाना, वो कर रहे हैं, लेकिन वो पकड़ जाएगा जल्द से जल्द। लेकिन इतना शांतिपूर्ण आसानी से पीसफुल चुनाव होगा, ये 50 साल में कभी नहीं हुआ।
The Calcutta High Court has directed the Bengal government to call in central forces for assistance. Will this move help to ease the tension in the state, which remains on edge? With Suryagni from South 24 Parganas, Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Welcome back. You're joining us on our rolling coverage of Cyclone Biparjoy as it nears closer and closer to the coast of Gujarat. So which are the worst affected parts as per the Met Department? Well, essentially there's the Kutch region, which is here in northern Gujarat, and the Saurashtra region along the coast, as you can clearly see, of the Arabian Sea, is the parts that will be worst affected. So in Kutch, there's an alert that's been issued for wind speeds reaching up to 125 kilometers per hour. In the Saurashtra region, let me run you through some of the districts that have been issued a red alert. Dwarka, the holy town, has already been seen wind speeds picking up. There's a red alert issued there. Porbandar, another coastal town, also for obvious reasons, has a red alert issued from the Met Department. In Jamnagar, where we've been getting you constant ground reports, the wind speeds are slowly picking up. It's a bit more interior, but the coastal regions will face the brunt of it. Rajkot district also has been issued an alert because as the cyclone moves inward, it will bring in more rain. Wind speeds will pick up in these districts as well. In Junagadh as well, you can see that there's an alert that's been sounded because as in fact the cyclone hits in the northern parts, the outer bands will bring rainfall and wind speeds picking up in these areas as well. Morbi in Gujarat is another district where there's an alert issued by the Met Department. So these are the districts essentially where the Met Department says there will be maximum impact of the cyclone. And in all of these districts, we've got our reporters fanned out to tell you what the situation is. For all those of you who live in these areas and are wondering about the situation, we've got you covered here on India Today as we put out all the advisories, alerts from the Met Department, and also our reporters on the ground braving the weather right now. Get you ground reports. Here's one filed by Gopi Manyar.
किस तरीके से हवा की रफ्तार यहाँ पे चल रही है, हम खड़े नहीं रह पा रहे हैं। लगातार आप एक बिल्डिंग के सामने आ गए हैं, लेकिन यहाँ पे खड़े रह पाना, आंखें खोल पाना भी मुश्किल हो रहा है। और आपको दिखा दूँ जिस तरीके से यहाँ पे कुछ भी दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है। आप 100 मीटर को देखेंगे तो 100 मीटर 100 मीटर तक का भी विजिबिलिटी नहीं है। यानी जिस तरीके से हवा और बारिश ये दोनों हो रहा है और चक्रवात का जो असर है वो अब धीरे धीरे दिखना शुरू हो चुका है। ये मांडवी का जो पॉट इलाका है वहाँ पे हम इस वक्त मौजूद हैं, लेकिन सामने कुछ भी दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है। पूरी तरीके से इमारत तक को देख पाना मुश्किल साबित हो रहा है। देखिए ये अब साइक्लोन का जो असर है वो धीरे धीरे शुरू हो गया है और 12 बजे हाई टाइड होगी। अंदाज़ा लगाया जा रहा है कि जहाँ पे इस वक्त हम मौजूद है पॉट का इलाका, वहाँ पे समुंदर का पानी आ जाएगा। कम से कम 7 से 8 फीट ऊपर हम लोग खड़े हुए हैं। तो यहाँ पे जब समुंदर का पानी आ जाएगा तो हम लोगों को भी बोल दिया गया है कि मीडिया उस साइड नहीं जाएगी जिस साइड समंदर है। लेकिन ये सामने का इलाका आपको दिखा रहे हैं जहाँ पे इस वक्त तेज़ हवाएं चल रही है। देखिए ये हवाएं इतनी ज़्यादा है कि बिल्कुल खड़े नहीं रह पा रहे हैं। लगातार यहाँ पे सब कुछ हिल रहा है और पूरी तरीके से आपको ये एहसास हो जाएगा कि किस तरीके से चक्रवात जो है वो मांडवी के आसपास के इलाके में यहाँ पे पहुँच चुका है। उसका जो इम्पैक्ट है वो देखना शुरू हो चुका है।
India Today team has reached in the coastal areas of Jamnagar, wherein in just few hours from now, the cyclone Biparjoy is going to hit the coastal area. Look at the current situation over here. The wind speed is so high. Here you can see in the visuals that these are the boats of the fishermen who are tied over here. These are the huge ropes, and with the help of rods over here, this all boats are tied over here. There are several of boats which are kept at the safe place, and all the fishermen are now gone back to the safer place at the shelter homes which are made at a different place in the villages.
So those are some of the reports that we've gotten for you here on India Today. We're going to continue getting you live updates as well. But in the last few hours, what's been the situation in Gujarat? That'll give you a glimpse of what's going to come also in the coming hours. Let's get you some of those images. Let's tell you first the situation in Mandvi district where heavy rainfall and high tides rocked the district. This is in the Kutch region. NDRF evacuation process also continues in full swing. 4 NDRF teams have been deployed in Kutch. Meanwhile, in Junagadh, trees have fallen on the main highway that leads to, in fact, a government hospital. The devastating impact of the cyclone is clear in some of these images, and the worst, let me remind you, is yet to come. Another image from Junagadh where you can see massive gaping holes forming on the city's main roads as a result of heavy rains accompanied by these winds. Walls have come crashing down, trees have fallen. The MLA himself is taking stock of the situation because these massive potholes has led to traffic congestion. There's a concern that vehicles could sink right in. Now, as we told you, it's not just Gujarat but also Maharashtra. Palghar, Mumbai have been witnessing heavy rainfall and high tides. Maharashtra also has been issued repeated advisories from the Met Department. With the cyclone expected to make landfall any time now, about 15 ships and 7 aircraft, including 4 special Dornier and 3 helicopters, have been kept on standby at the Coast Guard station in Daman. High tide has hit coastal areas in Daman as well. These are images that we're getting to you from Daman of massive waves that in fact were lashing the seafront, strong winds, rough sea conditions as you see on your screens. In Gujarat's Valsad, you can see the impact of the cyclone. Strong winds, heavy rainfall that's been reported. Wind speed is expected to pick up to almost 125 kilometers per hour in many of these districts. Home Minister Harsh Sanghvi is on the ground tracking the situation. He was seen visiting the seashore, talking to people, getting details from officials on how prepared the state government is, particularly in Dwarka. These images explain to you the impact and power of the cyclone. Strong winds in Gujarat's Pathan blew away the roof of a car parking lot, and this took place even before the cyclone makes landfall in Gujarat. Mumbai as well, you see high tide being reported due to the approaching cyclone. At the gateway of India, there were sea waves washing off the shores. And as we get you these images, we're putting the focus firmly on what's happening live right now in the coastal parts of Gujarat. Let me cut across to Gopi Maniar's live report.
गृह मंत्री ये दोनों ही लगातार इस पे पैनी नजर रखे हुए हैं, तो कहीं पे भी अगर रेस्क्यू की जरूरत होती है तो सारी एजेंसी के साथ कोऑर्डिनेशन के साथ ये सारी चीजें किया है।
Gopi is reporting for us there. You can see that while the rain has stopped, there's still in fact a lot of wind speeds picking up in these areas, which is expected in a cyclone. As I said, it's not really about the heavy rains, but rather about the gusty winds that causes a problem, which is why you've seen these mass evacuations taking place in the coastal regions, with officials knowing that in this kind of a circumstance, in these kind of cyclones, it's maximum damage to property that's reported, as a result of which people who are living in homes that are old, in old properties, people who are living in fact, these kacha homes, all of them are in danger. That's why they've all been moved out. A whopping 94,000 people, and over that, by the way, have been evacuated from different parts of Gujarat. So officials have left nothing to chance, and let's hope that all of their efforts actually pay off and that we don't see any casualty count being reported after this cyclone hits. Well through the night, you can expect the impact of the cyclone to be felt in parts of Gujarat. So tomorrow morning, we're going to wake up to all of the images right now that are coming in. These are images, and let me just show you some of the images that are coming in right now from Mandvi. These are live shots that we're showing to you on your screens, where you can see that in fact it's completely shrouded in clouds, and there's heavy rain that's being reported in some parts. That's accompanied by also these high wind speeds, heavy winds that are being reported in these areas, which is the biggest concern right now. Mandvi is one of those districts that's been issued a red alert by the Met Department. Let's cut across to a report by Ashutosh Mishra. This is live. We'll get you a report by Ashutosh in just a bit. We're going to try and reconnect with all of our reporters who are out there. As the wind speeds are picking up, it will be a bit difficult for us to reconnect with our reporters, but we're going to try and get you all the live updates on Cyclone Biparjoy. Let me remind you again, the landfall is expected in a few hours from now, and because of that, the situation from this morning to this afternoon to now, things are getting from bad to worse as far as the rains and wind speeds are concerned. I'm slipping into a very short break. We'll continue getting you those live reports in just a few minutes from now.
Invicto is coming up. Tell us the first thing. What does it mean by Invicto? Is it like the brother sister of Innova, or what is the strategy behind it?
No, of course, it's a brother sister of Innova, High Cross, but the name Invicto is comes from a Latin word which is Invictus, and that means unbeatable, invincible. And since this car has everything, great comfort, great experience, great drive, good tech, great features. Therefore, we thought that a name like Invicto will be quite appropriate.
All right. Shashank, give us those details, the key important details that you can share as of now of the Invicto, the pricing strategy, the details of the vehicle, the platform, and where will be manufactured.
There's only a limited information I can share at this moment because we have a actual launch planned on the 5th. I can say one launch is on 5th of July. The bookings we start from 19th June, that is next week onwards. It's a premium product. It's got that hybrid technology, the strong hybrid, and this is also our first foray into that segment. And we are enthused with the fact that while our market share in the less than 10 lakh rupee category is obviously very strong, 60% market share or thereabouts, where in the 10 to 15 lakh category also, Maruti Suzuki has become the market leader last year with 26% share, and this year it has gone up further to 30%. So we are now getting into this new type of segment and new type of consumers and we are quite excited that if we do it well, then we should be able to make our footprint strong in this segment as well.
Is for the first time venturing into a 20 lakh plus segment vehicle. How does it feel for a Aam Aadmi vehicle to offering premium products and a premium SUV and an MPV for the first time? What is the company thinking, and how confident are you of good sales numbers in that segment?
Yeah, so that Aam Aadmi that you were saying, the thing which is that less than 10 lakh, although, car ownership in India itself is not the Aam Aadmi thing, but within the biradari of car owners, if you can say 10 lakh, below 10 lakh is Aam Aadmi, then we were already sort of in the Khas Aadmi category already, as I just mentioned, the 10 to 15 lakh and thereabouts with our Vitara, which is doing very well, with our XL6, Ertiga, and so on. So this is like Khasam Khas, greater than 20 lakh. So from Aam Aadmi to Khas Aadmi, who has accepted us, and now Khasam Khas is what we are going to get into. So hopefully we will that Khasam Khas category will also accept us. But by the way, we are already, our Nexa, this vehicle will be launched through the Nexa channel. And the product itself have got that premiumness, and it's not luxury, but what is known as affordable luxury. So from a affordable category to affordable luxury category to now something which is like it can be bracketed into modern or contemporary luxury sort of vehicle. We are getting into that category now.
Quality today. In Delhi, 156. In Mumbai, 55. In Kolkata, 88. In Bangalore, 36. In Chennai, 101. In Hyderabad, 45.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Let's get to the big breaking update that's coming in. As you can see from the map behind me, the cyclone has now officially made landfall in parts of Gujarat. The landfall process has begun. It will continue for the next few hours. Gujarat, brace yourself right now. This will be the worst over the next few hours of Cyclone Biparjoy. Let's get you an update coming in right now from the Met Department.
ये थोड़ा से ज़्यादा टाइम लेगा पूरा साइक्लोन का वॉल क्लाउड और आई रीजन लैंड पर जाने के लिए, इसलिए क्योंकि ये साइक्लोन रिलेटिवली थोड़ा से धीरे चल रहा है।
सर, आपने वॉल क्लाउड का बार बार जिक्र करे, आम लोगों की भाषा में अगर समझाएं तो वॉल क्लाउड क्या होता है, जो पिछला हिस्सा क्या होता है, ये आम लोग समझना चाहेंगे सर आपसे।
अभी जैसे आप देख रहे हैं ये रडार भुज है
जी,
रडार भुज का ये जो क्लाउड मास आप देख रहे हैं इसको वॉल क्लाउड बोलते हैं
जी सर। और
ये वॉल क्लाउड धीरे धीरे आप जैसे एनिमेशन में देख रहे हैं अप्रोच कर रहे हैं सौराष्ट्र कच्छ का कोस्टल पार्ट को। जैसे ऑलरेडी हमारा जो द्वारिका डिस्ट्रिक्ट है और कच्छ डिस्ट्रिक्ट है वहाँ वॉल क्लाउड रीजन टच करके आगे बढ़ रहा है। सेम चीजें यहाँ आप सैटेलाइट एनिमेशन में देख सकते हैं। जैसे ये आई है और ये जो क्लाउड है इसको वॉल क्लाउड बोलते हैं। जो आई की सराउंडिंग होता है वो बहुत तेज क्लाउड होता है, 15 किलोमीटर हाइट होता है, बहुत सारे बारिश वहाँ होता है। कोई वॉल क्लाउड रीजन यही रीजन है जहाँ सबसे डिस्ट्रक्शन दिखाई देता है, वही रीजन पे सबसे मैक्सिमम विंड होता है, वही रीजन पे सबसे मैक्सिमम रेनफॉल होता है और वही रीजन पे मैक्सिमम विंड होते की वजह से स्टॉर्म सर्च भी वही रीजन में ज्यादा होता है। तो इसलिए आप जैसे यहाँ देख रहे हैं सैटेलाइट पिक्चर से कि बहुत डेंस कन्वेक्टिव क्लाउड अभी कच्छ और द्वारिका जैसे डिस्ट्रिक्ट में एंटर कर चुके हैं, इसलिए हम बोल रहे हैं कि लैंडफॉल प्रोसेस शुरू हो चुका है।
जो केंद्र बिंदु की बात आप कहते हैं उसका आकार क्या होगा? आप कह रहे हैं कि केंद्र बिंदु बड़ा, उसका आकार क्या होगा? कुल आकार 700 किलोमीटर।
साइक्लोन का जो केंद्र है इसको आई बोला जाता है और ये जो आई आप देख रहे हैं यहाँ इसका डायमीटर है लगभग 50 किलोमीटर। सो ये जो स्पीड में चल रहा है अभी जैसे 13-14 किलोमीटर स्पीड में अभी आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, इसलिए कम्प्लीटली आई वॉल क्लाउड पूरा अंदर जाने के लिए लगभग 5 घंटा लग जाएगा।
और सर उस वक्त
इसीलिए हम बोल रहे हैं मिडनाइट तक ये पूरी साइक्लोन का जो आई रीजन है और आई वॉल यानी वॉल क्लाउड है वो लैंड पे आ जाएगा।
और उस वक्त विंड की रफ्तार कितनी होगी सर जब आई टकराएगा तट से?
जब आई टकराएगा आई की रीजन में तो फॉर टाइम बिंग स्मॉल पीरियड के लिए काम विंड हो जाता है, मगर जब आई वॉल एंटर करता है तब सबसे ज्यादा विंड होता है। सो जहां आई टकराएगा यानी जखौ के आसपास जो एरिया है जहां आई पास करेगा पहले फॉरवर्ड सेक्टर ऑफ द आई वॉल आएगा और तब विंड स्पीड बढ़ते हुए 115 to 125 kmph हो सकता है। फिर जब आई पास कर जाएगा फिर रेयर सेक्टर साइक्लोन का आएगा, तो फिर जब 1 घंटे के लिए कि आधा घंटे के लिए जो विंड स्पीड कम हो गया होगा फिर विंड स्पीड बढ़ेगा और 115 to 125 kmph फिर विंड आ सकता है। मैं आपको ये से एक्सप्लेन करता हूँ। जो अभी ये वॉल क्लाउड अप्रोच कर रहा है कच्छ कोस्ट की तरफ, यहाँ भी विंड स्पीड बढ़ रहा है और ये विंड स्पीड का डायरेक्शन यही होता है कि ईस्टर्ली डायरेक्शन से जाकर वेस्ट की तरफ विंड जा रहा है। अभी जैसे ये मूव करके यहाँ तक आ जाएगा लैंडफॉल के टाइम, तब यहाँ विंड कम हो जाएगा, नहीं तो वेरी स्लो हो जाएगा विंड, जैसे 5 to 10 kmph। इसके बाद ये जो रियर सेक्टर है ये रियर सेक्टर यहाँ आएगा, फिर हेवी रेन शुरू होगा और फिर स्ट्रांग विंड भी शुरू होगा। इसीलिए जब ये आई पास कर रहा होगा तब यानी कभी भी कोई भी व्यक्ति ये महसूस करे कि ऑल ऑफ ए सडन बारिश बंद हो गया, नहीं तो ऑल ऑफ ए सडन विंड बहुत कम हो गया, ये मत सोचिए कि साइक्लोन डिसिपेट हो गया। मगर साइक्लोन का आई आपका रीजन ऊपर जा रहे हैं, ये बड़ा डिस्ट्रक्टिव है, आपको वेट करना है जब तक इंडिया मेट्रोलॉजिकल डिपार्टमेंट ये नहीं बोला है कि साइक्लोन कंप्लीटली अंदर चला। आप सेफ प्लेसेस में रहिए, साइक्लोन शेल्टर के अंदर रहिए, बाहर मत आइए।
सर क्लाउड वॉल और आई का जो जिक्र किया, कितने घंटे तक लगभग ये कच्छ और जकाऊ के इस रीजन में रहेगा, इसका इम्पैक्ट क्या होगा, कितने सेंटीमीटर जो रेनफॉल है आप वो एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं?
यही बात मैं बार बार बोल रहा हूँ, 5 घंटे मिडनाइट तक इसका असर रहेगा। पूरा आई वॉल आई पास करने के लिए। और इसमें हेवी टू वेरी हेवी रेनफॉल होने के साथ साथ कहाँ एक्सट्रीमली हेवी रेनफॉल यानी 20 सेंटीमीटर से ज़्यादा बारिश हो सकता है। और इसके साथ साथ जैसे यहाँ विंड ऐसे जा रहे हैं, अभी साउथ से नॉर्थ विंड टकरा रहे हैं कच्छ में, वहाँ समुद्र का जो पानी है टाइडल वेव के हिसाब से जो लो लाइंग एरिया है कच्छ में और द्वारिका में या मोरबी में और जामनगर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में, यहाँ इनंडेशन कर सकता है। और सबसे ज्यादा इनंडेशन कच्छ एरिया में हो सकता है जब ये पास करेगा। और हमारा पूर्वानुमान जो है वो है 2 से 3 मीटर हाइट का सामुद्रिक लहर आ सकता है और इनंडेशन करा सकता है।
सर, आपने कहा कि जब केंद्र बिंदु पास होगा, जो आई है 50 किलोमीटर जिसका डायमीटर आपने बताया, तो वो जब पारित करता है तो उसका एक सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट फीचर ये है कि तब हवाएं कम चलेंगी या बारिश नहीं होगी। वो कितना, उसका डायमीटर क्या होगा जो आप कह रहे हैं जब ये आई पास?
एरिया कितना होगा?
देखिए, साइक्लोन मूव कर रहा है ना, जब ये तट को टकराएगा ऑल ऑफ ए सडन जो अभी हैवी रेन और स्ट्रांग विंड चल रहा है वो कम हो जाएगा। तो इससे महसूस होगा कि ये आई आ रहा है अभी। और ये आई मूव करने के लिए जब डायरेक्ट जखाऊ के पास आप देखेंगे लगभग 2 घंटा लग सकता है कंप्लीट आई जाने के लिए, कि 1 घंटा लग सकता है। फिर इसका जो रियर सेक्टर है जो आप देख रहे हैं यहाँ, ये फिर आ जाएगा कच्छ डिस्ट्रिक्ट के ऊपर। और जब फिर रियर सेक्टर आएगा, फिर विंड डायरेक्शन जो अभी ईस्ट से वेस्ट विंड था, अभी विंड वेस्ट से ईस्ट हो जाएगा, मैंने ऑपोजिट विंड हो जाएगा। सो जो पेड़ पहले घिर नहीं रहा था अभी वो पेड़ घिर जाएगा, जो मकान टूटा नहीं था अभी वो मकान टूट जाएगा, क्योंकि अभी ऑपोजिट विंड से सेम स्पीड से विंड आ रहा है, इसीलिए जैसे धक्का लगता है, इसलिए इसका नुकसान हो सकता है।
इसलिए जब आई
जो एरिया में आई पास कर रहे हैं वहाँ 2 बार आई वॉल आ रहे हैं, इसलिए वो एरिया सबसे ज्यादा खतरनाक है और डेंजरस है।
तस्वीरों में जो दिखता है सर, वो साइक्लोन जिस तरीके से मूव करता है उसी को आप कह रहे हैं आई वही सबसे ज्यादा इम्पैक्ट है।
मैं आपको आई दिखा रहा हूँ ना यहाँ, ये आई है जहाँ आप व्हाइट दिखाई दे रहा है ना सर्कुलर, वो आई है। ये जो रीजन आप देख रहे हैं ये आई वॉल है।
सर, आपने ये भी कहा कि जब केंद्र बिंदु आएगा तो हवाएं नहीं चलेंगी, बारिश कम हो जाएंगी, और दूसरी तरफ ये भी कह रहे हैं कि बहुत हवाएं, रफ्तार सबसे ज्यादा, तो ये क्या कंफ्यूजन है?
जब आई आएगा, आई जिस एरिया के ऊपर होगा तब ऑल ऑफ ए सडन आपका विंड स्पीड कम हो जाएगा, बारिश भी कम हो जाएगा 1 घंटे के लिए, नहीं तो 1.5 घंटे के लिए। इसके बाद फिर जो पिछला हिस्सा आएगा साइक्लोन का, फिर ऑल ऑफ ए सडन आपका बारिश तेज होगा, हेवी रेन होगा, फिर विंड बढ़ेगा। इसलिए 2 बार जो एरिया जहां आई क्रॉस करेगा, माने सेंटर क्रॉस करेगा, वहां 2 बार ऐसे स्ट्रांग विंड एंड हेवी रेन देखने को मिलेगा।
सर, आपने कहा कि अभी 70 किलोमीटर दूर जखाऊ पोर्ट या उस तट के से है वो, तो वहां पे पहुंचने में भी कितना टाइम उसके सेंटर को लगेगा?
देखिए, जैसे पूरा जाने के लिए 5 घंटा लगेगा मैं बोल रहा हूँ, सो सेंटर एग्जैक्टली जाने के लिए 2.5 घंटा लगेगा।
सर, कितना स्ट्रक्चर डैमेज आप एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि आप जिस तरह की कंडीशन बता रहे हैं उससे सबसे ज्यादा डैमेज कोस्टल लाइन पे रहने वाले लोगों के घर और जो बाकी जो स्ट्रक्चर्स हैं उनको होगा, तो किस तरीके की हिदायत दी गई है फर्दर?
देखिए, हमारा जो पूर्वानुमान है वो अभी भी जारी है। जो विंड स्पीड बोला था वही विंड स्पीड हम बोल रहे हैं, इसलिए जो स्ट्रक्चरल डैमेज होगा हम पहले बोले थे अभी वो जारी है।
पाथ में कोई चेंजेस नहीं, वही पाथ है जो
बात वही है जब जखाऊ के आसपास क्रॉस करके हम बोले थे, हम भी अभी यही एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं कि कराची और मांडवी के बीच में जखाऊ के आसपास ये तट को पार करेगा।
सर, अभी आप बोल रहे हैं कि आई ऑफ द साइक्लोन में स्पीड 50 किलोमीटर पर आ रही है।
साइक्लोन का जो फॉरवर्ड मूवमेंट का स्पीड है लगभग 12 to 15 किलोमीटर पर आवर है।
बट आई ऑफ द साइक्लोन व्हेन जब वो हिट करता है कोस्ट पे, देन इन द आफ्टरमैथ सबसे ज्यादा डैमेज होता है, क्योंकि पीछे से जो विंड्स है वो आती है और फिर हवा टकराते हैं 2 डायरेक्शन।
इसका मतलब नहीं कि आफ्टरमाथ जो आता है इसमें ज्यादा विंड स्पीड होता है। आप एक पकड़ लीजिए, एक बैम्बो है यहाँ फॉर एग्जाम्पल, बैम्बो स्टिक है, आप इसको निकालना चाहते हैं, आप क्या करते हैं, इससे झुकते हैं ऐसे, फिर ऐसे झुकते हैं ऑपोजिट डायरेक्शन में, जैसे कि सॉइल के साथ वो जो जुड़े हुए हैं जैसे लूज हो जाए और आप निकाल सकते हैं बैम्बो को। यही होता है। जो पेड़ है, पेड़ अभी जब फॉरवर्ड सेक्टर आ रहे इससे वेस्ट विंड ब्लो हो रहा है, तब पेड़ वेस्ट की तरफ बेंडिंग होगा, मगर शायद गिरेगा नहीं। मगर जब रियर सेक्टर आएगा और विंड डायरेक्शन चेंज हो जाएगा वेस्ट से ईस्ट, सो फिर वो पेड़ ईस्ट की तरफ बेंडिंग होगा। इस तरह जो पेड़ फॉरवर्ड सेक्टर में नहीं घिरा होगा, शायद रियर सेक्टर जब आएगा तब गिर सकता है। ऐसे ही हालत हो सकता है टेलीफोन पोल्स, इलेक्ट्रिक पोल्स,
इसलिए जब आई ऑफ द स्टॉर्म जब
इसीलिए जो एरिया में आई जाएगा उस एरिया में ज्यादा डैमेज हो सकता है। यानी जो 50 किलोमीटर से 100 किलोमीटर जो डिस्टेंस है, जैसे जखौ के पास जाएगा तो जखौ से 50-100 किलोमीटर दूर तक दोनों साइड पे ऐसे डिजास्टर सिचुएशन देखने को मिल सकता है।
एवरेज 115 to 125
दैट इज द मैक्सिमम विंड स्पीड व्हाट वी प्रेडिक्टेड। वो है 115 to 125 kmph, गस्टिंग टू 140 kmph। गस्टिनेस सभी जगह में नहीं होगा, कहीं कहीं 140 kmph गस्टिनेस में मैक्सिमम विंड हो सकता है। वो टेम्पररी विंड होता है, इट इज नॉट सस्टेन विंड।
होता है हाईएस्ट विंड साइक्लोन के 4 घंटे लैंडफॉल चल रहा है, तो विंड स्पीड जो आप बोल रहे हैं 115 to 125, गस्टिंग टू 140, नॉर्मली किस समय में होता है वो 4 घंटे के लैंडफॉल प्रोसेस के दौरान?
देखिए, जब फॉरवर्ड सेक्टर में चल रहा है तब तो विंड ज्यादा होगा, तब लैंड इंटरेक्शन भी शुरू हो जाएगा, सो धीरे धीरे वीकनिंग भी शुरू होगा। सो पहला पीरियड में ज्यादा विंड स्पीड रहेगा। थैंक यू।
नोटिस आप टिक टैक करेंगे
All right, Fiaz, that's the latest news break that we are getting in right now. Cyclone Biparjoy has made landfall. What we are expecting is winds up to about 115 to 130 kilometers per hour. The landfall has begun. We're also given to understand, and we're going to play that reaction of the Met Department, that the landfall will actually continue in terms of the maximum brunt of the storm would be felt from now on till midnight. The landfall will continue till midnight. Maximum impact on the coastline of Gujarat, the Kutch region, is what we have been given to understand. Cyclone Biparjoy landfall has begun. That's what we are confirming in Kutch shortly. In just about the next 20 minutes, the cyclone will make landfall, will continue till about midnight. The wind speeds set to touch 130 kilometers per hour. It's a severe cyclone. It weakened through the course of the day, but having said that, the IMD as well as the NDRF wants to leave nothing to chance. What we are given to understand is that once the eye, which still hasn't made landfall, hits, the storm will weaken, or in terms of at least for a